had a new mixed team who probably hadn't found their chemistry yet off a short pre-season, and now you see Jason on Francis after a month. He's firing it in all Australian form, and suddenly it's really clicking. Did people go too early that Port Adelaide weren't really shaping up right?
That's footy now, though, isn't it? It feels like every single team or every week there's 3 or 4 coaches under this enormous pressure, and it's like, guys, it's round 8. And for Josh, it was so much earlier. And I just think it takes time. And Josh, while he has been there for a couple of years now, as a senior coach, it's a new system and guys were getting played in different spots. And he's even said that this week, I believe. He said, it takes time for guys to believe in themselves in different roles and in different positions as well. And Miles Bergman's come out of spending a lot of last year as a midfielder, and now he's got to play as a defender again. And so I think a little bit of that belief, some new faces, Corey Durden, Josh Lyers coming into the team and starting, I think it's his 3rd game tonight. You've just got to let them settle, and that's the beauty of an AFL men's season, which I'm sure Doc will agree with me. There's so much time, so much time to get these things right. And if you're Port or the Crows, I think what Josh Carr's got right so far is the absolute calmness and measured approach from the emotion of external pressure. And for me tonight, it's actually the biggest key for the Crows is we've seen this enormous emotional reaction here in South Australia from the Crows' loss at the Gabba last week. And it's like, well, if you guys can actually keep a level head with that and continue to trust the process and believe in yourselves, I think things are going to be okay.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be the only team that get put away up at the Gabba. Midfield depth from Brisbane is spectacular. But this game actually does become really critical for both groups, as you highlighted in the opener. I reckon if you looked at the draw and the injuries that the Crows had through the pre-season, if you'd offered them 4-4 at this point, they wouldn't have said so, but they would have taken it. So if they can get this win tonight, then all of a sudden you're front into the back 2/3 of the season, and it is a very long season, 23 games. Oh my gosh, does it need to be that long? Do you think?
Why not add some more wildcards in? Let's go.
But at 4-4, they'd be wrapped, I reckon. But if it gets to 3-5, then you're chasing the season. And Port, the expectation hasn't been as high on them. But if they get to 4-4, then all of a sudden they're looking at their season in a different shape as well. They're starting to think, wait a minute, why don't we qualify? Why don't we push into the back end of the year?
You look at the Lions from the last 2 years, or 3 years even, and they've kind of started the year quite slowly, had a few injuries. By the midway point, they're sitting around 7-8. And then they go on an absolute tear at the back end. Geelong are the same. They like to kind of manage their players through the year and really peak towards September. So, as you've just said, if Adelaide feel like they're in a reasonable position by the halfway mark, they get the list back together, you can argue that, being able to blood some kids and show their development, Sam Berry's looking tremendous, Charlie Edwards getting a crack, Jake Salego will hopefully be in form as well. It means that by the time they're all there, they're going to have some selection headaches, and it makes for an even stronger team.
And enormous pressure, as we know, for a showdown and this early in the season. But again, I think if they can stay measured and calm and collected and trust the guys that are out there, I think things are going to be all right. But I do think Port Adelaide are in a much stronger position tonight to win the game.
Does mean a lot, though, when it comes to a showdown. If you drop this one as the Adelaide Crows, the Wolves will be coming, and yes, it might totally change the landscape in terms of your momentum in terms of the season. Lauren Arnell, Matthew Clarke, your experts tonight for Showdown 59 on ABC Sport. No late changes here at the Adelaide Oval. Other game tonight over on ABC Listen that you can hear through the AFL button is the Western Bulldogs and the Fremantle Dockers. No late changes there. They're about 5 minutes away from action. We've still got a good 45 till we get underway, so the crowd slowly building on what is a really warm night in Adelaide, despite the fact we've got a ton of rain coming.
I'm counting shorts on the hill, and I'm up to 55 people with shorts on the hill on May the 1st. It's a unique night here in Adelaide, but it should mean for a bumper crowd, hopefully. So let's go.
And Doc's wearing shorts as well, so that's
that wasn't really a surprise, though.
Stock standard.
Well, the problem they're going to have is it gets quite swirly here, so by about 9 p.m, those on the hill might be a little bit brisk if they've got the calves out. Before we get downstairs and welcome in Josh Money to chat to Nathan Van Berlo, did want to talk about the quick reactions to last week's form, and I think this is a large part of why South Australia is so great in a sense. It's very parochial. The fans are very invested. We saw it with Ken Hinkley the last few years. We're seeing a little bit with Matthew Nicks now. The Crows fan base is very 50-50 on him, and at times can be quite aggressive in their feedback. And after the Brisbane loss, which was something that I'd kind of noted as well in terms of structurally how they set up, it felt like they had a lot of dramatic changes and it didn't work for them. And the fan base kind of went at Matthew Nicks online a fair bit, saying that he's a little kind of one-dimensional. He didn't really know how to set up in terms of his matchups. And, he's in his 7th year now, hasn't won a final, but were minor premiers last year. A team that I think all of us in the box here expect is going to be competitive in September again. But you've been inside the four walls, Doc. What is the Crows fan base like in these instances? Because they feel a little bit short-tempered.
Well, I think footy fans should be should have the short-term focus on, because it's a passionate caper and you want your team to win. It's a winning and losing business. But I think if you can take a breath and look at that side that they played up in Brisbane, and their form line wasn't as strong as it maybe will be by the end of the season, but I can't see them not playing in the grand final this year. So, yes, the Crows had a day they'd probably prefer not to have had, but they've, across the course of not just this year, but probably the last 3 years, they've actually had very few of those days where they've actually got put away. But it was essentially a 15-minute burst, and a lot of it coming out of the middle. So, we can talk about matchups and whether there was a lack of flexibility. I actually like the fact that they threw Murray forward at the end of the game, and I wouldn't have mind seeing him out here tonight forward as well. He certainly looked all right in the sample game. But in terms of the reaction of the fan base, I love it. I love the fact that they don't accept mediocrity. They want every team, their team, to be contending for the premierships. That's as it should be.
I think the narrative was Matthew Nicks was the right guy to get us through the caretaking period, but he might not be the guy that can win us the flag. And that was, I guess, I don't know how large of a portion of the Crows community feel that way, but there's certainly the vocal part online, which is always the ones who are a bit more frustrated than the ones who are more positive, Loz. But, I mean, where do you sit? Because most coaches these days in the modern era average about 6 years. Nicks is in his 7th, but minor premiers last year. I know it was the straight sets exit. Are you happy with them giving him enough time to the end of next year now that they've extended him, that just to really see what he can do on the big stage?
I think having that conversation in round 8 of this season with everything that's happened in the last fortnight for the club, I think is pretty unfair, to be honest. And I take Doc's point, and I think it's great to have the passion in our game. It wouldn't be what it is if we didn't have the passion of the fans. And also, it's a high-performance business, and it's also very human, and that's what we've seen in the AFL the last few weeks. And I think that's such an important conversation that has been missed largely in the media since the Jordan Dawson family and Elijah Hollands. I just think so much has been missed around that we have human beings in front of us, and we have to treat people like humans regardless of whether they can kick a football or not. And so, back to your point, I think let them play round 8. Let's see how they go. Let's see how they go at the Showdown tonight. Let's let things ease out and let's have this conversation round 16, round 17, and see how they're shaping up at finals time.
I know I'm a little bit biased because I really like Adam Kelly. I really like Tim Silvers. We have good relationships with the club. And I think there's this old guard of Adelaide Crows fans who remember the old era where they were very ruthless and they didn't accept mediocrity and they were quick to sack coaches and they were happy to move people on. I think the new culture that they've actually built at West Lakes is a really good thing. This is the new era of football where, yes, you're still chasing success, but you don't have to be savage about it. As Loz said, everyone's still human. They're still giving it at the time. They have belief in their coach and they've backed him in.
I think also, you look at Chris Fagan 2 years ago, around this part of the season, his job was done. Everyone was calling it. And you put faith in the people around you and you provide stability for your playing group and your coaches. And magic starts to happen. And we saw exactly the same thing with Damien Hardwick at Richmond years and years ago. So there's a strong argument for the most successful clubs in footy actually trusting the people that they've employed to do the job that they do and trusting the players to develop. There's still both tonight some very young teams, and I think of Rochelle and Rankin, and the pressure seems to pile on them as like, why aren't they the game savers? And I just look at tonight and go, with Dawson out for all of the right reasons, I agree with you, Doc, absolutely fantastic that he's got time with his family. But here's an opportunity for Rochelle to actually get some more genuine midfield minutes and show what he's capable of, when otherwise that opportunity might not be there.
That is the thing about showdowns is, we've referenced most of the stars, but often it's someone from left of stage that will come onto the big centre stage, and this will be the moment that they announce themselves as a genuine player. So, I look at looking out there at young Cookie having a kick on his left. it could be him that jumps up and just does something special. Or on the other side, McKinlay, I like some of what I'm seeing with him. So maybe it's not the Stars tonight. Maybe it'll be a young kid who'll just say, here I am, look at me. This is a big stage and I belong here.
We've got 8 guys out there tonight who are playing their first ever showdown. So, and a few of those have come from other clubs, but most of them are just kids who are really getting into the system. And it's such an exciting night here in the City of Churches for what it ends up being, a sold-out crowd. Adelaide home game, so a lot of those Port guys will be up against it in terms of the war of noise coming their way. But it's heated, it's fun, it's highlight field, and as history says, 1 in every 3 ends up being a 2-goal game. So I feel like we're kind of trending towards that again tonight. In comparison as well, crunch the numbers during the week. This is the best rivalry in the game statistically for close finishes. So, 1 in every 3rd for the showdown in comparison to the rest where, so this is 34%, Carlton Collingwood's 31%, Hawks Geelong 29, Carlton Richmond 26, and then your actual state ones, Q Clash is 20, Battle of the Bridge is 18, and the Derby has a 14% rate of having a close game.
This is spectacular research.
This is what they pay me the big bucks for, Doc.
How far did you go back on that, by the way?
That was every single game in the history.
Collingwood have been playing for quite a while.
Yeah, that was out of 230 games they had to go through and check. But
I'm actually surprised it's only 1 in 3. When you said that, I thought, it feels like it's always close, but only 1 in 3, yeah? And obviously the most recent one was a bit of a blowout.
Yeah.
So I guess our minds turn to the classic games, and there have been so many classics. It's going to be hopefully another one tonight.
And it has been a while since we've had a big highlight. It's usually kind of every 4 or 5, and the last was probably Dan Houston's bump on Isaac Rankins. So we're probably due a really...
Or a low light.
I was going to say, we're due a talking point that'll stick around for a few years maybe, the way that we're trending towards. But it's been a pretty calm build. The last few years haven't really seen the war of words that we're used to. I think Josh Rochelle kind of killed any part of that in the build-up to what was the Houston bump with the teeth gestures. So it's usually pretty tame these days, Loss.
Yeah, and I think you want to let the footy do the talking, certainly off field in the build-up. I know from a Port Adelaide perspective, you always wanted to make sure that if there were any conversations internally about how much you might dislike the mob down the road, you keep those internal and then just worry about what goes on the field.
I suspect it'll be pretty physical early. I think that, that sort of talking stuff, you're right, is sort of, and probably smartly, as you mentioned there, Lauren, but I think the intensity out there tonight could really, really lift especially from Adelaide. And I know it was such a challenging game against that Brisbane midfield, but it wasn't what we're used to with their pressure rating and things like that.
100%. No, they'll be smarting, and it's critical to the outcome. So there's no doubt that BB and the coaching staff will have them wound up for the first 5 minutes in terms of the pressure. So I'd imagine it's going to be a hot one, the weather and the contest.
Tough task is this perfect storm of Adelaide's slow starts to games and then the big week that they've had. We'll unpack it all in a moment's time in terms of, I guess, how Adelaide has come to this game off the 5-day break and then the 8-hour trip up and back to Robe during the week as well to support Jordan Dawson, and if that will play a role in tonight's fixture. Over at Docklands, the game between the Dogs and the Dockers underway, and the Western Bulldogs on the board first, so they're 1 straight 6. Fremantle yet to score. Ed Richards, the opening goal scorer there, and you can hear it on ABC Listen through the AFL button. Aaron Bryans, Tom Wilson, Lauren Arnell and Matthew Clarke with you for Showdown 59 here at the Adelaide Oval. We're about 30 minutes away from the game getting underway. Probably time to check in with the 5th member of our team, Josh Money, who's made his way over to the Crows race. And Josh has got Nathan Van Berlo down there with him.
Thanks very much, Aaron. Nathan, thanks for your time with the music blaring in the background as well. Is it fair to say that the boys haven't quite put together a full game yet this season, and therefore is there a better game than a showdown to do it in?
Yeah, look, it's been frustrating start to the year in that sense, where we haven't quite been at our best for long enough periods of time, and hence we sit where we sit. So look, we've been pretty honest with how we're working at our game and showing some progress here and there. Obviously, last weekend was well off the mark, so we're expecting a strong response tonight.
And does that response extend to the midfield group? A lot of those clearance numbers and CBA numbers, a lot of people pointing to that. How big a challenge is that for your group tonight?
Yeah, big challenge again tonight. They've got some A-graders running through that midfield, which certainly can challenge you. You talk about Horn Francis and Butters when they get the game on their terms in and around any sort of stoppage. They're very, very hard to stop. So we've had a good look at that this week. And our boys still, a lot of the guys in our middle are still developing their games. Sam Berry's been a real positive light for us this year and taking his game to another level. And Lockie McAndrew, hopefully he can give us a good look as the game wears on tonight as well.
Did you learn a lot from that Brisbane game in the sense that you were against A-grade midfielders and the likes of Lockie Neal get off the leash? Can you then apply that tonight with guys like Butters and Horne-Francis?
Yeah, look, I mean, if one gets off the leash at Brisbane, there's another 1, 2, 3 and 4 that pop themselves up pretty quickly. So, again, it was a really disappointing effort more from our contest method and our intent around the contest, which we pride ourselves on. So there will be a strong response tonight in that space and our ability to hopefully get in the face of the opposition and put some defensive pressure on them as well.
Butters has been sort of target 1A if a tag has come at any point over the last few years. Is Horne-Francis now challenging that with his explosion out of stoppage?
Oh, they're both as big a threat when they get the game on their terms, for sure. And, Zach's obviously done a lot of work on his game the last couple of years. He's had a lot of attention and he's playing the tag really well. And Horne-Francis has the ability to go forward, as we all know. So, different players, but they're both equally as damaging when they're able to get the game on their terms. So we'll have to be on our A game tonight.
4 changes this week. Did you feel like the team needed a bit of a shake-up?
Oh, look, the guys that came in, definitely in our best 23, and James Borlase, for one, is one at Sanford level that's just been playing well and truly above the level, and his performances demanded that he came into the side, so we made that change, and obviously Neil Bullen and Saligo's performance last week demanded that he came back into the team, and we're really optimistic about where Dan Curtin goes with his footy, and he's had some time out, so we're not expecting him to be at his best tonight, but we know that anywhere near that, he's going to be a worthy acquisition for us.
Well, that was my next question. What does that role look like tonight? Will there be some reduced minutes, and can you throw him in the guts, or does he need more time outside?
Yeah, look, he's thankfully got the ability to do a bit of all that, and with the flexibility of the bench rotations, there's probably a plan to start with that we might manage his minutes in that space and just build him into his game, and then as the game plays out where we need him, whether that be around the footy or just outside or even ahead of the ball, we'll assess where that's at, and just continue to grow his match fitness and his game sense. But I guess we only saw last weekend too. While he didn't shoot the lights out, he only had to have a number of possessions and had real effectiveness with them. So we really rate Dan.
Can you give us an insight into his pre-season? I can't really remember a player with so much hype really coming out, and the injury happens at such an inopportune time. But how exciting was he, and how exciting now to have him back? Yeah,
look, he had one of the better pre-seasons I'd seen in a long while, and his ability to grow the craft of an inside mid was really impressive, and he was setting himself up for a really strong start of the season. And obviously we all know that the injury occurred, which set him back for a bit. So we know what he's capable of, and we'll continue to build him so he gets to that level. But we also saw last year his ability to impact on the outside as a winger and ahead of the ball as well. So he's got the ability to play anywhere, really, which is also an asset for us. So tonight, while he's in the team, we understand it's his first game for 2026 in the AFL team. So expecting him just to play his role, and whatever comes of that down the track will be important for us.
Talk about the great sample form of James Borlase. Is that more the reason behind Nick Murray's omission? Because that was one that probably raised a few eyebrows.
Yeah, as I said earlier, like James's performances at SANFL level demanded selection, so it was more of that, James performing above the level and demanding that he was picked this week. So when that's the case, we'd love to reward players that consistently play above AFL level at Sandford. So that's what we preached to our group, and he was rewarded this week with selection. And with that, we had to, change the mix behind the ball. And, Nick was obviously the omission from that.
Now, as your captain here tonight, can you give us an insight into how he's going after such a big couple of weeks, and how the group is continuing to rally around him?
Oh, yeah, I think, we're going to continue to support Dorse as best we can. It was a really challenging week again for him and his family. And we're going to support him as best we can, not only today, tomorrow and next week, but moving forward, because he'll do the same for us. And, this footy club's a sanctuary for him. We want to make sure that we wrap our arms around him, and when he's ready to be back inside the four walls, again, we'll welcome him with open arms. But thoughts are just with him and his family at the moment.
How much do you miss Showdowns as a player? Do you get jealous on nights like this?
Oh, look, it's great. The build-up to the week, it is always a different vibe around town, and different comments from the general public, or just little rivalries you have with friends. They wish you well on most weeks, but not if they're a Port supporter this week. But it's great. I mean, the state love it. We love the build-up, and it makes for a fiery contest. So tonight should be no different.
Thanks, VB. Best of luck.
Thanks, Josh.
It is always a special occasion. Nathan Van Berlo downstairs with Josh Money there. The build-up to Showdown 59 on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen as well. Bit of a shock start at Docklands at the moment. So the Western Bulldogs taking on Fremantle. The Dogs obviously undermanned with some of their injuries as of late, but starting pretty promisingly. 2-2-14, they lead Fremantle, who are yet to score. Still 13 to go in the first quarter. If you want to hear it, jump on ABC Listen and hit the AFL button. Otherwise, you can stay with us and we'll keep updating you across the night here at the Adelaide Oval. Aaron Bryans, Tom Wilson calling the action, and we've reunited our former Showdown rivals, now frenemies and colleagues, Matthew Clarke and Lauren Arnell. I mean, there was never really much heat in it, but it's just exciting to have two coaches who've coached against each other in a showdown together in the box to analyse this game. It should be a really fun night. VB had a few interesting points there. The one that stood out to me, Dan Curtin managed minutes early, so they'll ease him in after what has been a couple of months out with the dislocated kneecap, which is probably the smart approach, Doc, you'd think, after so much footy miss.
Yeah, I guess so. Obviously, the 5 on the bench gives you the confidence to bring a player in who might not be 100% ready to play out the full game time. So that I think that change has been a good one this year. But it's also a little bit of a concern because if you're thinking about how do Adelaide get this done, they need all of their players at absolute maximum capacity, and obviously there's a slight restriction there.
It does make you wonder how they'll shape up on ball, Lauren, given that, and as VB touched on with Josh, the mix didn't quite work last weekend. And funnily enough, personally, I felt that was because Josh Rochelle didn't have enough CBAs. And statistically, over the last calendar year when he's in there, Adelaide's the best team. But the problem is he gets replaced by Rankin. You can't have them both together because they're the same kind of player. So they need to find alternative mixes. And if Dan Curtin's on managed minutes, what's kind of your big three without Jordan Dawson? Who do you think they start with on ball?
I think it makes it really difficult, and I think I've heard criticism for Peatling across the week as well, but the hardest bit for the Crows is, like, where do you get the speed in there? And that's my question for Doc, is, like, who do you throw in there to get the genuine speed? And that's probably the appeal of your Rankins and your Rochelles.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, ultimately those two, I think you do chop and change those. I think Peatling can actually be a factor in tonight's game because his defensive pressure can be at a really high level. So if Berry and Peatling, they don't have to dominate the game in terms of possession, but if their pressure is at a really high threshold, which it usually is, then that diminishes the impact of the Port Stars. And as I said, I don't think Adelaide has to win the midfield battle, but they need to get close to breaking even because ultimately what Port were able to do last week was get the ball in their half and then they defended the ground brilliantly. So Adelaide can't have the situation where they're having to launch all of their offence from deep in defence because Port, on a small sample size, but over 2 weeks now, have demonstrated a capacity to, against very good football teams, hold the ball at their end. So let's bring that heat.
What's your preference out of Rochelle and Rankin? Because I reckon if we'd asked you early September last year, it would be Rankin. And I feel like the sentiment might have flipped now because early stages of the year, Isaac Rankin obviously injured, but it was more 80-20 Josh Rochelle. Yeah. And last week against Brisbane, it was probably 50-50, and I don't think it worked. But
no, I'd go into a game 50-50 and then see who's impacting. Who's impacting in the mid, who's impacting forward. Often, the great thing about putting them up into the centre bounce is it just gives them an extra contest. When you're staying forward for the whole game, then you're relying on phases of play to come to you. If you're in the centre bounce, you're in a contest right from the outset. So I'd be chopping and changing. I know 50-50 didn't necessarily work last week, but on any given day, it could start to skew towards one or the other depending on how the game's playing out.
The left field one, but is Luke Pedler an answer for the Crows? Just to, I mean, he's got some tricks, hasn't he? His contest is really strong. He's got a super kick. Do you just give him some opportunities, whether it's high half forward or throw him in there for a couple of his own CBs?
Yeah, I think exactly what you're talking about is ability to impact. So he's not a high possession player. But some of his best games that I've seen is where he hits bodies, the ball tumbles forward, and then somebody else gets onto the end of it. So, yes, no, he's obviously still young, and he's had a few injury interruptions across his career thus far. But yeah, he's definitely one that's got the ballistic capacity to have an impact in CB.
Contract year as well, so a lot to play for Luke Pedler. If he gets the opportunity, he might grab it, Tom.
Yeah, drafted as a midfielder as well, and I know a couple of those contests that you've talked about this year. There was one at left half back that ended in a goal in that St Kilda game, and another one where he burst through at right half forward that ended in a goal. So I love that call, Lauren, and I know, Doc, you're clearly on board, it would be great for them to pull that lever, because it gives them a huge X factor and a booming kick inside 50 as well.
Yeah, but I think we flagged there. The challenge on that is that there's actually a fair bit of craft in the CB. So it sounds great when we're throwing up the names, but until you get the reps, until you get the volume of reps in the centre bounce, so that you actually understand, where this ball's probably going to land and where am I best to be positioned, then throwing them all in at once is probably potentially chaotic, and maybe you need that at times. But I guess I would be saying one of those guys, in most of the centre bounces.
Thoughts of Matthew Clarke on debut alongside the veteran of ABC Sport, Lauren Arnell. Done a grand final for us, Loz. That technically counts as, one of our top-end talents, I reckon. So you can lead the way tonight. Showdown 59 on ABC Sport. The text line 0437 774 774. Simon in the York Peninsula has got in touch. Says, looking forward to a great game, but as a neutral, it's mind-boggling. Why do we have 2 clashes on Friday night? And how is the breeze in Adelaide going to affect the game as well? Usually swirls here, Simon, so not sure if it'll play a factor one way or the other. But, the overlapping lack of standalone it's on your AFL bingo card every year. We talk about it every single showdown when it gets to a primetime slot. Why on earth the AFL just won't give it the respect that it deserves? When I touched on the numbers, it's always a good game. Andrew Dillon's here tonight.
Send an email.
But they just don't get it, do they? That it's a game that I think those across the country really want to see.
It's a great game. And look, it's not standalone, but let's have a look at the score in that game. That one's not that interesting. flick over, get involved in this one here, because this is going to be the game of the round. Don't worry about that.
Even if you had overlaps, maybe make it a little bit larger so you get a half of the first and then you can flick over to the second. But, this is pretty close in terms of head-to-head in games, Loz. You're picking one or the other, aren't you?
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me to match a showdown on a Friday night with another game in Melbourne. Yeah, fortunately not in the position to be making fixture decisions, but this wouldn't be one of them.
Yeah, it's a half-pregnant thing, isn't it? Because, we want the big games here, prime time, and this is our biggest game of the year. We'll have another one in round 16. And we get the Friday night, which is so exciting to build up to. But, it's probably, more of a loss for the national audience. They're the ones that miss out.
And that's what I see as someone who's originally from Victoria, spent 4 years in Queensland, in Brisbane, and now been 4 years here almost to the day. And I just think there's so much missed beyond South Australia in how good the showdown is. And so it definitely deserves its own primetime slot.
It could end up being a blessing though, because everyone's starting to discover Adelaide and they're all moving here. So let's just keep it on the download.
You don't want to share.
We know what we've got.
Yeah, we used to be the 20-minute city, didn't we, Doc?
I know. I'm having to drive down to Glenelg at the moment, and Anzac Highway. Who built that road? That's not working very well.
Right into south as well, which is just a disaster.
I reckon we should wave on when you're going out to Glenelg and I'm going into where we can wave and have a chat, I reckon.
Just on that, we are lucky at ABC Sport that we've got all of the town's top journos here. So Tom's alongside me out of Channel 7. Josh Money's down on the boundary. Braden Ingram's with us in Channel 9. And, yarn out of the week through the crew is that, State of Origin, South Australia is going to be involved in WA next year. It won't be here, but Gather Round extension is imminent. It won't be this weekend due to the timing of everything that's happening around the state. But sounds like it's locked in, and it's going to be at McLaren Vale. So...
straight after Live Golf, eh?
Jeez.
No?
Well, apparently that's still going ahead, Doc.
Oh, that's good.
You're such a cynic. He's been in the media for, how long have we been? About 45 minutes, and he's throwing straight in there. I love it.
Dockers have picked a couple back. So margin now, I think, is 8 points after kicking 2 unanswered Fremantle against the Western Bulldogs. Still first quarter there, and you can hear it on ABC Listen through the AFL button. Another text coming through as well. Dave says, hi team. Hopefully the team that kicks straight and tackles well will win. May the doggies get the job done as well over at Docklands. If that's your argument tonight, Dave, it might not be Port Adelaide that gets the job done. They're struggling a little bit in front of goal. Their accuracy is at 44%, so they're down in the bottom 5 at the moment for goal accuracy, but the main thing is they're getting it in there and they're locking it in and they're getting opportunities. So we'll see if it plays a factor tonight. If they win the clearance battle and they get enough shots, then Mitch Georgiades kicks 4-6. It probably doesn't matter at the end of the day. Let's find out how they are feeling. Josh has made his way over to the Port Adelaide race. He's got a very special guest down there. The injured skipper, Connor Rosie, is with Josh Money on ABC Sport. Josh.
Yeah, thanks very much, Aaron. Connor, thanks for your time. I don't think you've ever missed a showdown. How tough is it?
Yeah, it's frustrating, absolutely, and especially the way the boys played last week, and you can feel the atmosphere already building, and you really look forward to these games in pre-season. So yeah, it's a bit annoying, but hopefully the boys can get it done.
Talk us through your rehab. You've done the media rounds this week, but where are you at, and how far away are we to seeing you back in action?
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good, to be honest. I'm sort of squatting pretty heavy already and getting back in the gym. Yeah, I'm pretty flat out at the moment, but it's hard to sort of gauge exactly when I'll be back until sort of I start running. So yeah, I think probably 8 to 10-ish from now, and yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
You'll always be the club captain. What's your role been during the week, and what will it look like tonight?
Yeah, during the week, it's just providing as much help as I can, really. Obviously, Zach hasn't been captain before, so putting an arm around him whenever he needs me, and the rest of the leadership group. It's a challenge not being out there and feeling the game and reviewing the game in that sense, but it also gives me the opportunity to, get a bit of a bird's eye view and tell them what I'm seeing, I guess, from experience. So, yeah, it's an interesting experience, but it also gives me an opportunity to get around a bunch of the young boys, the boys that are playing at the moment in the Magpies, that I probably don't have as much time for normally. So that's been a really pleasing part.
I know he's the vice captain anyway, but how have you seen Zach take the captaincy, and has that had an impact on his football, do you think, as well?
No, he's been outstanding. One thing about him, he always puts his performance first, and you can see that coming out in spades. He plays the right way all the time. He cracks in really hard. Our supporters love the way he plays, and he's been an amazing vice to me over the last couple of years. Talked about it a fair bit. We're different sort of personalities, but we both have very different strengths. And I just said to him, just be yourself. Don't try and be like anyone else. And he's been great.
5 out of the last 6 showdowns have been Adelaide wins, including that 98-point defeat last year. Sakari spoke about that stinging the club during the week. Well, how disappointing was that? And I know it's going back a bit, but can you use that as fuel tonight?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you never want to lose showdowns, and in the way that we lost last year was very disappointing. So, yeah, it was a long time ago, and we've changed a lot from then. We've obviously got a new coach, a lot of new coaches, not just Kari, and we've added a few to our list. So it's a very different looking football side, and I think you can see that over the last couple of weeks. So, we didn't really touch on it during the week too much, but I'm sure if we bring our best tonight, we'll be right in the mix.
He was 10 and 10 from showdowns as a player. I don't know if that came up, but what's his message tonight?
Yeah, I did hear about that. We're obviously not counting when he was our midfield coach, but he's got a good record. So if we can keep that intact, we're doing all right.
Enjoy the game tonight, Connor. Hope to see you back soon.
Thanks, Josh. Cheers.
Great to have Connor Rosie in the build-up to Showdown 59, and it's a stat that has done the rounds during the week. Josh Carr 10-0 as a player at Port Adelaide in Showdowns. Let's see if he can carry that success over as a coach against the Adelaide Crows, a mob that he once fought at the Ramsgate. Now he gets the chance to try and lead the charge in terms of the passion and energy that this fixture does provide here at the Adelaide Oval. Lauren Arnell, Matthew Clarke with you on ABC Sport.
Were you at the Ramsgate that night, Tom?
I was not at the Ramsgate that night. I'm happy to report that I was, as per usual, soft and tucked up in bed while...
Well done.
I know Dean Brogan told me over a few beers that he wasn't there but got called to come and decided to get involved. So.
That's a decent reinforcement,
yes,
isn't it, Dean Brogan?
Bringing in the back.
Funnily enough, I didn't get called to come.
I'm not sure it's going to be as spicy out there tonight, but it certainly has a lot of feeling when it comes to this state-based rivalry, Adelaide and Port Adelaide. And as Josh said, it's been a little bit one-sided recently. So Crows have won 5 of the last 6. They had that blowout 98-point win last year, which was the biggest on record. They lead the overall ledger 30-28, so not disastrously far away for Port. Their history kind of shows there's runs where teams kind of win 3 or 4 in a row. Maybe Port Adelaide's chance tonight to kickstart what could be a nice little era for Josh Carr in the festival state now that he's in charge of Port Adelaide. No late changes tonight either. So Adelaide come in with their 4 swaps. Jake Saligo returns after his ankle injury, dominated the sample last week. Dan Curtin's first game of the year after his dislocated kneecap. Alex Neil-Bullen back after his knee issue. James Ball-Lace gets a crack at the expense of Nick Murray. He'll play down back. Finbar Maley's out. Jordan Dawson for personal reasons, and Charlie Edwards omitted as well. Port Adelaide with Todd Marshall in, and Jack Watkins, the man who comes out. What do you make of that defensive mix as well with the Murray move?
Yeah, I'm a very big Nick Murray fan. And Ball-Lace is a really good player as well. He probably hasn't quite got the speed of Murray. So I'd imagine that he'll end up with the Whitlock matchup. And he'll probably be okay there, I'd reckon. Although Whitlock's, he's got some talent. He looks like an exciting player for the future. But in terms of raw speed, I think Borlase will be all right there. So then it just is, Butts, Georgiades, and it really depends on the level of pressure. Butts is a great defender, but Georgiades is a potential superstar of the competition. So if the pressure's not at the level, then he could be in for a tough night. You
can hear the jeers here at the Adelaide Oval. Port Adelaide bursting through the banner, but it is an Adelaide Crows home game tonight, so they will be up against it in terms of the war of noise coming their way. They are fresh off a 5-goal victory over Geelong, which I don't think many saw coming last Saturday. A huge victory over a side that is likely going to be a premiership contender, and maybe one that kickstarts the Josh Carr era officially. It felt like they were slowly building towards it after their close loss to Hawthorn, and that one really they started to hit their stride in terms of their stars and even the depth, really getting into rhythm. Now they've got to back it up tonight against the Adelaide Crows. 3-4 Port Adelaide, and if they're lucky and get the job done by enough tonight, they might find a way to squeeze into the top 10 by the end of the weekend. Adelaide Crows just behind them at 3-4 as well, but their percentage might play a bit of a role in terms of where they sit come the end of the weekend. Over at Docklands, 4-3-27, the Western Bulldogs leading Fremantle 2-1-13 as we close in on quarter time there. Available to you on the ABC Listen app. In terms of Port Adelaide, I feel like we've spoken a lot about the matchups Adelaide have out there because of the stars missing. But for Port, the dual rucks have been a real win for Josh Carlos. Dante Vicentini and Jordan Sweet, if you look at their stats, they don't look tremendous in terms of what they're doing, but together they're such a force. It might actually expose, or not expose, but certainly challenge Lachlan McAndrew tonight.
Oh, no doubt. No, I've got a massive soft spot for Dante Vicentini. I'll lead with that. I think his aggression on field and his presence post his ruck effort is as good as anyone's, and sometimes a little bit haphazard. But I think that's what's required, especially in a showdown. And obviously pretty unlucky to get dropped after that first game, I think, from Port Adelaide. But the combination is so important because of the injuries to all of Port Adelaide's tools, and particularly without a Lukosius to help out Georgiades ahead of the ball, it allows either a Vicentini or a Sweet to provide another tool of presence forward.
Yeah, Sweet kicking those couple of goals early in the game last week actually sort of sparked them back into good form, because obviously the first 2 minutes of that game where Dangerfield and Cameron had knocked a couple over, you're starting to feel a bit apprehensive for the power. But it was from that point on, that was as good a performance as I've seen from them in a long time.
Never seen Jordan Sweet move like that until last week. It was a bit of a shock, Loz. He had the agility to get around players. He was taking on the goal face. It was quite special. He became almost a midfielder.
Another ripping guy as well, but I think there's probably an argument for Jordan Sweet. If he's on edge a little bit, he's going to be a far better performer than if he's comfortable. And so I think that's another side of the argument to have Dante in the side as well.
Yeah, it does. I mean, obviously, competition for spots is something that is a reality for every ruck in the league. And we're seeing, Riley O'Brien missing this year because that's the reality. But it's good to have that backup. We're seeing the Dogs without Tim English over the last couple of weeks really struggle, and so you've got to have some ruck depth in your squad to ensure that if injury comes, you're not sitting here thinking, "Gosh, I wish we had one."
Fireworks erupting at the Adelaide Oval as the Crows make their way out onto the deck for Showdown 59. Want to shout out as well young Kai, who's out there tonight as part of the Guard of Honour. He's the game day mascot for the Crows as well. Through variety, he lives with autism and ADHD. We know how important the Showdown is when it comes to its charity work as well, looking after children who have disabilities or struggling with illness and disadvantage, and variety essentially helps them get involved in the sporting sphere and have something to do outside of hospitals or home. And Kai is the man tonight who gets the luxury of being involved with the Adelaide Crows, gets to present the Showdown medal, be there for the coin toss, and he's right alongside the Crows as they make their way through the banner onto the Adelaide Oval to the roar of their largely majority faithful crowd here. 0437 774 774, that text line as well if you want to get in touch across the night. Lauren Arnell, Matthew Clarke, your experts, Aaron Bryans, Tom Wilson calling the action, and no late changes here as well. Little Birdie told me we've got a voter on the medal in the box tonight as well. We had Ebony Marinoff last week on the Badco medal. I won't name names, but
okay,
we try to keep it as secretive as possible.
All right. So the fact that it's not me would narrow it down to 3.
You got a 1 in 3
I don't think it's Lauren either.
I can join in on that.
Okay, right.
I'll let
that's enough said.
Let you figure it out from there, but we'll certainly have an impact in terms of how it plays out. Noffy did a great job last week. She got the 3 on Horn Francis. She fought hard for Jordan Sweet, and he ended up the runner-up. So, yeah, it worked out pretty well.
I'll give you another one from left field. I know we're all newsbreakers here, but I can say that the head of list management for Tasmania is sitting right in front of us at the Showdown, Todd Patterson. Got the red hot on just in front of us, and no doubt got a good seat right in the middle of the ground, and here to watch the Showdown for, I'm sure, many different reasons.
Trying to think who he'd have his eye on, given that no Chase Jones out there tonight, so no Tasmanian products, I think. But, I mean, the money that they could throw around at the free agents, they'll just be looking for talent right now.
Miles Bergman would have to be one.
Yeah, well, you could line up a number of players, and there's obviously going to be some life-changing decisions made over that sort of free agency period with Tassie coming in. We saw it with the expansion clubs a while back. Adelaide got hit pretty hard in that phase, so hopefully it's not Adelaide's turn to get it again.
How's the contrast, though, that we can't get a standalone Showdown? It's buried beneath the Melbourne game, but Andrew Dillon's here, the head of Tassie Footy's here, and it seems like this is the more important fixture of the two, guys. I don't know. But
sure, it seems that everyone's agreeing with this too.
Yeah, that's it. We are minutes away from getting underway in Showdown 59, so let's get into the nitty-gritty. Lauren, Doc, how does this play out? Who's winning and why tonight?
Well, Doc, I think I've said this in it. We've had a decent, extensive little pre-game here, but for me, I think Port Adelaide come in as favourites, both teams 3 and 4, but the pressure that's been heaped on the Crows post-Gabba, despite the fact their losses have come very narrowly to very good sides, I just think Port Adelaide's belief in themselves in the last couple of weeks, the narrow loss to Hawthorn, the comprehensive win against Geelong here, and the form of the likes of Horn Francis and Butters and Georgiades, I just think it shapes up for a Port Adelaide win, and they are more than overdue.
Well, they're certainly overdue, yeah. They're 5 out of the last 6 with the Crows. I'm not too concerned about that performance up in Brisbane last week, to be honest. As I said earlier, for those new to the call, Brisbane are going to do that to a number of teams this year, and it was really a 15-minute burst. As you highlighted, the losses that the Crows have had over not only this season, but the last 2 or 3 seasons have all been by narrow margins. And yes, they haven't hit their best form this season, but there's no better moment than a Showdown to sort of get back on the horse. Only the 5-day turn, 8-hour trip and all that. Good. Let's go. Because all that stuff is irrelevant once you get out here. And the fact that you've had a short break, essentially they wouldn't have trained at any great intensity across this week. And so essentially you're just rolling from one game into the other, and they'll come out bristly because it was a performance that's been unlike them over the last 2 years. So Crows by a narrow margin, in my opinion.
I like it. We're head-to-head and on opposite paths already. It's going to be a big night. I do wonder the travel factor. I know you said, Doc, that the way the week structures out, it'll balance out. But to go 5 days from Brisbane, you're coming back home, the emotional ride of going to Robe and back as well. It's a big week before a Showdown. Maybe that does fuel them, but maybe it wears them down to an extent.
Yeah, no, I think it goes one of 2 ways. To Doc's point, I think it can work for you. You're certainly not having the opportunity to sit in the Brisbane loss in any way, shape or form. You have nothing but to move on from that very quickly. But I do think if you do have a couple of sore bodies in the side and some injury challenges across your list, 8 hours in a car and a very heavy emotional time for everybody, I think that can take its toll.
Yeah, no doubt. But I would argue that toll may be seen next week. I'd say that this week it's potentially less of a factor because, yeah, that just the capacity to have to move on, not only from obviously the loss last week, but then, yeah, it's been an emotional period for the group. But you get out here, you've got 2 hours to put all that to one side and you play footy. And I don't think that's such a bad thing in these circumstances.
Crows fans will shudder hearing you say that because they've got Richmond next week. And for some reason, whenever they play Richmond, and even when the Tigers are down and out, they seem to let those games slip. So
let's get through this one first.
Let's just get through the Showdown.
Some huge ins for Adelaide, and I think it came up on the big screen here. Obviously, people can't say that. Alex Neil-Bullen is such a leader. He's been such a wonderful addition, and I really feel like he's probably played that contribution role last year, so important in many contests. I feel like he'd be right up there in their best and fairest, and the way he leads out there will be huge for them tonight. Obviously, we know Dan Curtin and Jake Saligo is one of those ones that's been challenged, with his limited pre-season. He had the heart surgery and dropped back to the sample, has 39-40 touches last week, 2 goals. Like, he'll be smarting, which is a word that Doc used earlier in the broadcast. I think there's just no excuse for the Crows tonight to come out. I know that we've listed all those things, but their season, it's not quite on the line, but, you know, in a big showdown, there's just no reason for them not to be up for it. And they just have to win this game. I'm not saying that they will, but for their mentality, and they're coming into it, and I think the fans can sense it, just being around the ground a little bit earlier, it is so much at stake for them.
It's almost the 8-point game, isn't it, where we talk about how long the season is and we're barely a third of the way through it, and what's one game in the grand scheme. But it's just about momentum and, you know, your crosstown rival, where you sit if you're 3 and 5. It's just makes it a little harder. And, you know, in the back of your mind, the season just plays out a little differently than you anticipated.
And following on from Lauren's point in terms of the way that Port are playing and their midfield group, the way that they've been able to keep it in their forward half, I think they're leading the competition in that stat. I completely see how that they should be favourites on all of those measures. And funnily enough, perhaps we're seeing maybe a Ken Hinkley style from the Crows tonight, because everything suggests, you know, those numbers that Port, you know, are playing better footy, but perhaps that emotional drive that Ken was able to get Port up for so much more, where Josh seems a much more level coach. Maybe that's something that the Crows can feed into tonight, because they really need it.
He said at post-game last week after their big win over Geelong that we're not a team that, well, I don't want this to be a team that rides emotions. And yet, that was Ken Hinkley to a T. It was a roller coaster at times when they were up and down, and yeah, maybe the levelness and calmness of Josh Carr can bring in this new era of the football club, and see if they can back it up tonight after the 5-goal win over the Cats in Showdown 59. We're moments away from bounce down. Quarter time at Docklands. Bulldogs up by 26 over Fremantle. I don't know about you guys, but I had Fremantle in my tips, so
yeah, that one's going against predictions, I'd imagine.
Can only assume the team English inclusion is making such a difference for the Doggies, and I think the game at Docklands as well makes a pretty big difference for the Bulldogs. Home venue, and their style of footy certainly suits that stadium.
Yeah, I think you've nailed it, Loz. English servicing Marcus Bontempelli, who's having a field day right now. So Dogs up by 26. If you have just joined us from that game, in anticipation of the start of this one, no late changes here. And Nathan Van Berlo confirming in the pre-game to us that Dan Curtin will be on managed minutes to start the game, and then it's a matter of how it plays out across the evening. Both captains in the middle in the build-up to Showdown 59. Josh Money's got his eye on it all. What's it like down at ground level, Josh?
Oh, it's unseasonably warm for this time of year. It's a beautiful, beautiful night, Aaron, but will be interesting to see these mid-20 conditions, how that sort of affects the contest early on. Does it play into the Crows' hands after they had a trip to the Gabba last weekend? That said, they are coming off a 5-day break, so very interesting to see. Indeed, the two standing captains have just had the coin toss in the middle, and Zach Butters was the winner of that, so Port Adelaide will kick to the southern end of the ground in this first quarter. So very, very interesting to see how both teams start. Slow starts have been a problem for both sides. So just having a little look to the benches as well. It's Berry, Murray, Wines, Marshall and Lai for Port. On the bench for the Crows, Taylor, Pedler, Saligo and Bond. Watch out for Dan Curtin's minutes tonight. We heard Nathan Van Berlo in the pre-game talking about using him as that 23rd man. So much hype around him. But it'll be really interesting to see how much game time he gets tonight and whether they'll throw him straight into the Showdown cauldron and for how long. So can't wait for this one. Perfect conditions down here.
So Saligo, Curtin and Pedler benched early means our midfield mix to start for the Crows is Peatling, Berry and Isaac Rankin. With Lockie McAndrew in the middle. Port have gone all their heavy hitters. Horn Francis, Zach Butters, Willem Drew, ready to rock and roll. It is a big night in South Australia. Pride on the line, as well as the 4th victory of the season for both Adelaide and Port Adelaide, sitting at 3 and 4. We're locked in and ready to go on ABC Sport. It is great to have your company for Friday night football at the Adelaide Oval. Lauren Arnell, Matthew Clarke, your experts. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson to call the action for you tonight. Here we go. Showdown 59. You're with Tom Wilson.
What a treat. Jason Horne-Francis up against Isaac Rankin going head-to-head in the first contest. Jordan Sweet knocks it down in their direction. Butters swoops. Tackled by Rankin. Slung in the tackle. Handballs forward. McAndrew, the big fella, takes on Jason Horne-Francis in the tackle. Horne-Francis lays another tackle on Keys. Ball remains in dispute. Still near the centre circle in Showdown 59. Butters pulled off the footy. Play on, says the umpire. Neil Bullen in there. Flick the handball out to Cook. To Rory Laird. They're surging forward. The Crows, they win their first inside 50. Up towards Toby Murray, but too smart was Logan Evans for the power. He takes the intercept mark.
Big night for Toby, selected ahead of his brother and Finbar Maley. Not the start he would have hoped for, but plenty ahead. Miles Bergman now has it and moves it to Burgoyne. He's at right half back. Early stages of Showdown 59. Jace Burgoyne looks for the switch, has to place it well between two Crows. Does a good enough job to Farrell, who completes it out to the eastern side. Lear now has it left half back, heads straight down the line, outnumbered, flying with the fist. Good effort from McKinlay, hits the deck, sliding in. Horn Francis spun in the tackle of Berry. They get a ball up at the attacking edge.
Thrown up there, and Sweet takes it out of the ruck, immediately tackled by McAndrew. The umpire says holding the footy.
It's a feature of his game. He's a rugby union background, and his tackling is elite for a big boy.
So it goes short to Neil Bullen, marks in front of Farrell, plays on quickly. Centre wing, chips it over the top looking for Rankin, but couldn't hit the target. That'll be a lasso free kick. Going out of bounds there, untouched. Darcy Byrne-Jones has it for the Power. Defensive side, centre wing, outer side of the ground. Still no score. 2 minutes gone in Showdown 59.
Feels back to his best, the All-Australian defender in his primary role. Heads down the line, Byrne-Jones, floating across butts, brings it to ground. Clean at ground level. Georgiades got it out to McKinlay. Spears a low dart, looking for Vicentini. Getting in front is Miller. Short pass to Borlays. Was it 15? Yes. Defensive 50 at the moment. And move it out to the broadcast side. Isaac coming left back pocket, heading to the left-hand side of your radio dial. Long, lengthy kick down the line is good. It's Toby Murray right in front of the benches. Arcs around, spots something he likes in the 50. It's Thilthorpe, one out. Pushes off Bergman, takes the mark, plays on low check side, no good. Across the face and through for a minor score. Rush of blood. Adelaide on the board first with a behind.
Would have loved to have seen him gone back and just owned the moment there, but oh well.
He certainly outbodied Bergman far too easily, and I think the matchup Alir on Walker higher up the ground is probably not the one that Port want.
Such a good set shot for goal, Riley Thilthorpe as well. So Darcy Byrne-Jones brings it in. Long kick towards centre wing. Georgiades up against Butts. Butts won the contest. Got it to Rankin. Back to Butts. Kicks inside the forward 50. McAndrew marks 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle right half forward.
Yeah, well, Toby Murray obviously takes that clunk out this side, and now McAndrew aerial presence ahead of the ball as well. So Thilthorpe's got one. All three of the talls of impact in the air, which is a positive sign for the Crows.
So McAndrew floating forward. What a big opportunity for a big moment in his young AFL career. Comes in 50 metres out, sets sail for home. It's got the journey, but away to the left, won't register a score. And Thilthorpe got two hands to that one. Normally he clunks those, but goes back out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in left forward pocket for Adelaide. They lead by a point 4 minutes into this showdown.
Bit of a lull before the energy really gets going. Packed house, sold out, tossed in. Crows 50, McAndrew down, does his own crumbing. Set upon by a couple of power players. And we'll get a ball up, 25 out from home. Adelaide by a point, 4 minutes in. Sweet taps it behind his head to Wines. Hard tackle as he hits the deck. Just spun to ground by Berry. Scott Thompson-esque. He's got the big biceps, the bold head. Pretty big shoes to fill. He's doing a good job. Sweet down. Straight into the path of Richards, who bangs it out of there. A panic kick, not going to go far. Was cut off by Worrell, not paid. Everybody stopped. Thought he had enough of that. Hit the deck. Chasing onto it was Whitlock. Knocks it forward for the Power. And now spun in the tackle was Georgiades holding the ball. Not sure if he had Pryor there. It's all happening at the moment.
That was a make-up call. No
Footy
doubt about
carver. Wayne Miller gets it. Little 1-2 with Michael Annie. And he'll move it to the eastern side. Adelaide by a point. It's Showdown 59 on ABC Sport.
Goes to Butts, who handballs to Laird. Right up against the paint of the boundary line. Braden Cook takes the mark. Defensive side of centre wing, outer side of the ground. Bit of a lull, as you mentioned here. He sells some candy to get past Byrne-Jones. Takes a bounce, kicks down the line. Finds Toby Murray, takes his second mark leading on the wing. This time at right half forward. Goes long inside the 50. Thilthorpe flew through his hands, roved by Richards. Handballs to Burgoyne. A scrub kick out of defence and a clever mark from Byrne-Jones. Knocked over by Cook, playing for the 50. Umpire says no. He's got the footy at left half back.
Port very lucky to get out of that one. Joe Richards saving the day with Rochelle without an opponent on that inside 50 entry for the Crows.
Voice of Lauren Arnell there on ABC Sport. Burn Jones' kick, no good. Wide 45, cutting it off is Peatling. Short pass back to Keys. Right half forward, he drills it low into the 50. Walker was on the march. Lockie Jones gets there in time. Ricochets out. Wines hands it off to Bergman. Now to McKinlay. It's a nice chain to the centre square. Thrusting into space, Drew was looking for Durden, has to barrel his way through Michael Annie, spills out low to Laird. Here come the Crows. Rochelle to coming at the attacking edge, into the 50, using the body on Aliir. Thilthorpe couldn't reel it in though, but does get the free. Was behind Aliir, and there's been a hold going his way, 20 out.
Didn't seem to be much in it, I wouldn't have thought, but there it is. Yeah, fair enough. Got to take this chance, though. If you look at the flow of play, Crows have dominated the contest, but they need to put something on the scoreboard for it.
Just had a hold of the arm, Aliir. Big task for him tonight. He loves to be the floating interceptor, but if he's matched up on Big Riley, he's got to lock him down. Thilthorpe, the reigning Showdown medalist, comes in. It starts right, and it's a poor kick. Never a chance of coming back. It's the Crows by 2 early. No goals in the opening 6 minutes. Josh Money downstairs.
Dan Curtin on for his first minutes of the season. Go DC was the call from a lot of the Crows fans. Also watch James Peatling clearly running with Zach Butters. Lots of off-the-ball stuff already between them.
So Ware kicks it down the wing, looking for a target in Whitlock, but ball ace leads him to the footy, knocks it out over the boundary line.
And Crows dominant in forward half so far. 15 possessions in their front half compared to Port Adelaide's 3.
So the umpire taking his time out there on the outer wing, making sure the rucks are in the right spot. Throws it in. Clean bowls, both of them. Richards cleverly knocks it down to Drew. Quick kick forward to centre half forward. Sitting under it is Millerer up against Durden. Brings it to ground, gathers his own footy off to Saligo. Richards meets Neil Bullen in a heavy tackle. Cumming takes on another one, but clean enough to Peatling. Handballs wide to Pedler. He can take a bounce on centre wing. He dropped it for a moment, but it bounces back. Burgoyne for company for the moment. Lowers the eyes too low. And Aliir read it best. Takes the intercept mark at right half back.
A great chase from Jace Burgoyne and a super read from Aliir to peel off and take the intercept away from Thilthorpe.
Bergman now sends it to the eastern side. Willem Drew, defensive edge, left half back. Waiting for a runner. Crows have scouted it. He'll head up towards centre half forward. On Francis with the fly. Didn't come down with the footy. Laird paddles it out. Michael Annie's there for the Crows. Users coming, then Millerer. Now to defensive 50. Worrell with a bit of pressure gets his kick away. Running out to meet it, Rochelle. Bit too hot for him. Aliir's at the back. Looking pretty good early, the defensive brick wall for the Power. Hands it to Burn Jones. Lockie Jones, no pressure, goes for a run. Eventually draws Peatling, can release Burgoyne. It is a Friday night stroll for Port Adelaide and an easy entry onto the chest of Georgiades. 40 out, tight angle to the right.
No pressure, and doesn't matter who's defending him. Georgiades going to get that every day of the week.
We've talked a bit about Georgiades and his inaccuracy so far this season, but this is a wide spot close to the boundary, and typically I don't want to jinx him, but typically the spots he kicks them from. So
it's not a pressured spot, is it? You can sort of just release and have a crack at it.
4 goals, 6 last week. The milestone man in game 100. All the way out of Churchillans in WA. Mitch Georgiades in his century game hits it for 6 from 50.
Lauren Arnell calling it.
Port Adelaide with the first goal of the night. 1 straight 6. Adelaide 2 behinds. 9 played in the opening term. It's Showdown 59 on ABC Sport with Matthew Clarke and Lauren Arnell.
I think the settler Port Adelaide really needed. It felt like these first few minutes were so much dominated in possession by the Crows and front half, and just the couple of a really strong defensive effort from Jace Burgoyne, a nice confident read from Aliir to come off Thilthorpe at the right moment, and then the kick inside 50 from Burgoyne again. Offensively and defensively on a wing, so important to them.
That's probably the first entry where the halfbacks, I mean, Miller has been great again across halfback, but if the pressure's not there through the midfield, those players don't come into it, and Georgiades is just going to have too much class if we can't get the pressure at a higher level than that.
Crows leading inside 57-2, but Port Adelaide get the first goal. Back in the middle of the ground, roved by Wines, gets it off to Jason Horne-Francis. His kick wasn't perfect, but Berry did well with Burgoyne. Berry to Horne-Francis now. He's taking his time. Good pressure here from Adelaide, forcing it back all the way to Josh Lai. His kick wasn't perfect, but it landed in the right spot for Drew at right half forward. He takes the mark. 60 from goal. Crows have flooded back. Kicks inside the forward 50. Flying at that one. Great grab. Ollie Wines floating back. Takes the mark 30 out in a 45-degree angle.
Plenty of healthy movement from the Port forwards. Murray sucked one high. Georgiades was on the move. And of all of the targets you think you go long to, Ollie Wines, he's almost the forgotten man so far at Port Adelaide this year and just keeps producing quietly in the background.
It's a great view from up here, isn't it? You saw Georgiades ripped out, and he drew all the attention, and Wines just drops into a little pocket of space.
Similar angle to Georgiades' kick, so he would have had a sider a little bit closer. In comes the Brownlow medalist, and he slotted it. Ollie Wines ensures Port go back-to-back. They go 2 straight 12. Adelaide 2 behinds. That's a 10-point margin. 11 minutes gone in this first term.
Doc, how quickly do you send a message out to your high forwards? The Port Adelaide halfbacks are getting a lot of run and carry off that and handball overlap, which makes it really hard for your defenders. But Darcy Byrne-Jones, 4 possessions. Jace Burgoyne on a wing, 4. Bergman, 4.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of that and probably that entry. So Pedlar's entry that was intercepted by Aliir, like that ball goes to the top of the square and that gives your forwards a chance to turn and press. But the high entry that, gets intercepted, it's really hard to bring pressure on that ball.
What a luxury we've got in the box tonight. The only AFLW Showdown coaches back together, Lauren Arnell and Matthew Clarke on ABC Sport over at Docklands. Dogs by 25 in the second term. You can hear it on the AFL button through the Listen app. Port by 10 here. Crows yet to kick a goal, and out of the middle they come again. Vicentini down to Butters. Sweeping handball was errant though. Saligo cuts it off. Showdown medalist in his own right on return. Short pass to Rochelle, close to the boundary line. He'll flirt with it down the line. Philthorpe's caught behind Aliir again. Speaking of Showdown medalists, he had one back in 21 and, geez, looking lively early as the brick wall for the power.
Same play, though. If he can find a 15-metre kick there, that ball doesn't get intercepted.
Leah back where it came from, looking for Vicentini. From behind, Toby Murray makes a contest of it. Head over the footy. Lockie Jones can't extract it. Bobbles its way to Cumming. Here come the Crows. They turn on a dime. Berry into the 50. Blazed away. Who is he kicking to? Long to Aliir. Backtracking close to the right back pocket. Dumps it out of there, and it should have been coming back in. Mark drop. Cumming has another bite at it. Gives it to Saligo. Wobbler back into the 50. It's a hit and hope. Philthorpe flies. Aliir's with him with another fist. Can't say his name enough. He's been involved heaps early. Port Adelaide by 10.
Well, he's the leading possession winner for Port Adelaide now. Aliir, 5 possessions, 130 metres gained in the early stages of this first quarter.
Good signs from Saligo, though. A couple of times takes the ball and bursts out of traffic.
Got to work on that forward connection, Adelaide. Boundary throw-in. Wines the goal kicker, gathers, gets it to Farrell, who kicks it quickly out of defence. James Borlace, good mark behind Jack Whitlock, centre wing on the logo. Flicks it back to centre half back in Worrell. The switch is on. Didn't quite hit the target. Makes Michael only work for it. He knocked it to his teammate in Berry, who was immediately tackled. Ball in dispute. Going in head first was Pedlar. Did well, gathered the footy. Back to Laird, now to Berry, right half forward, kicks inside the forward 50, and Dan Curtin marks 50 from goal. Plays on quickly, kicks it towards the top of the goal square. At the back of the pack was Murray, put his hands in the back of Vicentini. Blindside was the umpire, so we'll have a boundary throw in. Left forward pocket for Adelaide. It's another inside 50. They've got 10 for the night against Port Adelaide's 3, but the Power have the 2 goals. They lead by 10 points.
10 injuries without a major. Starts to play with you a bit. Will the dam wall burst? Vicentini, the double tap down, looking for Horn Francis. Ricochet out to Butters. Bulldoze through. His handball a little hot. Coming through Byrne-Jones. Quickly tackled. Ball up to come 40 out. Adelaide getting their chances. Just needs some reward for the effort. Almost a mirror of Port Adelaide last week. Went on a tear against the Cats and just couldn't find the big sticks. Vicentini down to Butters, throws it on the boot, it's a low dart, not 15 but work towards Bond. Back into the 50 for Adelaide, trying to use the body, unable to get a fly as Curtin. Backtracking, Lockie Jones takes the mark. Top of the defensive goal square. That's an 11th entry for Adelaide without any sort of goal to their name. It's Port Adelaide by 10. We've played 14 minutes in the opening term on ABC Sport.
Josh Lyatt, right half back, kicks long down the line. A few flyers, one of those was Berry. Wines cleverly keeps it in, but kicked it straight to Worrell, who took on the tackler of Durden. Wow, David versus Goliath. Durden wraps him up holding the ball.
First showdown, first involvement. That's the type of involvement you want as a high half forward. Corey Durden, huge tackle.
So Durden asked to play on. Worrell tries to get one back. He throws it on the left boot. And just in the rush, the pressure, Toby Murray takes intercept mark, left half back. This is a dangerous ball in the middle of the ground. Went through the hands of Drew. Keys wrapped it up. Handballs to Rochelle. Got space now out on the wing for Cook. Takes the mark. Lowers the eyes. Kicks towards left half forward. Pedler marks. He's within range. Does he try to find a target?
He's got this kick in him, but it's unfortunate that for all these entries, we haven't really seen much quality at this point. So we're getting shots from 50, we're getting shots from wide angles. Let's hope he can knock one over and get us back into this contest, huh?
So he was good last week. And a big loss, Luke Pedler. He's going to take a kick of 55. He launches from outside 50, and you can hear the roar. That's a big goal from Luke Pedler. And boy, did they need it, finally finding some fruit from all those inside 50s. Puts the Crows on the board there, 1-2-8. Port, 2 straight 12. Quickly down on the boundary, Josh Money.
Taylor Walker just having a little bit of work done on his right hip. So small concern on the Crows bench. I will say I've seen him had some work done on in a number of games this year already. So clearly something that he's carrying and managing. I'll let you know how he goes.
Well, we talked about Luke Pedler in the pre-game, Doc, and such an impressive finish on his left foot. Can't believe the inside 50 stats. Port Adelaide ahead on the scoreboard by a narrow margin, but 12 inside 50s to the Crows to 3 for Port Adelaide. And you just get the sense now with the Crows winning the ball at half back and midfield turnover, the more they switch out that far side of the ground, they're getting a free run at it, and more often they're not finding it forward all by themselves.
Yeah, the Murray kick was dangerous, but it did open the game up.
Unlike Port Adelaide this season as well, they've been methodical moving the ball. Bit casual here, out of the middle, Horn Francis surges out, kicks towards the 50, flying forward, Whitlock couldn't take it, tackle laid. They get a ball up, 20 from home, no, it's home the ball. Gee, that hit the deck, Bond picked it up, was set upon immediately. That is a rough call, and Corey Durden's going to get a set shot. Where was the prior?
Yeah, that's a challenging call, but the centre bounce work wasn't at the level. And if we look at last week's performance, it came out of the middle where Brisbane got dominant. So they'll have to have a look at that one. That wasn't great.
Bond took it out of the air, and as he planted his feet, was tackled. What's he supposed to do? Crows fans unhappy. Corey Durden won't mind. The Golden Grove lad who's back in his home state. Slow approach from 45. Durden straight line from 30. Port Adelaide with the response, and he keeps trotting forward into Bond as well. Little bit of feeling in Showdown 59. Little hip and shoulder. Port by 10 once again. 3 straight 18 to 1-2-8. Approaching time on in the first term on ABC Sport.
We mentioned the centre bounce work, or centre ball up work, Doc, and Vicentini's tap down Horn Francis' throat, and really no defensive turn up at all from the Crows.
Yeah, no, so Saligo got beaten at ground level, but a little bit of that one's on the ruck. I reckon that came out a bit too clean.
Tough call up forward on Bond.
Yeah, that was that was a bad call.
That's no other way to say it.
But if you let the ball get to 25 metres out, you're going to get a couple of those.
So back in the middle of the ground, Port Adelaide with the immediate response, and Durden, well, he's laid a couple of big tackles already. That one results in a goal. Leading by 10 points, Sweet knocked that forward again. Saligo's there to mop it up though, gets it to Rankin. Working their way backwards to go forwards to Laird to Peatling. He kicks out towards the wing and hits a target in Keys. So just forward of centre wing, Keys plays on now. There's another inside 50 for Adelaide up towards Tex, who's back on the ground. It goes to ground, and there's a Jordan Sweet took on the tackle there. No holding the ball. The ball comes out of Port's defence. Whitlock gathers for the time being. Handball's over the top towards Moraes. Worrell was good. He won it back. That looked like a throw against Whitlock to Moraes. They're not getting the rub of the green, the home fans in Adelaide. Butters gets to Farrell at the centre square.
We love a consistently inconsistent umpiring quartet here at the Adelaide Oval. Short pass to Willem Drew, squeezes the kick up to Barry Porter on the march here. He zigs his way past Toby Murray and breaks away from Neil Bullen. It's too easy for the youngster. Hands it to Richards, heading to Vicentini. Kick was long, and it tumbles its way into the left forward pocket.
Do you think are the Crows fans engaged in the contest? Or? Yeah.
Hill is shoulder to shoulder. There isn't a spare space. And they're locked in right now, the Adelaide Crows. Currently down by 10. We've got 5 to play in the first quarter. Tossed in, Port's 50. Sweet Hollywood tap over his head, straight to Butters, bang! Tackled by Miller, and he kind of leapt into the air, Butters trying to draw a free, and they ended up pancaking onto the deck. Gee, that was a hard landing. We keep going again, though. Quick reset, Sweet down. Berry tackled by Miller up, spun to the ground more softly this time. That was a gentle touch. Still 20 from home, Port's 50. Dangerous areas near the Riverbank stand.
Sweet knocks it down. Horne-Francis came flying through, took Miller with him. Miller has got the footy now. Quick kick around the body, out of the defence. The Port Adelaide halfbacks are rushing up the ground. Farrell's there, Lies there too. It's brought Taylor Walker up to this part of the ground, and we'll have a ball up at centre half forward for Port Adelaide. They're leading by 10 points. Sweet knocks it down, try to take his own ball again. Bit of tunnel ball, and the umpire saw that one. And you can hear the crowd. They're pretty happy with that. Worrell wins the free kick, goes short to Rankin, barely the 15. But he'll have it at right half back for the Crows, who trail by 10 points.
Bulldogs by 25 at Docklands as well. You can hear it on the AFL button through ABC Listen. Rankin up the eastern side, looking for Keys. Flew with Marshall off hands. Sweet at the back door. Just jammed it on the boot. Up towards Jacob Ware. Checks the kick. Whitlock back with the flight. Just an awkward landing. He's really hit his hip on the deck. He just tried to track it. Didn't really have the eyes for the footy. Did very well to reel it in, but it caught him off balance, and he's bobbed up to take the mark. But the youngster, gee, that was a harsh hit.
I think we can see a lot of Port Adelaide's preparation in that play. Like, they know the Crows like to chip it around in their back half. They've set up well for that intercept, and then as soon as you can get your hands on the footy, play fast back at them, which we saw Jordan Sweet, the little toe poke forward, worked for him. And Whitlock, very, very clever footballer to tick out the back quickly and take this mark.
Very tight angle near the Rashudo stand. Man on the marks, 40 out. Jack Whitlock strides in, leans back on the kick. It's going to be close. Through for a minor score on the right. Port Adelaide by 11. 22 played first term. 3-1-19 to 1-2-8. Showdown 59 on ABC Sport.
They play on quickly through Rankin. Down the line looking for Thilthorpe, and Marshall comes through. Knocks it out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in.
This is the first period that's got a bit of the look of last week about it. They've got a ball in their half, and they're setting up beautifully, Port Adelaide. So they'd be pretty comfortable with how things are shaping up in this last 3 or 4 minutes.
So 23 minutes gone in this first term. Port leading by 11 points. Sweet cleverly knocks it down to Drew, who steps aside, kicks inside the forward 50. No forward connection there, because went all the way back to Borlace, who was on his own in the back pocket, the right back pocket, and he's clearing kick finds Toby Murray take his 4th mark of the night.
Yeah, his aerial's been good, but his ruck contest over the last 5 minutes has been a bit of a worry. Sweet's been pretty dominant with the hands, so we need him to get in the fight in the ruck.
Down the line, Light with a huge fly, unrealistic as he launched over Vicentini and landed hard at the fall of the footy. Cook's handball wayward. Marshall paddles it back for Port Adelaide. Ware now off a step, hits it up towards the attacking edge. Pack collapses, and off hands it comes out. Worrell for the Crows to Neil Bullen, nearly collected. Geez, Farrell could have absolutely cooked him there. Pulled out after a heavy hit, running from behind. Free kick, Neil Bullen. Gets it to Laird, then Worrell. They're running out of time, the Crows want to go. Bond up towards left half forward, rushed it. Might bounce fortuitously, though, for Tex. Bounce between both Lai and Bergman, and Walker's knocked it out and may have actually kicked it in the process off the shin, so it's going to be a last disposal free kick.
This part of the rule drives me absolutely bananas, Doc, and I know it's been in W forever and a day, but the last touch when it's off a shin shouldn't be a free kick.
Kick down the line for Port Adelaide towards the logo. Ball in dispute. At the bottom of the pack is Murray. He's dived on that, and Burgoyne dives on him. That's an easy one to pay for the umpire, and he'll win the free kick. Ooh. And that is very lucky. Murray's just thrown that on the ground, right in front of the umpire.
Must have been a hand in there, I suppose.
So he goes short to Wines. Kicking inside the forward 50. Vicentini flies a little bit early. Goes out over the back. Joe Berry's there. Almost tackled off the foot. He gathers. Stripped by Miller. A socket off the ground by Ware into the post. Almost a great opportunist goal from the wingman. But hits the woodwork. They go to 3-2-20. Adelaide 1-2-8. 25 minutes gone first term.
They'll need a late surge, or they'll have 7 consecutive first quarters where they've lost the Adelaide Crows. Down 12. Miller up, searching kick to the broadcast wing. Murray from behind makes a contest. Does enough to knock it front and square to Rankin. running out of room as he heads towards the benches. His kick across the body only finds Bergman.
Tech's yet to touch the pill, but as we mentioned in the pre-game, he can have a rough start and end up winning you the game late, so he'll just have to fight through this.
And Jeremy Cameron last week kept him to 3 after a hot start, Miles Bergman, and now he's got Taylor Walker tonight. The kick, a long one, just to hit and hope, and Adelaide were well set. But, gee, what was that? High drop, jammed it, and it's going to work. Toby Murray gets there late as Burn Jones doesn't really commit, expecting it to go over the boundary line. Adelaide are going to get a shot here. Murray inside on the 45. Finds Taylor. Wants to play on through the logo. Towards the 50 he heads. Shallow drop. Aaliyah with a monster fist. Just thumps it towards the boundary line. And it will be tossed in on the paint of 50. Closing stages of the first term. It's Port by 12 in Showdown 59. Taylor Walker had a slow start against Callum Wilkie a few weeks ago and went on a tear. So don't write off the champion just yet.
So he's back on the bench with Riley Thilthorpe. So they'll need to find another avenue to goal. Boundary throw-in, Sweet took it out of the ruck. He's been doing that a lot tonight, Doc. Quick kick down the line. It's Butts and Georgiades gets out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw-in. He's really using that to his advantage, isn't he?
Oh, he's a strong player, obviously. McAndrew's got the reach, but, it's a stronger body. He's been in the system a lot longer.
So boundary throw-in again at the logo. McAndrew knocks this one down. Peatling running onto it, decides to keep it in, gets it back to Miller, gets past the Wines tackle, handballs back to Sam Berry, kicks down the line, flying at that one is Pedler. Burn Jones gets the fist in, trying to rove it was Rankin, got a bad bounce. Drew gets it to Butters, kicks down the line, and that one's going to go out of bounds on the full.
Port's defenders, Tom, just doing a really good job of outnumbering in the air. I think when it goes long down the line, which the Crows like, just the commitment to peel off and help out your teammates been very good from Port halfbacks.
Berry thumps it long up to left half forward, and that'll do us for the quarter. And we might have a bit of stoush here as well in that contest. Lockie Jones just bowls over Luke Pedler, the two bulls head to head. Not quite nose to nose just yet, but there's been a little couple of spot fires that leads us to believe that maybe we've got a pretty big affair coming your way for Showdown 59. Port Adelaide lead at the first change, 3-2-20 to 1-2-8. Goal scorers all individual: Durden, Georgiades, Wines and Pedler. And the Crows 1-7 in first terms in 2026. Text line tonight 0437 774 774. There is another game on as well. The Western Bulldogs lead by 19 heading to half-time against the Dockers at Docklands. Their goal scorers so far in that game: 2 to West, Switkowski and Norton. Singles to Vandermeer, Richards, McNeil, Lewis, Jackson, Frederick, Erasmus and Dudley, and Bontempelli as well. So high-scoring affair there. Not so much here. 4 goals in the first term. Josh Carr won't mind with the early advantage. Up by 12 at the first break on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen. This is Showdown 59 on ABC Sport.
Why do we collect things? And how much is too much? Join me, Annabelle Crabb, as I venture into the secret stacks of the State Library of New South Wales and discover that most of the collection isn't books at all. Search for the History or Hoarding podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Hands it to Burn Jones. Ricky Jones, no pressure, goes for a run. Eventually draws Peatling, can release Burgoyne. It is a Friday night stroll for Port Adelaide and an easy entry onto the chest of Georgiades, 40 out, tight angle to the right. 4 goals, 6 last week. The milestone man in game 100. All the way out of Churchill's in WA. Mitch Georgiades in his century game hits it for 6 from 50.
Drew it right half forward. He takes the mark. Kicks inside the forward 50. Flying at that one. Great grab. Ollie Wines floating back. Takes the mark 30 out in a 45-degree angle. In comes the Brownlow medalist, and he slotted it. Ollie Wines ensures Port go back-to-back. Toby Murray takes intercept mark, left half back. This is a dangerous ball in the middle of the ground. Went through the hands of Drew. Keys wrapped it up. Handballs to Rochelle. Got space now out on the wing for Cook. Takes the mark. Lowers the eyes. Kicks towards left half forward. Pedler marks. He's within range. Going to take a kick of 55. He launches from outside 50. And you can hear the roar. That's a big goal from Luke Pedler. And boy, did they need it. Finally finding some fruit from all those inside 50s.
Playing forward, but couldn't take it. Tackle laid. Get a ball up 20 from home. No, it's holding the ball. Gee, that hit the deck. Bond picked it up, was set upon immediately. That is a rough call, and Corey Durden's going to get a set shot. Where was the prior? Crows fans unhappy. Durden straight line from 30. Port Adelaide with the response, and he keeps trotting forward into Bond as well. A little bit of feeling in Showdown 59.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Port Adelaide with the early advantage despite it being an Adelaide Crows home game, and they came in as the favourites as well, the home side. They're down by 12 at the first change, 3-2-20 to the Crows, 1-2-8. It's been a slow affair. Hasn't been the best brand of footy so far, but you feel like it's building towards something very special tonight. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson with you for Showdown 59 on ABC Sport. Our experts, former Showdown coaches who were head-to-head, and now they get to analyse the game in the box. Lauren Arnell and Matthew Clarke. What did we make of that first term, team?
Well, Doc, it's pretty high turnover quarter when you look at it, but I think Port Adelaide overall just were able to capitalise when the ball went inside 50 far more than the Crows. And you mentioned that through the quarter, the inefficiency on the inside 50 entries and perhaps the disorganisation at times from the Crows forwards.
Yeah, well, I think, for the first 15 minutes of the game, I was going, the intensity's high, lots of repeat entries, but the quality of those entries is what cost them ultimately. And if you go back to the very first one, probably one of the better entries, Thilthorpe takes that catch. It's probably time to settle the game and put your mark on it. But concerningly, the back half of the quarter belonged to Port. Alir was outstanding. Miller at the other end did a similar job, but in the back half, the quality of Port's entries started to lift, and they got their better looks.
And we heard during the quarter as well that Tex Walker went off and had his hamstring checked, I believe, and looked to be beaten a couple of times pretty comprehensively, particularly by Bergman at the back end of the quarter.
Might just check in on that. Josh, walk us through the quarter for Taylor Walker and how he's ended up without a touch.
Yes, definitely struggling, whether it's hamstring or right hip. It's an area that I've seen her work on a number of times. So has a fair amount of work with the physios on the bench working on that hip area, came back onto the ground for maybe a minute and a half. It was quite comprehensively beaten in a marking contest, or didn't really get to the contest with Miles Bergman. Came straight off the interchange with 30 seconds to go, shaking his head, clearly not happy, ripped the strapping off his wrist. So no indication yet that he's done for the game. We saw him only play 50% game time at the Gabba last weekend. So we know he's 36 years young, certainly managing his minutes at the moment and not very happy. So he is a big watch in this second quarter.
So was in the huddle, didn't look overly engaged, a bit dejected, to be honest.
Starting on the bench as well now. So
and Max Michaelani's just given him a little cuddle as well. So you do wonder if we might have seen the last of Tex for tonight, Loz.
If that's an out for tonight, this early in a showdown, that's enormous, particularly without just the on-field leadership of Jordan Dawson out there. We spoke pre-game about Tex and his influence.
And similarly, obviously we spoke about Dan Curtin potentially being on managed minutes as well. So even though we've got 5 on the bench, you don't want to be losing them at this stage. And probably more importantly, the functionality of that forward line. That was the issue for the Crows in the first quarter. And probably your most, without doubt, your smartest forward is now sitting on the pine.
Are we making the call, Josh? What have you seen down there?
He's on the back bench, which we know is normally not a very good sign at all. So all signs at the moment point to Taylor Walker being out of Showdown 59 for the remainder of the game.
Massive.
Big storyline early as the Adelaide Crows look to come back from a 2-goal deficit. Port Adelaide by 12 early. Josh Carr will be humming right now. Never lost as a player. Can he do the same as a coach? McAndrew wins the first tap of the second quarter. Down to McKinlay, though, for the power. Gives it to Horn Francis, who weaves his way to the eastern side. Trying to place his kick to Berry, a little long, and Laird will edge him out of it. Well, scouted there by Roy Laird, who understands that the kick will roll and be a last disposal free kick. So the veteran gets it near the Odie stand. Shout out to Shane in Elwood on the text line, who's enjoying the call, loving Doc Clarke being part of the team as well. Long kick up to left half forward. Laird looking for Thilthorpe, got a hand to it, couldn't quite control it. When Francis was lurking and gathers, releases Butters, disposal number 8 incoming as he takes a bounce, tucks it under one arm through the eastern side, and then swings it inboard with a short pass. Here's Logan Evans on the logo. He'll head back wide. Taken by Butters again.
So assessing his options here. Plays on now. Pops one up inside the forward 50. Just saw Wines floating forward. Just missed the target, but we'll get one coming back in right half forward.
I mentioned Butters seemingly copying a tag from Peatling early in that first quarter, is the highest disposal winner for Port Adelaide so far with the 9. And we're seeing a lot of forward handball from stoppage from Port, which is just starting to open the game up.
Boundary throw in right half forward. McAndrew wins it down. Roving was Joe Berry for Port Adelaide. Gets it to that man, Butters. His kick was partially smothered by Laird. Then he goes to Soccer. It lands inside the paint. Was it already out of bounds? It's going to be a free kick against. Maybe kicking in danger. Wayne Miller has got it at left half back for Adelaide. They're trailing by 12 points, a minute and a half into this second term.
Driving kick. It's a boom up towards the logo. Pedler tried to go for the spec. He didn't get the airtime. Keys waiting for the drop. Hands it to Pedler. Then out wide to Peatling. On the left. Tries to guide it up towards Neil Bullen. Speared out of the air by Kane Farrell. We'll get a boundary throw in near the Rashudo stand.
And Doc, now the question becomes who goes forward, and it looks like Toby Murray's going to have to spend a lot more time forward than he planned for without Tex out there.
Yeah, the aerial up the ground's been great. Can he take a catch closer to goal?
Port by 12, tossed in, McAndrew down, Wines there. He's matched up against Rankin, but got his handball away to Butters, trying to get it back to him. Cook floats in front, gets tackled for his troubles. Still left half forward for the Crows as we get a ball up. On the reset, McAndrew down 2-0 Bullen, check side entry. Just dumps it in, bounces a little shallow. Thilthorpe, it's a higher one. Aaliyah gets a hand to it. Lockie Jones lost his feet. Coming through, Saligo's barreled over the boundary line. 10 out from goal, left forward pocket. Josh Money downstairs.
So the Crows are saying it's a hamstring injury for Taylor Walker. So if that's a minor strain, that's 2 to 3 weeks, you'd think, without Tex at least.
Trip to Brisbane not seeming like a great idea.
Real worry there for Taylor Walker. And in the ruck contest was knocked straight down to Isaac Rankin, and his kick was partially smothered. Then Keys had a flying shot on goal. His kick was blocked by Bergman. He gets the handball away to Evans, kicks down the line, looking for Georgiades, who roved best. Handballs over the top to Richards. They're quick, Port Adelaide. He takes 2 bounces. Hugo Bond is chasing. He takes a 3rd bounce, and he took on the tackle of Bond. Later tackle, handball towards Farrell. It was Berry, in fact. The kick goes inside the forward 50, looking for Georgiades. Throws a boot at it. Almost gathered by Miller. He's under pressure, but he's cool and calm. Gets it to Neil Bullen, and his escape kick finds Toby Murray.
Just doesn't have the overlap yet. But Adelaide look like they're moving the ball well. Pedler, right half back, close to the boundary line. Methodical as he moves it down. Kick up to McAndrew, right in front of the benches. Port by 12. We haven't had a score in this second term. McAndrew up to right half forward. 2-on-2 there. It clears the pack. Keys turns and goes. First to it is Burn-Jones, though. Did well under pressure. Links up with Bergman, and now some time to think about his exit. Heads to left half back. Sweet was the target. Nearly got through to him. Tackled for his troubles off the fingertips. Pedler brings him down. Ball up to come close to the boundary line. Port by 12.
Thilthorpe competing hard, but the quality of the ball coming into him is just not at the level yet.
So a throw up there. McAndrew knocks it down, but Wines gathers. Handballs over the top of his head. And Saligo's wrapped up immediately by Butters. Is coming, in fact, at the bottom of the pack. We'll have another ball up in the same spot. Sweet wins it down this time straight to Horn Francis, who bursts through, kicks an underground ball up towards Visentini. He was behind Worrell, and he was holding him. So a big defender for the Crows wins the free kick. Kicks it back towards centre half back. It was dangerous for a moment, but Bond had it covered easily.
Bond not shaken or stirred as he heads out to left half back. Been waiting for a while to use that one, was. Butts has it.
He's done very well to sneak that in there.
Uses Peatling and now Miller a defensive edge. Heads up to the logo to Neil Bullen. Again, Adelaide pinpoint passing. Now the entry, which is again a dump kick. Up towards us, 5-on-5. Thilthorpe will fly. Fans Burgoyne. Kick only carries about 5 metres to Bergman. Takes it out of the air and loops the handball overhead. Strolling through, Horn Francis gets it to Evans. Port Adelaide now on the counter punch. Have a bit of a surge here. Tucking it under one arm, Berry. Bit off more than he could choose. Wrapped up by his counterpart in Sam Berry. Did get it away, though, in the handball chain to Butters. Port Adelaide have made it work. Horn Francis, bullet pass into the 50, and Georgiades rides out of the goal square to take the mark. Wasn't pretty, but they got it done. Port Adelaide with a set shot to come.
It's pretty good ball movement from Port Adelaide, and this forward handball game, it's almost haphazard. It looks like an absolute plan tonight against the Crows And if you're a mid for the Crows around congestion, I think you just got to check your spacing. They're getting sucked in, and that forward handball is just relentlessly spitting forward, and Port are ready for it and absolutely getting opportunities in this second quarter.
It was pick 18 7 years ago, Mitch Georgiades, now in game 100. Looking for his second of the night. Will kick from 45. It's low and hard and wide left.
Yeah, let off there. But the quality of the entry, as Loz highlighted, the forward handball releases the player into space, and he's facing goal, no pressure, and Georgiades is going to get that every day of the week.
Port Adelaide by 13 points, 6 played, second term on ABC Sport.
Worrell from the kick in up towards Ballais, who took the mark in front of Georgiades. That's a tough task, so well done. Plays on quickly, down the line looking for Thilthorpe, brings it to ground. Free kick against the Lear for a hold. Plays on quickly, Thilthorpe. They're trying to beat them at their own game. Goes inside the forward 50, hits the deck. Rochelle was clever, tapped it to himself, but missed. He rarely misses those. It was genius. And away to the left-hand side with a dribble kick. 1-3-9, Port 3-3-21, 7 minutes gone, second term.
A name we haven't heard called enough yet is Rochelle, so how do we get him into the game more? Can we get him up around the ball?
Matthew Clarke saying we as a former Crow. Lauren Arnell's here trying to balance it out with the Port Adelaide side of things. Logan Evans plays on from the defensive goal square, heads to Bergman, right back pocket. Port looking for an exit. Butters does well, threads the needle out wide, and Josh Lai has some time. Flares it up towards Georgiades, uses the body to bounce off Ballais, but can't take the mark. Did well to crunch Worrell, or did he? Didn't quite have the footy. And a free kick coming back for the Crows as Port looked like they were away. So Odie stands, Adelaide Crows ball. Joe Penner's got in touch on the text line from... Joe Penner, rather, has got in touch from Mount Wedge on the West Coast. Says it's disappointing that they can't watch the game tonight as a result of the overlap. Country footy supporters being left behind. We've got you, Joe. Listen out, ad-free every game. Neil Bullen towards the 50. Thilthorpe flew through his hands. Keys out the back door. Pounces from 40 and hits it. Adelaide gets their second. Straight into the Riverbank stand. Margin down to 6. 3-3-21 Port Adelaide. Adelaide 2-3-15. 8 played. Second term for Showdown 59. Your experts Lauren Arnell and Matthew Clarke.
Just a shout out for Riley Thilthorpe. I don't even know if he's got a possession this quarter, but his contest is at the level. The quality of the ball in isn't elite, but he's able to bring the ball to ground, and that creates that opportunity, and we finally get a result.
And a good finish from Keys. I think the other one for the Crows who's standing up in the contest is Josh Worrell.
Yeah.
He's had the 8-9 touches now and really is becoming potentially the most important defender behind the ball for Adelaide. And
yeah, I think in combination with Miller, those two are saving the day on many occasions.
Ben Keys reminded Zach Butters of that goal. I think Butters was running forward and just got caught napping for a moment, which is rare for Zach Butters. McAndrew tries to take it out of the ruck. He really missed his kick, but it fell on the lap of Sam Berry, who kicks up inside the forward 50. Alira is at the front, brings it to ground. There's the goal kicker, and Keys, he took on the tackle. What a great effort from Lockie Jones. He went the fend off, but he had the bear hug holding the ball.
Such a good tackle from Jones, and a reliable guy, you know, in showdowns with contested moments. He's going to show up.
Jones from left half back kicks down the line, and McAndrew drops the mark. Ball goes to ground. Berry tries to gather, gets it out to Cook.
Got a bit of space to work with. It's a low bouncer that skids towards Thilthorpe. Gorgeous on the half volley as he takes it, releases Pedlar, central to Neil Bullen, left the footy behind deliberately so he'd be tackled and get the free kick. Didn't get it, spills out, and Rochelle misses to the left. They'll be incensed at the Adelaide Oval. Neil Bullen with the game sense to leave it behind isn't rewarded, and as a result it is just the minus score. Matthew Nix tries to hold it in the coach's box. It's Port Adelaide by 5 in the second term.
Rochelle could have handballed that to Curtin in the goal square as well. So,
yeah, Josh, unlike him, to miss 2 opportunities in a short space of time.
So Murray's asked to play on, goes short to Burn-Jones, left half back. You can see and hear the Crows fans. They're frustrated. They're out of their seats. Crows are trailing by 5 points back in this match. Kicks down the line. Worrell goes the fly. Quick kick from Drew. could have been in danger. Ended in the hands of Samberry. Goes back to Max Michaelani, all the way to Jordan. Butts at right half back. Lowers the eyes, looking for Worrell. Dangerous kick. Whitlock fisted into the middle of the ground. Neil Bullen read it best, though. Through the hands of Berry. Dropped the ball. Dangerous position. Gathered by Port Adelaide. Murray's got it to Whitlock. His kick is intercepted, though, by Worrell. He gets it to Peatling. That's a better option as Max Michaelani gathers in the centre square. Kicks towards Thilthorpe, and it's a terrible one straight over his head. He was all alone, Doc.
Yeah, it's a rinse and repeat, unfortunately.
21 entries for 2 goals for the Adelaide Crows. Port Adelaide with the lead by 5 at the moment. Berry at right half back, swings it through defensive 50. Alia wants to go up the spine, has to place it well. Wines gets there in time. Rochelle bowls him over for his effort. Won't get a 50 though. Ollie Wines, true centre half back, over at Docklands half time there. The Dogs by 14 over the Dockers. They've led all night. They were up by 26, but Freo kicked 3 of the last 4. Marcus Bontempelli having a day out as well. He's got 22 and a goal. Port have moved it to the broadcast wing in front of the benches. Burgoyne casually leans back, puts it up to a 2-on-2. Whitlock front position, couldn't get the mark. Berry tries to stand through the Drew tackle, but lets it go late. Shoots out Murray's, tries to get it back to Whitlock. May have caught one high as he put his head through Worrell. No whistle. Berry thumps it out of there. Courageous from Horne-Francis. Put his body on the line on the drop. Thilthorpe was coming from behind. Takes the contested grab forward to the logo, and the Hornet will move wide. Pass to Jacob Ware.
Just an important moment in the contest right now. We've seen the Crows with all the momentum and winning contests around the ground without capitalising, and now Port the opportunity to go inside 50.
That's what they do, and flying at that one from the back of the pack was sweet.
Let's have another look at that one, can we?
Man in front, you think, Doc?
Yeah, I thought we had that one. Crows had that one, I should say.
So Horne-Francis, they're just showing a replay for a moment, and he's just got one in the back, and Ware went inside the forward 50, and from the back.
Millerer.
So Millerer had 2 hands on it at the front as well, and he's having a complaint to the umpire.
Yeah, but Jason Horne-Francis starting to work into the game. He probably wasn't involved that heavily in the first quarter, and that is a concern.
Jordan Sweet kicked an unbelievable banana last week. This will take a kick of 35 metres and a drop punt, and it just went away to the left. Might have just touched the post at the top. So a minus score. They go to 3-4-22. Adelaide 2-4-16, 13 and a half minutes gone in this second term. Dangerous kick in.
Worrell missed his target in Miller, pouncing on it. Georgiades skids one central, didn't quite work. Neil Bullen's there, put his body on the line and rode the contact of Butters. Won the footy, got it to Pedler. Back to Miller, now a fumble from Peatling. Meant the Port Adelaide players could close in a little bit. Pedler's in the phone box, gets it back to Miller. Kicks a little dicey. Alia comes through with the fist. Knocked back towards Pedler. The Crow bouncing off 2 bodies. Can't find his target with the handball. And it will be a last disposal free kick to Port Adelaide.
Pressure showing. There's some fumbling going on out there, but it's obviously a hot ball.
Zach Butters for disposal 14. Port by 6. Butters wants to concede some ground to get some space. Long kick to centre half back. Bergman now for the switch. Heads across to Darcy Byrne-Jones.
We've just seen this from Port Adelaide so far this year, just an ability to find possession and kick the ball around, which perhaps in previous years they haven't done.
So that was a low ball for Richards, who took it on the gather. He's claiming the mark. The umpire says no. Touch the deck.
One from Byrne-Jones too. He kicks those 9 out of 10 and just undersold it for Joe Richards.
So Visentini knocks it down to Drew, goes again. Neil Bullen's in there, took on the first tackle of Richards. Visentini wraps him up on the logo. We'll do it again. It's not just pressure for the players, but pressure for the umpires too here. Murray's tries to run through. It's met by a tackle. Handball gets out to Richards, though, and Farrell and Georgiades nearly ran into each other. And as Farrell regathers, he's wrapped up by Neil Bullen. We're back in the middle of the ground for another ball up. Port Adelaide leading by 6 points halfway through the second term.
Toby Murray down to Rankin, who was charging through the stoppage but left the footy behind. Bounces off a couple of hands back to Murray, who's wrapped up. We'll go again. Centre square, quick reset. Visentini down, bounces off the bootlaces of Berry. Head over at Rankin, got the handball out to Cook. Saligo races towards the Odie stand, hooks it across the body. The kick's good. Well weighted to Thilthorpe. He just joined us. No Taylor Walker, hamstring injury in the first term. So Thilthorpe now looks to a Forward line without its stars. Pedlar's the target for the hanger again early. Stuck a knee into the back of Logan Evans. Wasn't really anywhere near the drop. Clears the pack and over the boundary line.
Really important connection to Thilthorpe. Whoever plays on a Lear, you have to be able to hit up through them. Otherwise, he just dominates the game in that drop-off role.
Voice of Matthew Clarke, Lauren Arnell, your experts on ABC Sport. Port by 6. Adelaide inside 50. Vicentini with the tap. Only found Berry. Tries to bulldoze through 4, but he can't break free. He flung it out. Toby Murray with the check side goal. But the umpire saw it. But he's actually pinged him holding the ball.
Yep.
So a free kick, Port Adelaide. It should have been there.
Yeah, it was the right call, but the locals are not going to be happy with it.
And poor Toby Murray misses out on his first major in footy. Free kick, Port in the right back pocket. Pedlar just didn't know what to do.
Why did it take so long to blow the whistle? I'm sorry.
At least he made the right call, Tom. We've just got the bar's low at the moment. We'll just give them the credit for that.
They maybe went up to the arc to work it out. So Richards has it at left half back, switches the play to Farrell. He's deeper inside the 50. And this is a dangerous ball to centre half back to Aliir. Goodness me. Found him though. 1 against 3. Handball's off to Moraes. He can't work out what he wants to do, so chips towards Bergman. He takes it off the bounce. Handball back to Richards at left half back. Back to Bergman. So a bit of waxing here from Port Adelaide. Short to Moraes.
So Lauren mentioned this style, and they've definitely got 2 modes. So there's this control the ball, and then they'll go into the forward handball, bring speed at the opposition. So good to see a team that's got some adaptability in the way they're going about it.
So Whitlock brought it to ground. Handball to Vicentini to Burgoyne. Now Horne-Francis centres the ball. And the only person there was Ben Keys from the Adelaide Crows Footy Club. And he marks it centre half back, takes the intercept.
Speaking of adaptability, Todd Marshall's been thrown forward, which I don't think Horne-Francis saw. He had his opponent one out towards the goal square, and Horne-Francis tried to kick a cross goal instead.
Just the 1 goal in the second quarter of Showdown 59. Emblematic of 2 sides who are lower on the ladder in terms of inside 50 retention. Kick down the line, free kick on the drop. Thilthorpe against Aliir. Hold going the way of Port Adelaide. Going to give it to Josh Lai, and Aliir gets stuck into Thilthorpe for it. Lai bangs it back where it came from. Right half forward. Georgiades is there. Ball ace comes late with the fist. Didn't get a lot of contact though, up and down. Laird, the sitting duck, waits for the footy and then brought down.
I'll assume Marshall's gone forward because Walker's out of the game. What they'll try and do now, Port Adelaide, is stretch the tall defenders from the Crows, force one of them to play short.
And in the ruck contest, the umpire's taken a fall. Vicentini with the tap over the boundary line. He pops up with a wry smile as the crowd gets stuck in.
So I think it's Cook that's had to go to Georgiades. Is that right?
That doesn't sound good.
Butts on Marshall. Ball ace to Whitlock.
Tossed in right half forward. Port by 6. Vicentini with the double tap to Horne-Francis. Shoots the handball out towards Ware. Fancy footwork, but can't sell the candy into Cook. Pushed off his kick into the 50, and Miller gets in the hole to cut it off for the Crows. He wants to go quick with the switch. Has some options. Heads across the goal face to Butts. Plenty of acres to walk into and then drive the kick to the one-on-one. Taylor engages with Jones early and holds him. Why did he do that? Free kick, Port Adelaide right in front of the benches. Lockie Jones has it. These 2 players both taken in the 2020 draft, but it was Pedlar who went ahead of Jones. The Ladders won that match up there. Short pass into Moraes. Stinky kick to Drew. Didn't quite work. Knocked out to Farrell. Missed his kick in the tackle, and Neil Bullen. No whistle. Berry's there, though. Mops it up for the Crows. Here they come on the surge. Keys to Rankin. Plenty of pace, but had to stop and prop with a couple of power plays around him. Waits and then kicks down the line to Pedlar. Left half forward, not a lot ahead. Thilthorpe's outnumbered. He'll have to hit him well. Waited it for the backdrop. And running with the flight, Thilthorpe just couldn't reel it in. Off hands over the boundary line, left forward pocket.
Outstanding kick from Rankin. To find him in that pocket of space, unbelievable. But yeah, they have stretched the Crows down back. We've got McElhaney having to play on Whitlock at this stage by the looks of it.
So boundary throw in. It's a short one. And Vicentini could have taken out of the ruck. Knocked it down to Bergman. He's tackled immediately. The umpire will ball that one up again. Saw a free kick for that at this end of the ground that resulted in a Durden goal earlier. Vicentini again knocks it down. Saligo bursts through. Kick smothered. Curtin lays a tackle there on Logan Evans. Not sure how he got rid of it. Butters handballs it to Bergman, but Keys comes through with a smother. So we'll have another boundary throw in. Left forward pocket for Adelaide. They're holding it in, but they trail by 6 points. We're into time on.
So Port with the inside 50 numbers this term, but just, unable to get any reward. Tossed in. Vicentini taps it down. Looking for Richards, sliding through. Rankin with the ballerina turn, but gave it away. Straight to Farrell. Will be coming back anyway. Free kick. Jace Burgoyne is the tackler, and he'll get the footy. Gives everybody a chance to kind of reset. We had the entire playing cohort kind of swamped 40 out from the goal for Adelaide, rather. They're still heavily weighted on the eastern outer side.
And it has been a largely congested second quarter, which hasn't allowed for many score, and a bit of a frustrating second quarter to call when you're just waiting for this game to open up.
It's a scrap. That's about it.
It's not quite selling the standalone pitch we made earlier. Right now, down the line, players converge. Free kick, block, Adelaide. Marshall against Toby Murray. Murray wants to move it quick. Gives it to Laird into the 50. Kick was a little hot, went through the mitts of Bergman in front. Almost Falcon Thilthorpe. He wasn't expecting it to get to him. And he's tackled on the second attempt over the boundary line. 25 out, left forward pocket.
Can we have a TV timeout and everyone just sort of reset here? What do you reckon?
Feels like it,
It's
doesn't
good
it?
training, isn't it? Just, good crowd, good build-up, lot on the line. Hasn't been the best brand. Tossed in Vicentini, the only ruck. Kicked it straight into Berry. Ricochets out. Murray's hospital handball. Bergman is set upon by Berry.
That said, the tackle pressure is at a really high standard, and probably, to be honest, the Crows need that to be the case.
45 out, Adelaide's go. Toby Murray down. Head over the footy. Saligo slaps it looking for Rankin. Just a bit too much purchase over the boundary line. 25 out now. Over at Docklands, mentioned earlier, half-time, it was the Bulldogs by 14. That is still the margin at the moment in the third early stages. You can hear it on ABC Listen through the AFL button.
So Zach Taylor and Dan Curtin just with a one possession each. Curtin's here at the ball now, trying to make an impact. Bergman was slung into the ground there by Berry, and if his head's hit the turf, thankfully not, because that looked ugly, didn't it?
Might have been lucky there.
Vicentini knocks it down, coming through as Drew. Cook gathers, gets it to Laird. His kick is a quick one and dangerous, and Taylor, who we just mentioned, couldn't complete the mark. Coming through was Farrell. Quick kick out of defence. Crows have the numbers, brought to ground by Georgiades. But doing well was Miller. He's having quite the game. Handballs back to Max Michaelani to Butts. He kicks out towards the wing, outer side of the ground. Butters created a contest. Rode by Horn Francis back to Georgiades. Their three best players. Kicks a squib ball towards the forward line, but Miller was reading it best. Handballs back to Cook under huge pressure. Swung in the 360. Socket off the ground by Richards. There's a free. High tackle against Drew on Cook, a relieving one for the Crows at centre-half back.
I'm glad Wayne Miller plays for the Adelaide Crows.
Huge game.
He's had a great year, career high, 25 touches. Braden Cook up to the attacking edge. Again, not sure who he was targeting. It was nowhere near Rankin. Only finds Josh Lai. His kick a little casual as well, laconic as he went wide. Trying to get to Richards. How's that coming with a desperate dive? Fists it towards the boundary line. Who wants it more? Usually the showdown's about the fire in the belly, but right now it's just looking a little ugly.
I think the contest has been reasonable and the defensive pressure is there. It's the class when you've got the footy that's lacking so far.
Friday night slugfest for all the wrong reasons. Out of the stoppage, knocked down a Saligo, tackled, ball bobbled out. Butters got him. Murray's had a fresh airy, fell into the footy. Tackle on top by Berry. No whistle. Peatling gathers. He's stripped, drops it from Wines. Umpire's just letting it go. Rankin heads back to McAndrew. Off his steps, heads towards the 50. Couple of flyers. Out the back, Aaliyah fumbles. Thilthorpe's there. Says thank you very much to Taylor. Then Rochelle tumbles it through from 30. And a rare error from Aaliyah. Aaliyah opens the door. Showtime strikes, scores level in Showdown 59. 3-4-22. 25 played in the second term on ABC Sport. Matthew Clarke and Lauren Arnell, your experts.
Well, the game needed that, didn't it? It's been a scrap, but a little moment of class there. And, Rochelle's had 3 opportunities this quarter. Normally you'd expect him to get 2 at least, but that one is going to be really significant for the group going into half-time.
No doubt Aaliyah would want that moment back, an uncontested fumble in a high-pressure situation, and He's been one of the better players for Port Adelaide. He's playing a lot of time on turnover footy. He's a lot of time to spare. Want that moment back.
All right, who can wrestle it in this last little bit, hey?
2 minutes to go in this second quarter. A low-scoring affair, but a tight contest. We're locked away 3-4 apiece. Clever work from Wines from the clearance. Handballs to Butters out towards Ware. He sells some candy because he's a left footer. He's run a long way. Kicks inside the forward 50. Floating backwards. Miller. What a game he's having. 18 touches now. Takes the intercept mark and finds Taylor at right half back.
Good little kick to get them out there. Wayne Miller, only 123 games in his first 10 seasons due to injuries. Now he feels like he's hitting his stride, weaving away from danger. Max Michaelani got the short handball and his kick under a bit of pressure, fisted over the boundary line.
Port with a relatively tall forward line right now. Georgiades, Whitlock, Horne-Francis and Marshall the deepest, but they have to start having a conversation about who to go to Miller, and Ewan McKinlay is just not tall enough to match him in the air.
Scores level, closing in on half-time. Tap down, Rankin puts on the Jets, breaks away from Burgoyne, and he went too far. Did take a bounce at the start, but once Burgoyne closed, he really arched the back and went for it.
Have we seen that before?
No sense of theatre. Umpires, come on.
It was borderline. He was just about to get his kick away. Two bounces.
Come on.
Send it inboard and ran essentially from the logo to the attacking edge.
I reckon that one.
It's a bit harsh.
Let it go.
Free kick to Port. Kick from foul up towards left half forward, and Wines gets a free of his own for chopping of the arms.
That was there.
That was there. That happened to Rankin in that Collingwood game when he did his hamstring when he was going to...
But that one he ran the entire centre square. This was half of it. Wines towards the 50. Big fly from Murray with the fist as he put his body on, cutting across in front. Knocks it towards the boundary line. Butters tries to keep it in, but it will get over the paints. What have they called here, Tom?
A push against Saligo in the contest when it was on the boundary line.
So Butters was tracking it. Saligo gave him a little nudge into the front row, and Butters gets the free kick. 3 straight frees against the home side in the showdown. They'll be rioting on the hill.
Lauren Arnell, surprisingly quiet at this stage of the game.
Just trying to digest what this game of football even is.
It's been a Benny Hill affair, and the umpires have said, stuff it, we're going to get involved to get the ball moving. Butters on the fence, left half forward, steps inboard. That is a gorgeous strike.
Wow.
Pandemonium at the Adelaide Oval.
Well,
the Crows fans are incensed, and Zach Butters hits it flush from a tight angle. Port by 6 again. 4-4-28 to 3-4-22 as we close in on halftime on ABC Sport.
The game needed a moment of class, and it looked like it was going to be Rankin at the other end, and instead it's an absolutely spectacular finish from Butters out wide. That's high quality. The lead-up was frustrating, but you can't deny the quality of that finish.
Such a good kick for goal from Butters, and an inaccurate start to the season in front of goal for him as well. But if there's anyone that's going to incense this Adelaide crowd further, it's Zach Butters in a goal celebration.
He turned to the fans, didn't he?
He's done it well.
Firing him up. Oh, you're right, Lauren. This is a strange game, but Port Adelaide lead it by 6 points. Sweet took it out of the ruck forward. Handball. Burgoyne sockers it off the deck. Goes inside the forward 50. It would have to be perfect for the power to get a goal here, but Bond was good. Back to Matt Man Miller. What a game he's having so far. And you can hear the boos. They'll be booing the Port Adelaide players, but they'll be getting stuck into the men in yellow tonight. It's been a tough one. A lot of controversial calls, and they all seem to be going against Adelaide, who brought their way back into that clash, fought their way back. A late goal to Zach Butters puts Port in front by 6 points. They're 4-4-28. The home side, Adelaide, 3-4-22 at halftime.
Goal scorers, all individuals. So for the Power, Georgiades, Wines, Butters and Durden as the umpires make their way down the race. You can hear them again. It's pretty ugly at the moment. They have not been well received so far tonight. The goal scorers for the Crows, Keys, Rochelle and Pedlar, and Taylor Walker out of the game in the first term without a touch. Hamstring injury that hopefully won't cost him too much footy at the age of 36. Miller with 19 touches leading the game. And Zach Butters with 18 on the opposite side as well. It's one of those contests that you won't be shoving straight into the VCR, but I mean, we talk about moments in showdowns, not so much contests, and it's a close game. All it takes is one big highlight, and it could be one of the best we've ever seen. Matthew Clarke, Arnell to break it all down.
Yeah, so it was a scrap, obviously, and probably the best thing about that quarter is that it's over. But the great thing about footy is that you can have a game like that, and sometimes it just takes a moment to break it open. I envisage that the second half we'll see similar, but I reckon late in the game the ball will start to move. If I'm being honest, I reckon Port Adelaide have probably moved the ball slightly more effectively and more efficiently throughout the course of the game. So I was actually really pleased with the way that the Crows held in there. I mentioned Thilthorpe's ability to compete. Hasn't had the day where he clunks the ball, but there was 4 or 5 occasions where he was the one that was able to get it to ground, give the Crows an opportunity to kick scores. Unfortunately, they missed most of those. Eventually, Rochelle got one, and then the late decision, questionable, but an elite finish from Butters gives them the 6-point advantage, which they probably deserve.
Well, I mean, Port owned the first quarter, and I thought the Crows had the second quarter on their terms. It was pretty messy. Both teams defended relatively well, but Miller, I think, is the best player on the ground so far. Butters' goal then probably has him in the mix of the conversation, but the most important player on the ground is by far Riley Thilthorpe. If he can't offer that aerial presence in the front half, the Crows are in trouble.
Yeah, well, if you consider the first quarter, Aaliyah was perhaps that player on the ground where we're saying, well, are we ever going to get past that guy? In that quarter, they got past him. It wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty, but it was the ability to compete on those not elite entries, which enabled the Crows to at least stay in the fight. And that is one thing that they've been able to do over, as we've mentioned, over the last few years, is even when it feels as though they're not playing their absolute best footy, they find a way to stay in games. So a 6-point deficit at half-time is far from disastrous, and they'll come out after the break and see if we can put together some cleaner footy.
I think in the Port Adelaide rooms, you want to be encouraging the guys to be continuing to attack with more offensive speed. I think the Crows have done a really good job to slow Port down in their back half and stop those balls that are slicing through the middle and the overlap chain of handballs, where Port can often find Georgiades leading up one out deeper. So I think the Crows have defended well. Without Tex Walker, they miss their opportunity to link up through the ground, and so it becomes that aerial contest, the long kick down the line where you're waiting for the spill for your Rochelle types and Rankin. So
yeah, it could well come down to the team that's brave enough to take that risk and to bring the ball back through the middle, or to generate a handball chain to break this game open a little bit, because as you highlighted there, the game did just sort of live between the arcs, a lot of aerial contests, a lot of crunch. The few times where teams are willing to take a punt, put the ball into dangerous areas, it's going to open it up. It's going to give an opportunity for a better spectacle of footy anyway.
Just needs a bit of class, this contest, I think. But, I mean, to our credit, as you touched on, Port are by 6 at the moment. It's a one-kick game, and Matthew Nick said in the build-up, it feels like it's going to be a war, and we haven't really seen either team fire their best shot yet. So there'll be plenty to play out in the second half, but they're going blow for blow in terms of behinds and ugly entries, and maybe the game breaks open in the second half. The Taylor Walker injury, Loz, what does that do for Adelaide moving forward? They've tried to negate it, I guess, with Toby Murray, and I mean, ultimately they're a little bit kind of short up front now.
Yeah, I mean, the most challenging bit is I think he connects the ground really well for him. His ability to lead up, and Doc talked about it during that second quarter, is if he gets an Aaliyah, then he drags Aaliyah out of that intercept position because he hits up and connects the ground so well. And I mean, now they're sending Murray and McAndrew forward to try and compensate for that, which only really leaves you to a long kick down the line. You're not asking those guys to continually lead up throughout the game because they just don't have that forward craft, and you can't expect them to. And so you're tempted to continue to go long to Thilthorpe and allow for the spill where you've got your smalls at ground level who are super classy, or you have to play small ball.
Yeah, well, I think small ball's not perhaps the worst solution. If we bring Thilthorpe a little higher up the ground, we saw in the first quarter Toby Murray actually have a really strong aerial presence up through the wings, but when he gets closer to goal, it's tougher down there. There's more congestion. It's tougher to take those catches. So potentially we play the tools a little higher, draw a Lear further up the ground, and then maybe it's a peddler out of the square that is the one that can perhaps break it open.
And how important does Dan Curtin become now for the Crows? We mentioned pre-game that they said very clearly that he was going to play low gain time. They've had the injury to Tex Walker. We know that he's got enormous talent and he's really strong in a contest. Do you try and isolate a Dan Curtin?
He's one that you could use. And I guess the challenge for the Crows is that we're pinning on hopes on a guy who's coming back from injury. He's had a fairly interrupted pre-season, in season. But yeah, it's definitely a viable alternative. But yeah, the ability. I actually did get past Aaliyah better in that quarter, but it was scrappy. Whereas if we can get some hit ups up through the wing and then release maybe smaller players into the forward line, potentially that gives us some cleaner looks.
Here's the risk you run with a 5-man bench. You can use that fifth spot however you want. Second ruck, you could use it to slowly build up a player back from injury. You could use it for a veteran, but if you do the latter two and you get an injury, then you're forced into a position you might not have been prepared for, and we'll see if the Crows can adjust heading into this second half. Thoughts of Matthew Clarke, Lauren Arnell, your experts on ABC Sport. Port by 6 at the major break in Showdown 59. Over at Docklands, third quarter, pretty tight affair there as well. The Bulldogs by 8. Now, they did have a pretty hot start and they've led throughout the entire contest. Margin got as high as 26, but yeah, just an 8-point game now. 10-8-68, the Bulldogs. Fremantle 9-6-60. Marcus Bontempelli having a field day, 25 touches and a goal to his name already, just after heading towards three-quarter time. And in terms of the goal scorers, 3 to Switkowski and 2 to West and Aaron Norton. After that really hard landing on his head, he's been able to play on and looking good so far after last week's incident. On the text line, 0437 774 774. Phil says, "G'day team, I feel a bit of deja vu from last night's game. Could be a draw. Haven't had one in the history of the Showdown. Why not make another moment?" One listener says, "The Crowies are absolutely pitiful at corridor football and they're getting a lesson as a result." And Kevin in Shenton Park is not held back on the text line regarding the umpiring. Says free kicks should be about emphatic, transgressive acts. Now you are getting punished for piss weak, nondescript, tiggy touch wood behaviour.
You're allowed to say that on the ABC?
I think we can get away with that. That's probably borderline.
Can you just run me past that other word though? Transgressive, was that it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll have to get my thesaurus out when I get home.
I feel like Kevin's talking, clear black and white incidents compared to these, free kicks that can be a little bit contentious, and we've seen a few of those tonight.
Well, I think because of the nature of the contest, it's it is a scrap. It's a very tight affair, and therefore, umpires are clearly they're going to make the odd mistake as well. But when you're in a tight tussle like this one, it can feel as though you're being hardly treated. Especially when, the last goal of the term comes off a free kick and that one essentially gives Port the lead. You probably haven't noticed them as much through the first half of the quarter, and then you get to the latter stages where it matters and big decision swings the momentum.
A Durden free kick as well, that resulted in a goal. So there's been 2 goals. I mean, Butter's kick was brilliant, but the Bond free kick where he gathers the footy and immediately gets tackled on one-arm pin and they pay holding the ball 20 out directly in front. That's 2 goals. I'd almost forgotten that. Now you've brought it up again.
A lot of that first half was just like goldfish. We're just trying to get it out of the memory. But, as you said, 2 free kicks that were pretty egregious out of a 7-goal game. It makes a bit of a difference.
But it is tight. So we're going to see a tight one, and it's going to go to the wire.
That's all that matters.
What you expect in
You
Showdown.
can't really go anywhere because this could go either way, and there's a lot at stake with both sides, 3 and 4, and teetering on the edge of the top 10. 4-4-28, Port Adelaide. Adelaide 3-4-22. It's been great to have Matthew Clarke on debut alongside Lauren Arnell. They coached against each other in Showdowns. Now they get a chance to analyse them up here in the commentary box. We'll be back for the second half very shortly, and we'll keep you up to date with what's happening at the Docklands on local radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen. But for now, we can get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, good evening, I'm Noni Edwards. Northern Territory Police have confirmed that the alleged killer of Kumanjai little baby Jefferson Lewis has been assessed and deemed fit for custody. ABC reporter Olivana Lathuris has more.
The exact whereabouts of Jefferson Lewis aren't known. Northern Territory Police aren't confirming his exact location. That is for safety reasons, given the scenes that we saw unfold in Alice Springs overnight. We do know that he was brought to Darwin after the events last night in Alice Springs, that he was given a fit for custody check. Police told us today that his injuries were not so severe that it would warrant him staying in hospital. So we do know that he is in police custody.
The organisation behind a flotilla that was intercepted by Israeli forces while attempting to deliver aid to Gaza says all but 2 of the activists on board have disembarked in Greece. An Israeli ship transferred 168 members of the flotilla crew to Greek boats, which then took them to shore, where buses and 1 ambulance car waited for them. The organisers said 2 activists remain with Israeli authorities. 6 Australians were aboard the flotilla. It's unclear if any of them remain in custody. The partner of former Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk has been charged after a police investigation into an alleged sexual assault. Emma Johnson reports.
Police allege a woman in her 30s was sexually assaulted at a Gold Coast address on March 30. Detectives and specialist officers raided Dr. Rd8's Burleigh Heads unit yesterday morning and declared a crime scene. The Brisbane-based surgeon presented at the Southport Police Station this afternoon. He's now been charged with 3 counts of rape, 2 counts of deprivation of liberty and 1 of sexual assault. The 64-year-old, who's the partner of former Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk, has been granted bail and is set to appear in the Southport Magistrates Court in mid-May.
A Supreme Court judge has found a man who killed his father in Perth last year not guilty of murder on the grounds of insanity. Samantha Girling reports.
The judge alone trial heard 32-year-old David Nadi Lami Musa was suffering from a psychosis when he stabbed his father and injured his stepmother at their home in Clarkson. The medical student in Queensland drove to Perth last year with the plan to kill his father, who he believed had abused him as part of a secret research project. Judge Terence Palmer found Mr. Musa not guilty of murder and of endangering the life, health and safety of his stepmother on the grounds of insanity. Mr. Musa was supported by family who waved to him as he was led from the dock. A hearing date has been set for July to determine whether it would be suitable to release him on a supervision order.
The WA Department of Health is urging people to check their polio vaccinations are up to date after the virus was detected in Perth's wastewater. The Chief Health Officer, Dr. Claire Huppert, says until polio is eliminated across the world, we still need to be vigilant. She says the strain found in the sewage was not the wild virus, but from an oral vaccination that's used in some other countries.
This doesn't happen in Australia because we don't use the oral vaccines. This is an overseas phenomenon, and that's why we think that someone has travelled overseas and been exposed to the virus. Now, when you've been exposed, you can shed for quite some time.
The US Secret Service says an agent who was injured during an attempted assassination of President Donald Trump in Washington was not hit by friendly fire. Prosecutors in the US have released footage of gunman Cole Thomas Allen as he attempted to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The 31-year-old's agreed to remain in custody as he awaits trial, while US President Donald Trump has said the agent was saved by his bulletproof vest. Secret Service Director Sean Currens told Fox News Allen was not hit during the exchange.
The suspect shot our officer point-blank range with a shotgun. Our officer heroically returned fire while being shot point-blank range in the chest with a shotgun. The officer just acted heroically.
To sport now, and in US basketball, Australia's Dyson Daniels has been ejected as his Atlanta Hawks were knocked out of the NBA playoffs after being thrashed by the New York Knicks. New York won Game 6, 140-89, to claim the series 4-2 and go through to the next round. Daniels and New York's Mitchell Robinson were involved in an altercation that sparked a melee between the two teams, with officials ejecting both players. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News. For more news at any time, you can head to ABC Listen.
Why do we collect things? And how much is too much? Join me, Annabelle Crabb, as I venture into the secret stacks of the State Library of New South Wales and discover that most of the collection isn't books at all. Search for the History or Hoarding podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Neil Bullen towards the 50. Thilthorpe flew through his hands. Keys out the back door. Pounces from 40 and hits it. Adelaide gets their second. Straight into the Riverbank stand. Margin down to 6.
So the Crows are saying it's a hamstring injury for Taylor Walker. So if that's a minor strain, that's 2 to 3 weeks, you'd think, without Tex Atley.
Rankin heads back to McAndrew. Off the steps, heads towards the 50. Couple of flyers. Out the back, Aaliyah fumbles. Thilthorpe's there. Says thank you very much to Taylor. Then Rochelle tumbles opens the door. Showtime strikes, scores level, knocks it towards the boundary line. Butters tries to keep it in, but it will get over the paints. What have they called here, Tom?
Push against Saligo in the contest when it was on the boundary line.
So Butters was tracking it. Saligo gave him a little nudge into the front row, and Butters gets the free kick. They'll be rioting on the hill. Butters on the fence, left half forward, steps in board. That is a gorgeous strike.
Wow.
Pandemonium at the Adelaide Oval.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Half-time of Showdown 59. It so far hasn't been a contest that you'd tell your children about, but there's still plenty to play out. Might be a thrilling finish. It's a one-kick game. Port by 6, 4-4-28. Adelaide 3-4-22. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson calling the action for you alongside our former Showdown coaches, Lauren Arnell and Matthew Clarke, breaking it all down. Josh Money's downstairs as well. He's had a very big night. Taylor Walker injured early, looked a little bit off, came off late in the first, hamstring, and you wonder how long he'll be out for now. The Texan, the run coming up, a little bit of a mixed bag. They've got Richmond heading into North Melbourne and then Hawthorn and Tassie before their bye in round 12, the Crows. So you think you might be able to get away with it against the Tigers, but they wouldn't want to have Tex not there in Tassie. But given he's 36 and a hamstring injury, who knows how long he might be out for here. Port Adelaide, meanwhile, so far looking pretty slick. Just have been battling a bit in terms of the entries against them. The inside 50 count +7 the way of the Crows, and they had plenty of it in the first quarter. Adelaide, they led that stat 13-8. Just didn't get any reward for their effort there. So Port by 12 at the first change, 6 at the half. We wait and see what's in store for us in this second half of Showdown 59. Text line 0437 774 774 as well if you do want to get in touch. And there is another game on. The Western Bulldogs up against Fremantle. I reckon it's three-quarter time there, at least closing in on it. 30-minute mark. Bulldogs have finally given up the lead. They were up by as much as 26, in charge for the majority of the game. Fremantle have pipped it back, so up by 3 points in the third quarter, at least at three-quarter time. Looks like the Dockers kicked 3 of the last 4 to really close that gap and hit the front. So 12-6-78 to 11-9-75. We might have 2 thrillers on our hands after the first draw of the season last night. News of the day as well, nothing overly dramatic. Andrew Dillon's in town, but the rumblings are we won't get a gather-round extension this weekend. Sounds like it's all but locked in, but they won't announce it just yet. They're just waiting for the right timing. South Australia to play WA and Origin next year, but it will be in Perth. And in terms of injuries around the leagues, Josh Gibcus out for the year with an ACL issue. So Richmond's injury list continues to grow after losing Sam Lawler last night. So the Tigers are in a world of hurt. Maybe a good time for the Crows to face them next weekend.
Did I see a headline that SA is going to play in the next 2 Origin games? Was that?
Yeah, rumblings are they'll host the 2028 one.
Brilliant.
Yeah, 2027 headed to play WA out west. Just a matter of how you squeeze Vic back in, given that I think a large part of State of Origin is everybody hates Victoria and we want to get them. So we'll see what the AFL does there. I'm sure they don't want their showpiece team out of it.
By my math, would that say we play WA and then we play Victoria here?
I assume so, Doc.
All right, get your tickets early.
We'll quote you when it comes through. Confirmation Dockers by 4 at three-quarter time now. So final term coming up and you can hear it on ABC Listen. Lauren Arnell, Matthew Clarke here. We'll see if we get much of the same in the second half of Showdown 59. What's our call from here, team?
Oh, this is a massive half. Like, if we go back to the start, we highlighted, one of these teams gets to even the ledger, the other one goes to 3 and 5. So, as much as the first half wasn't a great spectacle, what we've got is an enormous second half coming up for 2 teams that want to set up their season.
Loz, sticking with your Port tip?
I am. I've seen Todd Marshall return to defence again after playing forward for the second quarter. I just want to see both teams be braver, and especially Port Adelaide. They've got enough ahead of the ball to do that. Take on the game a bit more offensively.
Here we go. Let's see if the footy improves. Packed house at the Adelaide Oval. Showdown 59. It's the Power by 6.
McAndrew knocks it down towards Rochelle. He's got Drew for company. Joe Berry comes in off centre half forward. Handballs into the contest. Sweet. Gets it to Burgoyne. He was tackled by Cumming and he handballs to Rankin. He takes one bounce, runs to 50, unloads, goes for home. Murray's got a free run at it. Couldn't complete the mark and it goes over for a rush behind.
Probably had to finish that play, but outstanding defensive effort.
Todd Marshall on the line.
So 3-5-23 Adelaide, Port 4-4-28. Hot start in the third term.
Marshall to Farrell. It was a good ball movement up to right half back, but Berry put down an uncontested grab. Pouncing on it, coming, gets it back towards Rochelle. Spun in the tackle, got a handball clear. Trickles just towards the 50 for the Crows. Towed back towards Peatling. Now Laird wanted to give it off to Neil Bullen. Takes his time, slows everything down, uses Rochelle and gets a bit of leg spin on the bounce. Gee, just curled its way towards the behind line, but ends up being a minor score. It pitched right in front of the goal line. Rochelle just didn't get the footy gods on his side. So consecutive behinds, Port by 4.
So Marshall to bring it back in. That was an Angus Monfries type bounce, but not in the favour of the goals. Goes to Burne-Jones, back to Marshall at full back. Really get anything happening here, Port Adelaide. So finds Lockie Jones at right half back. Pinpoint pass. It's stagnant Port, but just waiting for their good options. Another good kick to Bergman. Butters runs around for the handball. Bergman fakes it, goes in board to Drew. He takes the mark. This is precise ball work, ball movement, but he couldn't quite hit the target. Big contest between Berry and Butters. Butters wins out, gets it to Horne-Francis. Handballs to Whitlock at right half forward, and he lowers the ice for Durden, who marks 20 out in a 45-degree angle.
And that's the bravery with the ball, the willingness to go inside. Spear kicks, Todd Marshall involved twice, Zach Butters. Just your willingness to roll the dice offensively, back in your kick, play a bit faster at the opposition, and it creates a golden opportunity in front of goal for Port Adelaide.
And that forward handball that you mentioned earlier in the call, Lauren, that broke open the game there. 2 or 3 forward handballs. So early in the part, Port Adelaide have taken their opportunity.
And Durden takes his second opportunity. That's his second major of the night. Port Adelaide strike first in the second half. They go to 5-4-34. Adelaide 3-6-24. A 10-point margin, 2.5 minutes gone third term.
There's clearly a healthy conversation amongst the Port Adelaide coaches around where do we play Todd Marshall? Are we reacting to the Crows and sending him forward like we did in the second quarter because we want to stretch their defenders? Or do we play him where we've set him up to play well and leave him as a defender? And geez, whoever was on the defensive side of the argument at half-time, you'd be grinning in the coach's box right now because his ability to set up Port Adelaide's offence from the back half is going to be a really important part, not just of this game, but of Port Adelaide's season.
That first kick, 45 metres flat, was the one that started the whole chain.
Averages around 80% in terms of his disposal efficiency, Todd, and just what a rebrand. The concussion issues fell out of favour with Ken Hinkley, and now he's a new man down back. In the middle, tapped down by McAndrew. Looking for Berry, he's pulled away from it. Horne-Francis puts his head over the footy, just can't win it. Ball up to come just outside the centre circle. Quick reset, sweep in front position to Horne-Francis. Trying to break free from Rochelle. And they converge. She's the meat in the sandwich. Ball up outside the centre circle. McAndrew down to Butters. It's flying through the stoppage. Sewell to get it back to Sweet, and a looping handball out of traffic into some space for Burne-Jones, who can release Burgoyne, turns, honours the lead and drills it to Mitch Georgiades. 25 out, tight to the right.
I think Mitchell will be buying Burgoyne a couple of coffees during the week. The ice cold delivery for him, going inside 50 already twice this game, has been elite from Jace Burgoyne.
Yeah, we asked for class to be added to the game, and we've seen it in these first few passages. So this is a massive kick. If this gets out to 16 points, it's not panic stations, but it's edging that way.
Jordan Sweet finding space in a shoebox, and they get out of there. Clean entry, Mitch Georgiades. 1-1 for the night. 4-6 last week. It could be anything. Take your pick. Georgiades, tight angle. Hooks it across to the left. Minor score, Port Adelaide by 11. 5-5-35. 3-6-24 the Crows. 4 played third term. Still waiting to see a touch of class in Showdown 59.
So Miller brings it back in for touch number 20. Up towards the ruckman. Sweet got a hand into it. So Ware Rove kicks inside the forward 50. Visentini brings it to ground. Ball ace took on the tackle of Durden. Oh, jeez. Wow.
Consistency.
So he got a free kick that wasn't there earlier, so maybe that levels it up. Sweet knocks it down to Drew, still inside Port's 50. Horne-Francis took on Berry, gets the handball out to Ware, who has a flying shot at goal from the pocket. Goal umpire just moved to his left, so he missed to the right there. Where minor score 5-7-37. Adelaide 3-6-24. 5.5 minutes gone in this third term.
Now to the broadcast wing go the Crows. It's a long ball. I reckon it might have cleared the pack and gone over. Josh Worrell is usually so deadly. Misses his target. Joe Richards to bring it back in. Shakes his head. Doesn't really have a lot of options. Just thump it back where it came from. Sky ball. Vicentini sits under it. Butts with a big fly on the fist. But out the back, Whitlock with some space to give it to Berry. Tried to ride the contact of Peatling, but turned straight into trouble. Brought down high by the former Giant. Free kick left back pocket.
Joey Berry's eyes were lighting up there, just waiting to curl onto his left foot. And James Peatling, an enormous goal-saving tackle deep in defence.
And Golf Simon gets the free kick out towards the broadcast wing he goes, trying to get Thilthorpe. Lear edges him out of it. Off hands. Evans with some fancy footwork. Steps out, then in. Kicks a little wide, though, of Richards. Knocked away by Michael Annie. Boundary throw in just inside 50 for Port Adelaide. They're up by 12 at the moment here at the Adelaide Oval.
And they've got the game looking the way they would love it. It's camped in their front half.
So Port 5-6-36. Adelaide 3-6-24. 7 minutes gone third term from the contest. Goes out the back to Butters. Handballs to Evans looking for Richards. Chased down by Keys. He shrugged the tackle. Threw it on the left boot, but couldn't snap it round far enough. Another minor score to Port Adelaide. That's 3 in a row. 5-7-37. Adelaide 3-6-24.
Had a run similar last week against the Cats where they had 19 of 22 scoring shots but only had 7 goals in that period, Port Adelaide. Just need to be a little bit cleaner in front of goal and they'll get some reward, but it's going to hurt them here. So clearing kick. Braden Cook takes the mark against Ware, who knocked the footy away from him 50 metres, and suddenly Adelaide get marched all the way to half forward, and no one's tracked Cook, so he can play on and go for a run and gain even more meterage into the 50. He was looking for Thilthorpe, knocked away by Aaliyah, but it bobbles straight to Rochelle from 25. Josh Rochelle gets the gift and welcomes the package. Gets stuck into a few power players, but no sellies just yet. Rochelle with 2, margins down to 7. Port Adelaide 5-7-37, Adelaide 4-6-30. 8 minutes played, third term on ABC Sport.
The Port Adelaide coaches box would be flat. They had the game looking exactly the way they wanted it, and it just was a lack of composure. You just didn't need to do that. It gives away the 50, and it just opens the game, and then no one to be on the mark. I mean, that's probably, there'd be some disappointed people in the coaches box at the moment.
Well, you mentioned it was Port Adelaide with all the time in front half to start this third quarter, and you just got to take your opportunities, which is what Cook did and continues to do well this season. And Rochelle on the end of 2 more fumbles from experienced Port Adelaide defenders in Jones and Aaliyah. He's not going to leave those ones out there any further past that first quarter.
2 goals, 3 for Rochelle, so really hitting the scoreboard. That was a big moment. Back in the middle of the ground, knocked down towards Drew, who quick kicked it to Wine, so he handballed to Butters. Sweet steps inside. He loves that manoeuvre. We saw it last week, but he handballed it straight to Taylor. He handballs to space towards Sam Berry. Ware dives on top of the footy, won it back. Clever. Butters ends up with it, goes inside the forward 50. Floating across the pack was Butts. That was clever. There's going to be a free kick anyway. Might have been pushed in the contest. The big man did a good job to win it back, and he goes short to Saligo at right half back.
Saligo starting to get into the season as well. The heart issue in the pre-season, the ankle a few weeks ago, dominated the Sandful. Now back in tonight, uses Berry down the line. Rochelle takes it on the chest. He's getting lively in the third. Spins on a dime, heads to the 50. Thilthorpe was on the march, but getting in front. Darcy Byrne-Jones, well scouted.
Great read from Byrne-Jones.
Thilthorpe knew it about 5 metres before it dropped that Darcy Byrne-Jones was there and ready. Short pass to Ollie Wines, defensive edge, has a runner. Riding shotgun, Logan Evans gets the keys, kicks up to left half forward. A little long for his target in Whitlock, and Butts is escorted over the boundary line.
Byrne-Jones a highlight for the Port Adelaide fans so far in this season. 13 possessions tonight, 78% disposal efficiency, and reading the ball so well to peel off his opponent and outnumber.
Freo by 3 at the Docklands, 6 played final term.
So Sweet knocks it down towards Drew, immediately wrapped up by Saligo. Byrne-Jones was told to be playing defence after playing forward for a few years. Wasn't sure how he felt about it, but we know he's an All-Australian there. Wines with the clearance. Handballed it inside the forward 50. Max Michelani handballed it away. And Miller is wrapped up by Drew. No prior opportunity. So we'll have a ball up inside Port's 50. 35 from goal. Left half forward. In front is Sweet. Takes it or taps it to himself and then handballs over his head forward to the left forward pocket. The Crows have the numbers. Cook takes them on, snaps around the body, keeps it in play long enough. Wines gathers, good tackle from Saligo. He just handed it to Drew. Play on, says the umpire. Where to Wines? Short kick to Durden. Was it required? 15 not, says the umpire. Tackled by Peatling. Right call, ball up, left half forward for the Power.
Get the tape measure out. That was pretty close. McAndrew down to Berry. Kicks it out of dodge. Across the body up towards the eastern side. Thilthorpe outnumbered. Brought it down. Keys. Crunched. Hard tackle into the dirt. Ball up to come at the attacking edge for the Adelaide Crows. Kicking to the Riverbank stand this term. McAndrew down looking for Peatling. For Port Adelaide, rather, going to the Riverbank stand this term. So Adelaide to the left of your radio dial. Out of the stoppage, handball change. Saligo to Cook. Forward to Curtin. Fumbled. Had a bit of space. Slid across. Was a low ball for the tall man and knocks it over the boundary line.
Bit of first game rust there. But both teams are showing a willingness to try and get the ball to the outside of the contest. So it's just as fierce on the inside. But both teams now seeing some handball chain to the outside, which is opening the game up.
Tossed in Port Adelaide at the moment by 7. Sweet with a double tap down. Peatling head over the footy, tackled by Wines, left it behind. Drew slides in. Saligo with him. No one really wants to take full control of the footy. Another ball up to come near the logo.
Trying to break things up. So McAndrew knocks it down to Saligo. Quick kick around the body up towards centre half forward. Josh Lai. Good grab. His teammate took his legs out. Jones.
Josh Lai can fly.
Yes. Doc with the good work on debut. So Lai kicks out towards, it's a helicopter ball to Burgoyne on centre wing. Worked in the end. Goes short to Logan Evans. Centre wing in front of the benches. It's right in front of the interchange there where Jason Horne-Francis and Kane Farrell trying to get back on. Evans told to play on, sold some candy first, goes inside the forward 50, and Mitch Georgiades flew way too early, and that's going to wreck a great mark from Jack Whitlock. Can hear your size there, Doc.
Well, it's a shame, isn't it? I mean, as a fan of the game, you love to see a big clunk like that rewarded, but yeah, it was definitely a free kick beforehand.
So Borlase gets it. Port by 7. Searching exit, Jones flies, slipped through his hands. Taylor's gone down, may have copped a stray arm. Port Adelaide race away with it. Lockie Jones to Bergman, coming the other way. Michelani commits with the smother, shoots back to Lockie Jones, tried to get him to McKinlay, fumbled, Whitlock tackle, dropped it, thumped away by Miller, central to Peatling, and he jams it on the boot, just looking for territory. Bit of time to reset for the Crows. That was a dangerous entrance. That's Michelani coming the other way to close the gap. Could have been an easy inside 50 for Port Adelaide. Here they come again. They recover at halfback. Logan Evans combines with Jason Horne-Francis. Now Ollie Wines, left half forward. The Hornet kept running, and he's got a bit of buzz as he zigs through 2 into the 50. Georgiades! Great hanger in the left forward pocket. Set shot to come, 10 out, and there's a big story for the Crows. Meanwhile, Josh Money.
Yeah, Alex Neil-Bullen, who obviously missed that game at the Gabba with a knee issue, has just limped to the bench, clutching at his knee in the hands of the Dogs at the moment.
Taylor Walker already out with a hamstring in the first term. Is this the shift in momentum Port Adelaide's been looking for? Mitch Georgiades opens the angle, snaps from 20 and has 2 on the night. Port back up by 13, which shock horror is an equal game high margin. Port 6-7-43 to Adelaide's 4-6-30. 14 played, third term. Josh Carr's men with a bit of momentum, Lauren Arnell.
Some really good organisation, I think, from the Port Adelaide defenders. They know that the Crows like to switch out from their back half, and Peatling with the errant kick in hope, and Port just had +3, +4 just waiting for it in the build-up. The Crows couldn't reorganise themselves, Doc. And for Horne-Francis to get overlap handball and uncontested possession to Georgiades, I think is a highlight they won't want to watch back at the Crows at West Lakes during the week.
Yeah, the Peatling kick was the right decision. He had to clear the area, but the ability to reset set your defence wasn't at the level. And there's some worrying signs here for the Crows today.
Visentini knocks it down towards Horne-Francis, back towards Bryans. He took on the tackle from Rochelle, holding the ball. Been a real spark for the Crows, Josh Rochelle. Got 2 of their 4 goals. Goes inside the forward 50, looking for Curtin, who flies. 1 bite, 2 bite, couldn't complete the mark. Murray's there with Marshall, wrapped up, ball up. Right half forward for the Crows, who are trailing by 13 points. 16 minutes gone in the third term.
Quick reset. Visentini searching for the boundary line, tapped it down, but Rankin's lurking dangerously. Bounces off 2. Tight angle, can't work his magic. It's across the face and out on the full. Free kick, Port. Landslide over at Docklands as well. So the Dockers have kicked 4 goals in 6 minutes, and they're up by 28 after being down 24. Looks like they're surging towards victory. Western Bulldogs running out of legs. What's the latest downstairs, Josh Money?
So Alex Neil-Bullen in real strife, and also for the Crows, Jordan Butts has come to the bench, clutching at his groin, gone straight down to the rooms.
Bit of relief though, Logan Evans has sprayed this exiting kick out on the full, so Adelaide left half forward through Rory Laird.
5 on the bench, but if you lose 3, that starts to get awkward.
6th man? Rory Laird steps inside. Throw a blanket over them on the drop. 2 power players commit, Bergman and Evans, and they knocked it away from each other. Spills down, Curtin hands it to Saligo, and he strikes from 15. Saligo with the green light. Bang! Hooked it over the goal umpire. Crowd waited a moment, and now it can finally roar. This game is really starting to liven up. Margins down to 7. 5-6-36 Adelaide, Port 6-7-43. 17 played third term on ABC Sport.
Well, the type of finish we know Jake Saligo is very capable of, and to me it just seems like the Crows, we talked at halftime around, they're going to need to go long down the line a lot in this game, and now with the injury to Neil-Bullen and Walker off for this game, I can't see they've got the men to be able to chain possession through the ground and link up by kick. So they're going to have to go long down the line and rely on these types of goals where the ball spills and guys like Saligo capitalise. But Port Adelaide are showing a real vulnerability when that ball does spill. If Ali's not taking intercept mark or Burn Jones isn't peeling off, as soon as it spills, they're very fumbly at ground level in their back half.
Yeah, but the Butts injury is a concern because we've now got Worrell going to Georgiades, and you need Worrell higher up the ground as your intercept. Ideally, not locked onto their key forward.
So just waiting to check this one potentially, see if they got the call right with the arc, because everyone's waiting in the middle of the ground. Camera's on Jake Saligo, who's standing up next to his fellow number 14, Miles Bergman. And you can check it straight away. You can't start play and then check it again. So they're just making sure of this one, and we can see it on the big screen now. Not sure there's going to be conclusive enough evidence here. I mean, looks like maybe some of the ball is over the post, but
what if we just put one goal umpire on each post and then just let them make a call? Oh my gosh!
They've reversed it. It's going to be a behind.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think the Crows needed that goal to get the crowd into the game. They've obviously got some injury concerns, but the crowd can play a factor in a game like this if we can, see the energy of the crowd link into the playing group. But at the moment, that's been deflated by that call.
So Todd Marshall brings it out of defence. A goal taken away from Jake Saligo. Wines is in there, tackled by Rankin. That was probably... I took a note that was the 17-minute mark that he kicked that goal, and it took 2 minutes to determine whether it was a goal or not. So, and Andrew Dillon on the big screen, he's been booed by the Crows fans.
Everyone's getting a serve tonight.
Anarchy here at Adelaide Oval, back into the middle on the centre wing. Handball from Thilthorpe, clever from Rankin, knocked it in board to Cumming. He set sail from 50 and make no mistake with that one. That is not coming back. That's straight through the middle from Isaac Rankin. And boy, they needed that. They go to 5-7, 37, Port 6-7, 43. 20 minutes gone in the third term.
Thilthorpe into the ruck. He's not always getting his hand on the ball in the ruck contest, but those clean hands around at ground level sends Rankin forward, and away we go.
How much more would you stick with it, Doc? I mean, they're down so many. Like, they're down Butts, down Walker, down and forward in Neil-Bullen as well. And there'd be so much temptation to play Thilthorpe continually high up the ground. But They need him forward, don't they?
They do ultimately, but I don't mind, getting his hands on the ball. I'm not sending him there for a 10-minute spell, but 5 minutes in the ruck here, I think can get him in the game.
Goal assist to the arc for the old 7-point play. Margins down to 6. Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, mixed news on the Crows bench. Alex Neal-Bullen's had that right knee re-strapped and is back on the ground. Still no Jordan Butts.
Sweet down straight to Wines. Launched into the air to grab it. Tackled quickly and gave it away. Rochelle to Berry. Adelaide inside 50. Toby Murray put down by Alir in the back. And the mark taken. Deemed an intercept one for Port Adelaide.
Maybe, Lauren, you were right. Thilthorpe in the square might have been handy then.
Alir to Logan Evans. Hot footy as he kicked to Butters. He had Berry breathing down his neck. Ball bobbles out. Keys there. Hands it to Neil Bullen. Max Michaelani lowers the eyes inside 50 to Jake Saligo. There is a flood of Crows right now. Saligo wants to move it quickly and turns it over.
Oh.
He had a set shot 40 out straight in front. Spotted Rochelle in front of the scoreboard, but kicked it straight to Logan Evans instead. Was not the weighted kick he was after. Evans has done just the same. His kick is poor. Saligo got a fingertip in. Knocked back to lie. Port Adelaide with the get out of jail free card. Heads wide. McKinlay now up towards Sweet. This will hurt Adelaide. He turns through the centre square. Heads to Mitch Georgiades. Ball A's backtracking. Knocked out. Vicentini runs into goal. Big Dante with his first of the season. And Dante's put Adelaide in the inferno. Should have been an inside 50 mark. And instead, it goes end to end and Port Adelaide back up by 12. 7-7-49. Adelaide 5-7-37. Time on in the third in Showdown 59 on ABC Sport.
Well, Doc, I had to pick my jaw up off the floor when Saligo went to pass that ball. He had a golden opportunity to kick two in a couple of minutes and Port Adelaide get out really quickly. I haven't seen Jordan Sweet get ahead of the ball as fast as that in his whole career, and I think that's the exposure for Thilthorpe. If he's been in the ruck, he's been moved forward again. He's had a rest, actually. I think he's on the bench, but Thilthorpe, as the ruck, Sweet pushed forward on him knowing he wouldn't keep up and exposed that forward run, and Vicentini kicking a small man's goal.
It was. Well called. Back in the middle of the ground, McAndrew's there. Rankin tries to get it. He does. Off to Peatling. He turns towards the centre circle, kicks up the ground towards Pedler, brings it to ground in front of Light. Took on the tackle of McKinlay, got the handball away, but handballed it straight to Lai. A tough contact between Butters and Laird. Laird wins out in the end. Handballs to Michaelani. It's hot in there. Zach Taylor turns on the left and finds Miller, an important one. Marks in front of the interchange gates. Been their best tonight. Miller goes short to Taylor. Plays on quickly, short again to the corner of the square to Peatling. Now he's going to send it in long, up towards the goal square. It's a 2-on-1. Thilthorpe was wanting the lead. He's put his hands up and said, kick it to me! Not to Alir, who read that better than anyone else.
Alir's kick, a soft one, trying to guide it up towards Wines. Neil Bullen will get a hand in and knock it over the boundary line. Chemistry isn't there inside 50, is it, tonight for
Not
the
at
Crows?
this moment. And Porter winning the aerial battle, not helped by the fact that Jordan Butts is on the bench, obviously. But they went tall with Marshall in the third quarter. They don't have to do that anymore because they've got the mismatches forward without it.
Their bookends off. Walker with a hamstring. Butts on the pine at the moment. A concern for him as well. Tossed in. Wines with a hot handball to Burgoyne, quickly tackled. Taylor brings him down. We'll get a ball up just outside the 50 for the Crows. Sweet down, charging through. Butters flung his body in but didn't come out with the footy. Horn Francis wrapped up by a couple. It's Port by 12. Game high margin just 13. Low scoring affair in Showdown 59. Sweet took it out of the ruck, tackle, dropped it, and the tackle lingered. This is the new free kick. Well, it's not really new, it's a few years now, but if the rucks take it out of the ruck and are tackled, it's not holding the ball. So he's just dropped it, and McAndrew has continued with it. So the holding free kick Port Adelaide's way, when the old school rule was you drop it, it's holding the ball.
Ruck Lotto, been going on for 50 years.
Yeah, that's horrific.
It's an ugly look.
I'm sorry.
Sweet gets it at right half back. Down the line, 2-on-2. Mitch Georgiades went for an absolute hanger. Couldn't come down with the footy. Gee, he was touching the night sky in Adelaide. Sam Berry now for the Crows. Picks it up and hands it to Taylor. Uses Peatling. Wormburner towards the 50. Rochelle caught behind. Pleads his case. Logan Evans all over him. Josh Lai mops it up. Heads back where it came from, centre wing broadcast side. Off hands and out the back, Worrell uses Laird, and Adelaide can reset on the eastern side. Braden Cook, Paddock to work with, open real estate, trots up to the logo, guides it up to Curtin, marks just behind right half forward, swings on the left, into the 50, Phil Thorpe, tried to wedge out Aaliyah, held his ground, tapped it forward, Burne-Jones is there for the power, bangs it out towards left half back.
And Cook, they had 2-on-1 there, the Crows, and he read it best. Good grab. Goes in board to Neil Bullen. That knee heavily strapped. Spent some time off the ground this quarter.
With the smaller lineup, they're going to have to lower their eyes and hit some flatter balls in.
So it goes long to Thilthorpe. Got two hands on it. Rode by Keys off to Rochelle. Ducked the head. Burne-Jones grabs the footy. Flicks it back to Drew. Kicks it out of defence. Too hot for Bond, but it gathered by Peatling. Handball to his former GWS teammate. Cumming wrapped up. Play on, says the umpire. Butters on his hands and knees. Knocks it to Todd Marshall. He dropped the footy. Fell to Saligo. Running towards goal. Missed to the right. Big opportunity for young Jakey. 5-8-38. Port 7-7-49, 26 and a half minutes gone, third term.
Doc, it might be a little bit of now or never for the Crows. Like, the more guys they lose, the longer the game goes, the more the fatigue that sets into less legs and less of a bench. If they can't take their opportunities now, they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, it's getting to that point, but I think the smaller lineup sort of forces you to play a little bit more active footy, which is maybe not going to hurt them. We definitely look vulnerable down back, but if we can turn it into more of a running game, potentially, if I stop saying we and start saying the Crows, they might get back into this contest.
He's learning on the job. Matthew Clarke on debut. Caught by 11. Kane Farrell's long kick off hands. Boundary throw in now. Sam Berry tracks it. Tackled just before the footy reached him. Saligo gets it. Gives it to Peatling. Pulls the kick well. Taylor, 55. Flares it inside. Pentler caught behind. Bergman cut in front. Came away with the footy. Panicked his exit. Dumped it straight back to Sam Berry. 52 out. Thinking about the set shot, not sure he's got the legs. Had a lead in the left forward pocket for an eternity and decided not to use Rochelle. Instead sets it up and Aaliyah gets in front again. He has been so good. The immovable object to Aaliyah in defence. Fists it into the front row, boundary throw in. Dogs have kicked the last three at the Docklands, so just when you thought the game was wrapped up, time on in the fourth, Freo by 9. You can hear the finish on ABC Listen if you'd like. We'll walk you through it, otherwise if you stay with us.
Boundary throw in. McAndrew tries to take it out of the ruck, dropped it. Wines handball to Sweet. Handballed over his head to Logan Evans. High ball, one-on-one contest. McKinlay v Cumming. Visentini throws his body at it. Dived on the ball. They're all over him, the Crows. How does the umpire read it? Holding the ball. That's textbook there. Doing well at the bottom of the pack there was Peatling to hold the ball to Dante Visentini. So he plays on now, sells some candy, gets past him, steps inside, handballs off to Zach Taylor, unloads from 40, pulled it away to the left. Another minus score, 5-9-39, Port 7-7-49, late in this third quarter, but there is still a bit of time, 29 minutes gone.
6 of the last 8 scoring shots for the Crows, but they've only got 2-3 as a reward. Burne-Jones to the broadcast, swing, fly and a mark. Josh Worrell. This Crow's got some wings. He soars over the pack and clunks one in front of the broadcast booth. Worrell back inside 50 for Adelaide. They converge 40 from home. Pedler flies, bopped off his chest. Curtin gets it wide. Ben Keys screws it from 30. Adelaide's back in the hunt. Keys has 2. Margins just 4. Port 7-7-49. Adelaide 6-9-45. Time on in the third. And we might be careering towards what will be a grandstand finish in the Showdown again.
Well, we're getting rewarded for our perseverance in the second quarter, which was just hard to watch. And this quarter's been spectacular. High-flying marks, goals on the run. It's opening up and it's turning into a classic.
Love that Ben Keys left footy. He tends to find at least one in the showdowns. And again, Port Adelaide looking vulnerable. If Aaliyah doesn't have time to get set for intercept and the Crows can play back in there fast, Port Adelaide look really vulnerable when the ball spills.
Big centre bounce.
Huge centre bounce. Past the 30-minute mark of this third term. Ben Keys admitted during the week he was a bit down against Brisbane. Certainly bounced back with 2 goals tonight. In the middle of the ground, Sam Berry bursts through, takes it straight off the ruckman's hands. Inside the forward 50, flying with Thilthorpe, brings it to ground. Roving is Rankin. He runs to his pocket, snaps around the body, but kicks it into his pocket. Out of bounds on the full in front of the scoreboard. So no score there, Port. Still 7-7-49, the Crows. 6-9-45 late in this third term of Showdown 59.
So the crowd just resets a bit, reboots. Here we go. Strapping themselves in for what's going to be a thrilling finish. Kick out towards left half back. Wines flies, couldn't control it. Second bite lands towards Berry and they hit the deck. Get a ball up, right half forward for the Crows. Tapped down by Sweet. Wines collapses into the pill. It shoots out. Saligo up towards the scoreboard. Toby Murray darted to his left, slid across in time, takes the mark close to the boundary line. It's a tight angle. Big Muzz, well, the younger Muzz, gets the shot in front of the light tower.
And that's what Saligo adds to the midfield, having him back in. It's that ability to burst away. Some great contested players in there for the Crows, but the leg drive out of there is what can open up the game.
His older brother Nick had 3 in the Sandful Showdown earlier. Port Adelaide winning that by 20 points. Now it's Toby's turn. The mid-season pickup. Just his 3rd game and his first ever showdown. Toby Murray on the tight angle produces a miracle. Mini Muzz has got a ton of class. They come from everywhere to celebrate, and Adelaide is in front for the first time since the 9-minute mark. They're up by 2 in Showdown 59, 7-9-51. Port Adelaide 7-7-49. A minute to go in the third. Lauren Arnell, Matthew Clarke, your experts on ABC Sport.
Well, it's the time in front half that we talked about was Port Adelaide's absolute trademark over the last few weeks. And it's been the Crows game in this second part of the third quarter, and just their ability to keep the ball in their front half after missed opportunities and then the re-entry.
Yeah, and if we think back to the first quarter, they had a period of about 7 or 8 minutes of this football, but got no reward for it. This quarter, they've finally hit the scoreboard, and that's an amazing finish from a young man in his first showdown.
First showdown and first ever AFL goal. What a moment for Toby Murray. Visentini flies through that ruck contest. Missed everything. Horne-Francis pulled off the footy. Drew's there with Burgoyne. He's tackled as he kicks it, just dropped it. Here's Saligo again. Free kick was paid. It's Toby Murray on the lead. Saligo-Murray combo. He marks 35 out in a 45-degree angle to the left. A deja vu here for the Crows.
We spoke pre-game about the Stars being the ones to watch, but sometimes a young fella can come into a big game and make it his moment. Could this be it?
Going for back-to-back goals, as Aaron mentioned. They hadn't led since the 9-minute mark of the first quarter. Looking to extend the margin late in the third term. Toby Murray strolls in, hits the footy. It's away to the right, but it's bending back. Back-to-back for Toby. Back-to-back for the Crows. In fact, it's 3 in a row. They lead by 8 points, 8-9-57. Port 7-7-49. Dying seconds of the third term in the showdown.
This is what you have to love about showdowns, Doc. It's just the riding the wave of emotion, and now the Adelaide home crowd getting behind this team, and the celebrations even just from the mark inside 50 that we see from the Adelaide players is incredible, and just gained ascendancy. 62% time in front half for the Crows in this quarter.
Yeah, there are a couple down on the bench. It has been obviously an emotional week, and sometimes you need an emotional lift, and those last 2 goals have certainly given the Crows that and brought the crowd into the game in a big way.
Backs against the wall, but they just won't stop swinging. The Crows up by 8. Home crowd rising to support them. Final stages of the third. McAndrew down. Crumbing was Vicentini, though. Quick kick forward, tumbling towards the arc. Time might beat them. How about the response from the Adelaide faithful? They were down 13 points. Now they're up by 8. And we're headed towards a grandstand finish on ABC Sport. Mentioned it in the pre-game. 34% of them are thrillers. you can add this to the list. It might not have been the best affair, but it's certainly going to the wire. 8-9-57 to Port Adelaide, 7-7-49. Goals scored heading into the final term. 2 to Keys, Rochelle and Toby Murray, who hadn't had a goal heading into tonight. First showdown, third game, doubles up back-to-back. Meanwhile, Rankin and Pedler with singles. Port Adelaide have 2 through Georgiades and Durden, and Vicentini and Wines and Butters all with 1 apiece as well. Could go either way. You don't really want to go anywhere. That being said, over at Docklands, it's a similar finish. Fremantle by 11 at the 31-minute mark. You think they might be home, but you've probably got enough time if you want to duck over and come back on ABC Listen. It's a great night of footy. And Andrew Dillon, if you're listening, I know you're in the crowd, probably doesn't have the analogue with him. Geez, split up these games because we've had 2 tremendous contests tonight. Finished a Showdown 59 coming your way next on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
There's no doubt that country music is bigger than ever right now. Join me, Outback Tom, as I get you around the artists that are blazing a trail. Listen to Country Club, Sunday night at 6 on ABC Country or anytime you like on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Into the 50, he was looking for Thilthorpe, knocked away by Aaliyah, but it bobbles straight to Rochelle from 25. Josh Rochelle gets the gift and welcomes the package. Gets stuck into a few power players, but no sellies just yet. Rochelle with 2. Now Ollie Wines, left half forward. The Hornet kept running, and he's got a bit of buzz as he zigs through 2 into the 50. Georgiades! Great hanger in the left forward pocket. Set shot to come, 10 out, and there's a big story for the Crows. Meanwhile, Josh Money.
Yeah, Alex Neil-Bullen, who obviously missed that game at the Gabba with a knee issue, has just limped to the bench, clutching at his knee in the hands of the Docs at the moment.
Mitch Georgiades opens the angle, snaps from 20, and has 2 on the night.
And Andrew Dillon on the big screen, he's been booed by the Crows fans.
Everyone's getting a serve tonight.
On the centre wing, handball from Thilthorpe, clever from Rankin, knocked it in board to Cumming. He sets sail from 50, and make no mistake with that one. That is not coming back. That's straight through the middle from Isaac Rankin.
McKinlay now up towards Sweet. This will hurt Adelaide. He turns through the centre square, heads to Mitch Georgiades, ball lays backtracking, knocked out Vicentini. Runs into goal. Big Dante with his first of the season. Worrell back inside 50 for Adelaide. They converge 40 from home. Pedler flies, bopped off his chest. Curtin gets it wide. Ben Keys screws it from 30. Adelaide's back in the hunt. Keys has 2.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It's a showdown jam-packed with emotion. The first half felt like this ugly brawl, but we stuck fat. We went to couples counselling and we've got through, and the second half has rewarded us. We have got an epic coming our way. Adelaide by 8 at three-quarter time. 8-9-57 to Port Adelaide, 7-7-49. Crows have a ton of injuries though, so Walker with a hamstring out in the first quarter, and Josh Money's not looking great for Jordan Butts either.
No, it's not looking good at all. Aaron, he came from the rooms a short time ago, but with ice on that groin, so he looks like he's done for the game. As you mentioned, Taylor Walker already out, so ahead at the moment, Crows, but we'll have to hold on without their bookends. Just on the Port Adelaide side of things, Logan Evans had an ankle towards the end of that third quarter, but looks to be okay, but just want to keep an eye on.
So Port Adelaide will have a little bit of a sniff, down 2 goals, but you feel like, considering the names that are out there, there's a chance they could pick this back. It's been a seesawing affair, low scoring, and they're headed towards an epic finish. Lauren Arnell, Matthew Clarke, what happens from here?
Well, we talked a lot about emotion pre-game, and I loved that third quarter. As much as the Crows got on top, I thought just the ability to dominate and control the game was so important for them. +9 inside 50s, +6 tackles. They're working harder, more of the footy, and it's felt like for the first half, Port Adelaide, whenever it was at centre bounce, it's absolutely to their advantage, and the Crows really got on top in the clearance area as well, +6, and it's a test now for Port Adelaide's maturity under Josh Carr. Can you continue to respond when a team throws every punch at you, but really should be down on the mat with the injuries that they've had to Walker and Butts?
Yeah, I just want to call out 2 of the young mids. So I think Sam Berry's had 12 tackles in the game, and Jake Saligo coming in off an interrupted run. He's had 17 possessions, but not just the possessions, the quality of, the ability to burst away in that quarter. Pivotal in setting up that little run that the Crows got. But there's a long way to go in this game. So the way this plays out, it feels as though the Crows are vulnerable down back with butts out. And so if they can get some midfield dominance, then I can see them obviously coming well back into this. Is there a slight breeze heading towards the southern end? Maybe. But I think it all comes down to the midfield, and it's these young guys that are going to have to stand up against the stars of Port Adelaide.
Full time at Docklands, Fremantle, top of the table. They beat the Western Bulldogs by 12, 17-12, 114 to 15-12, 102. Here, though, it's all about pride and potentially a spot in the top 10. Adelaide and Port Adelaide in Showdown, 59, both at 3 and 4. It feels like a pivotal moment in their seasons. Gee, there's a couple of names vying for the Showdown medal tonight. Wayne Miller with 24. Alia's been good down back. Ollie Wines has got the collection at the moment, trying to complete it. He's got a Brownlow and All-Australian, a Cahill medal, a Badco medal. Just needs the Showdown to complete what is an excellent career. Zach Butters with 22 as well. Here we go. Final quarter of an epic showdown. It's Adelaide by 8. McAndrew down. Rankin onto the drop, but left it behind, and Horn Francis gathers, pushes off and breaks away. Explosive out of the middle. Low kick, bounce towards Dante Vicentini. The tall man just couldn't get low enough to gather it. Hits his shins. Neil Bullen uses Cook, and Worrell swings the handball inboard. Berry decides to take on McKinlay and wins out. Brushes him away with ease. Down the line go the Crows. Up to Neil Bullen, a fumble, but he regathers on the bounce. Logan Evans closes. He gets the handball off to Keys. Marches by Farrell. Ben Keys into the 50. Rochelle bounced off Lockie Jones. Ball did the same in his direction. He's pulled away by Bergman. Play continues towards the line. Toby Murray becomes the tackler. Boundary throw in, 25 out.
Shelley playing for the free kick there at a dangerous spot. Couldn't convince the umpire. So we'll have a boundary throw in. Inside 50 for the Crows. McAndrew knocks it down towards Cook and Miller. Miller handballs to Rankin. Kicks around the body towards the top of the square. Looking for Toby Murray, but Miles Bergman read it best. Takes the intercept mark, right back pocket for Port Adelaide. Short to Alia. Deep in defence for Port Adelaide, who are trailing by 8 points. Plays on now. Kicks up towards the wing, and Whitlock. He was pushed under it there by Max Michaelani. Cleverly done, because Big Max took the intercept mark.
It's a stronger body, better aerial craft from Michaelani.
Michaelani into the 50, spots a hole, lets the marching Toby Murray get there. 3 bites, he lets it slip. Neil Bullen comes with the assist though, hands it to Curtin. Curtin from 50 says why not, it has a crack. Hits the right hand upright. Adelaide by 9 early stages. Final term of Showdown 59 on ABC Sport.
McElhaney's ability to play on the tall is going to be crucial in this last quarter.
So set up well here, Adelaide. Forcing Logan Evans to just bomb one long. McAndrew's in front of Sweet. Drop the mark. Gathered by Berry. Off to Peatling to Rankin. Short ball to Curtin. Is nice. 55 from home. Flatter ball to Keys, who marks inside the 50, 45-degree angle away to the right.
Curtin started this quarter on a wing, direct opponent being Jace Burgoyne, and just with the repeat entries for the Crows, he's found himself in some really good spots, and nice touch to start this last quarter.
So Keys has got 2 on the night. Sometimes just runs around a little bit onto his left foot. Sometimes starts them too far left. In he comes. As predicted, runs around, steps on the paint of 50, unloads from 50! Ben Keys has 3! And the Crows have kicked 4 on the trot. They're up by 15 points, 9-10-64, Port 7-7-49. 3 minutes gone, final term.
Long way to go, but a good start from the Crows in this quarter, bringing the pressure, getting that ball locked in the front half once again.
There's been a lot of talk about Rankin and Rochelle and how much centre ball up time they get, and we've seen a really hot start from Rankin in this last quarter, and he's going inside again and often has been matched up directly to Horn Francis at CB, and Port Adelaide is sticking with Sweet, Drew, Butters, Horn Francis and the Crows. Rankin, Berry, Peatling and McAndrew.
Last 7 scoring shots the way of the Crows. Port Adelaide must stem the bleeding. Sweet looks for Horn Francis, engulfed by Peatling before the ball even reached him. Knocked it towards Butters, they give it away. McAndrew thumps it forward. Would have landed in the lap of Thilthorpe, but it bounced off his chest. Aaliyah gathers, hot handball out to Drew. He's spun in the washing machine. Rankin brings him down. And we'll get a ball up.
It was a nice centre bounce play from Port, but they just couldn't quite get it to the outside.
Centre half forward for the Crows. McAndrew down. Awkward bounce for Berry. Pitched wayward. Drew can't control it either. Bit of a slippery footy right now. Bar of soap. Durden dives in. Took out the knees of his teammate Drew. Below the knees. Free kick to your own team. Ball up centre square. Adelaide's up by 15. Crows fans are really locked in now. Sold out crowd. Their home game. Down early. Up late. Sweet down. Picked up by McAndrew. He's steamrolled by Joe Richards. Matthew McAndrew, 1 out against Sweet and Vicentini tonight. Sweet down. Straight to Miller, though. Shoots the handball to Peatling. Spiral towards the 50. It bounces in front of Thilthorpe. Foot race on. Aaliyah's tracking with him. The tap towards Rochelle. Beautiful flick back to Thilthorpe. Both ball defenders committed. And Josh Rochelle with the goal assist of the year. Sets up Riley Thilthorpe for the snap from 40. That is a masterclass in assisting your big man. Josh Rochelle gets it to Thilthorpe. Adelaide have the last 5 and they're up by 21. 10-10-70 to Port 7-7-49. 5 played final term.
What I love about that is in the coach's box, they're probably saying, let's just take it out. Let's reset the ground. But the creative player sees something that we mere mortals don't, and he finds Thilthorpe with a backhander. Unbelievable.
And the stoppage dominance from the Crows in this quarter so far, it's looked like a couple of times Port have come out the front with first possession, but the pressure and the way that the Crows mids have turned up, we know that they got an absolute cook post the Brisbane loss and absolutely torn apart from that Brisbane game. And geez, they're showing up now, those Adelaide mids.
The Crows are just steamrolling here in the second half of the showdown. Berry took on Durden, dropped the footy. He lowers the eyes and hits Georgiades. Oh, Berry had the clearance in his hands.
Yeah, well, it's the exact play that Lauren just described, except that this time it was Port that brought the pressure and created the turnover after Berry had a clean possession.
Perfect delivery from Durden to Georgiades. He's going to have a set shot, 35 out directly in front. And Port, boy, understatement of the year. Do they need this? You can hear the boos. Trying to put Big Mitch off in his 100th game. Georgiades, a perfect drop punt and has his 3rd. And finally, after a run of 5 goals against, Port get one back, 8-7-55. Adelaide 10-10-70. 7 minutes gone in the final term.
Game on.
I think in that first sort of half and a bit, Port had the ascendancy at centre ball up, and now it's absolute evens. 10 wins to either side, and geez, it makes for such a good showdown, doesn't it, Doc? These are the moments where it's just so important to win CB. You've got your best forwards ahead of the play for Port Adelaide. Time is ticking.
Yeah, and it just highlights the need for dynamic players that can, stick a tackle in a big area of space. So that was critical for Port right there.
Cracking finish to Showdown 59. Adelaide by 15. Tossed into the air, McAndrew swats it forward on the bounce. Saligo was there, but Butters got to it first. Paddles it back to Drew. Then Sweet, a sweeping low handball to Durden, put him into trouble. Miller wraps him up, centre half forward for the power.
I like Corey Durden, but that was really poor for him to call for the handball from Sweet. They just need to get inside 50 to Georgiades.
Sweet down, sharp though by Saligo, crunched into by Butters. The ball bobbles out to Berry. Kicks to the eastern side, bounces awkwardly for Toby Murray, who committed to the drop. Burgoyne out the back, hot handball didn't quite work for Burn-Jones. He's buffeted it away. Rochelle squares it up. Taylor now was in a world of space, but it has to come back. Darcy Burn-Jones taken off the footy by Keys. Free right half back. Port Adelaide down 15 after being up 13. Crowd's just seen the replay, not overly happy with the call. Wide 45 to Jacob Ware. Puts up a prayer down the line. Whitlock again.
Oh, yeah.
Big contested grab in a pack. Pops up quickly and releases Butters. Surging to right half forward. Butters will screw it. 25 out. Logan Evans flies out the back. Georgiades thought he had the mark. Too many fingertips and they're not giving it to him. He stops and waits for the tackle, and it will be a ball up 20 out. Where's the arc now? Port need one. Sweet takes it out of the ruck, threw it on the boot, straight towards Whitlock, 5 metres away. He can't get the connection. Berry picks his pocket, handball out wide. Laird can't find a teammate, charging through. Durden put his body in, comes out, check side Moraes. No one's sitting back except for the Crows. Dan Curtin, right back pocket, takes the intercept mark. Adelaide by 15.
Short to Millerer. It's been so good tonight. Possession number 27 coming up. Kicking efficiency at 86%. Kicks down the line. Pedler was bumped out of it by Lai. Ball gets out over the back towards Rochelle. Kicking board. It's a dangerous one, but Sam Berry was too strong in front of Sweet. He's really surged in this second half, Sam Berry.
He's had a huge game. 547 metres gained for Berry, and enormous defensive pressure, as Doc pointed out earlier.
Kick down towards Curtin on centre wing. Dropped the mark, but goes for a second effort. Quick kick is smothered by Logan Evans. Handballs to Darcy Byrne-Jones. His 45 kick was great to Sweet, but he dropped the chest mark. Handball from Sam Berry to McAndrew. He dropped the ball. The ruckman can't hold it. The quick kick inside the forward 50 was wasted, though. Marked by Josh Roll at centre half back for Adelaide.
The young power lacking composure at the moment. Cook for the Crows, heads out wide. In front of the Bashir stand, Ben Keys chips it through the logo. Neil Bullen. Adelaide's up by 15. Neil Bullen now true centre wing. Runs around inside towards the 50. Murray's got 3 to beat, and Aaliyah from behind juggles it in. Who would want to be a Showdown medal voter tonight? So many options. We've got one in this box. He's having a rough one. Out wide, Josh Lai. Long searching kick back up the eastern side. Butts. Oh, not Butts. He's off for the game. Worrell in front position. Couldn't take it. Hits the deck. Should repeat that. Butts and Taylor Walker out for the Adelaide Crows.
The good news is that the Showdown is now a standalone game on Friday night.
Out on centre wing, Saligo. It was tackled by Wines, and yet just couldn't get his fist in there for the handball. Good tackle from the Brownlow medalist. Holding the footy. So Port have it centre wing, out of sight of the ground. Wind swirling away, kicks it up towards right half forward, and flying way to her was Peatling in the back of Butters. I'm not sure how that's not a free kick. Adelaide win the footy through coming to Saligo. He jumped as he handballed. Clever to Keys, flicks it back to Cook. Kicks it off the ankle and on purpose, and on the outside of the boot, I should say, and finds Toby Murray. Perfect pass, very skillful. Ball centre of the wing, kicks up towards left half forward, and Aaliyah, and he's caught one over the back from Pedler over the head. How's that not a free kick? Port trying to handball out of the fence through Lai, got it to Berry, and they've kept it in here, Adelaide. Looks like it will come back. Throw in right, left half forward for the Crows.
Well, Port had the rub of the green with the umpires in the first half, but they have been stitched up a couple of times in the last couple of minutes. So it's a square up.
Massive Showdown crowd tonight. 53,045. That is a huge result. Toss back in. Adelaide by 15 points. Off hands. Peatling throws it on the boot towards the left forward pocket. Rochelle outmatched against Aaliyah.
Starting to make a case.
He is.
He's looking pretty good down back, but it's not going to be enough.
That's Aaliyah's 12th mark for the game.
They still need some scoring. Port Adelaide down 15. He passes short to Byrne-Jones, and then Christian Moraes now has it. Left half back. So that'll be the 4th highest Showdown crowd in history. Up the corridor go the power. They want to go end to end. Bergman in the centre circle takes the mark. Turns to Butters. Hard pass as he strikes into the 50 to Georgiades. Straight in front.
Set play from Port Adelaide. As soon as Richards had the footy in D50, took that mark, Bergman flew off half back, and all the time in the world and all the space opened up for him in the middle of the ground. And I just love that forward handball to Butters. And it gives Georgiades the very best look to tick back up at his teammate, and easy, uncontested mark.
Excellent slingshot. Port Adelaide need a hero. Can it be the milestone man? Mitch Georgiades from 45. They roar early because it was never a chance. Started right, misses, and it's Adelaide by 14 points.
Just got too close, jammed himself up.
Voice of Matthew Clarke alongside Lauren Arnell on ABC Sport. Going to the wire here at the Adelaide Oval. Out to the left back pocket go the Crows near the light tower. Isaac Rankin to clear it out towards the eastern side. Kick isn't great. Getting in front of Toby Murray is Josh Lai. He's just behind right half forward, looking for an entry here for Port Adelaide. Lai drills it, 30 from home. McKinlay the target. Fist came in, spills out. Murray's does a full 720, hits the deck. 40 out from home. We'll get a ball up inside Port Adelaide's 50, trailing by 14 points. A warm welcome to everyone joining us from the MCG. Adelaide by 14, Port Adelaide inside 50. Epic finish to Showdown 59 coming your way. Out of the stoppage, Rory Laird bowled over. We'll get a ball up, centre half forward for Port Adelaide. Aaron Bryans, Tom Wilson, Lauren Arnell, Matthew Clarke with you. It's been a odd game. First half sluggish, second has been electric. We're going to the wire on ABC Sport.
Saligo handballs from centre half back towards Keys, who wraps up Burgoyne in the tackle. Have another ball up. 15 minutes gone in the final term. Crows kicked 5 straight goals. Port with the last one. But most of the momentum going the Crows' way. Ware hard in there on Peatling. Tries to get the handball to Thilthorpe, but Ware goes in again. His quick kick lands in the lap of Rankin at centre half back. Asked to play on by the umpire. Steps across, goes a 45 kick up towards Keys. Lies with a clever fist out towards the boundary line. Saligo versus Moraes. Saligo over the top. Holds it in, we'll have a ball up. Left half forward for Adelaide. Outer side of the ground, they lead by 14 points.
If you just joined us, Port by 12 at the first change, 6 at the half. Low-scoring affair, just 7 goals in the first half. Now it's opened up. Out of the stoppage, tap down to Peatling. Surges away, heading inside 50. Murray entangled with Aaliyah. Whistle, and they're paying the mark to Aaliyah, who has been terrific tonight. His intercept marking is through the roof.
Yeah, so we had Thilthorpe who gets the clearance, but then, of course, we want Thilthorpe down there to catch it. So what do you do?
Tried to wait the kick out to Joe Richards back with the flight, but he was tracked by Neil Ball and puts it down. Dan Curtin runs in, throwing the body on the line is Max Michaelani, getting across Horn Francis. Ball up to come at the attacking edge. Taylor Walker out of the game, hamstring injury first term. Jordan Butts as well, also out with a leg issue. Means that Adelaide are 2 down in the final stages here, but up by 14.
Visentini knocks it down towards Wines. Back to Visentini to Moraes. Just throws that in the boot. Free kick's going to come all the way back. So Wines will get the footy.
Gives Port Adelaide time to reset their forward line. The Crows are starting to congest stoppage to try and take heat out of the game, which means they only had 3 players ahead of the ball, Port.
So Wines thought about a short kick, but will go long towards Georgiades. McKinlay at the front takes the mark. Not many players to kick to with Georgiades on the deck. Handballs to Farrell. We know he can use it well. Over the back is Berry. Joe Berry marks at the top of the square. Had his eyes on it the whole way, and he plays on and kicks the goal. He nearly stuffed it. I'm sorry. Why do they do this? The coach is sitting next to me. Why do they do it? 9-8-62. Perry gets his first. Adelaide 10-10, 17 and a half minutes gone final term.
Farrell's leg is a weapon. It's that extra 10 metres which makes that play possible. The Crows actually look really well set defensively, but his ability to penetrate gets it over the back, and yes, then they made a hard work of it. What should have been a very easy moment.
And all of a sudden, it's an 8-point game, guys.
Yeah, and I feel Port have had the better of this last 4 or 5 minutes. So, you know, we spoke about the short turnaround, and is that going to be a factor? And, you know, I was pretty adamant that it wasn't. But as you get into this last 7 or 8 minutes of the game, there's no doubt that there'll be some fatigued boys out there.
What a game we've got. Year in, year out, it delivers 34% of the time. Showdowns are thrilling finishes. Best rivalry in the game in comparison. You can look it up against Geelong and Hawthorn, Carlton, Collingwood, Western Derby, Battle of the Bridge. It is the best of the lot. And it's heading down again. Sweet towards Horn Francis, ripped off the ball by Berry. And a holding free kick going his way. Was spun in the tackle, dropped it early. Crows fans incensed. There's been a couple of topical decisions tonight. Jason Horn Francis looks caught in two minds. Looked left, went that way in the end after zigging right, and his kick to Berry knocked away by the fist of Hugh Bond. Boundary throw in to come. All the heavy hitters in the house. Andrew Dillon's here. Peter Malinauskas is here. All the Tassie scouts are here, Loz.
Good game to watch.
Tossed in, Sweet down, sharked, coming off a step, hooks it around the body. Toby Murray has had a standout man-making game tonight. Meets the footy and knocks it to Berry. Buffeted off his kick, rolls back to Burn-Jones. He uses Butters, who races for Port Adelaide back through left half-back. Uses Kane Farrell and then gets it back. Butters up to disposal 27. Heads to the defensive edge to Logan Evans. Has the run of Aaliyah.
They're out.
Who's got out of the exit of defensive 50. Aaliyah driving kick to Jack Whitlock. Another high-flying grab. 55 out in the one-on-one. His contested marking has been terrific. He's just got to finish it here. He'll share it wide. Jacob Ware still 53 out. Right in front of the Wanganeen stand. Crows by 8. Jacob Ware puts up a prayer. Cathedral end. Jack Whitlock floated forward and gets the footy back. Jumping Jack at the top of the goal square. My goodness, this is going to be electric.
Yeah, obviously the loss of Butts, but Jordan Sweet really important there as well. So McAndrew was getting back to help aerial support. Sweet pushed really hard, kept him on the ground, and that allows Whitlock to jump and take this mark.
It's been a game you wouldn't rewatch anytime soon.
Second half, mate. Come on, it's been great.
I was going to say, for Jack Whitlock, it might be a match-making moment. Whitlock in his first showdown drills it over the goal umpire's hat and into the hill of frustrated Crows supporters. And the noise silences at the Adelaide Oval. Margin is just 2 in Showdown 59. 10-10-70 Adelaide. Port 10-8-68. 5 to go on ABC Sport.
Well, this is where the cream rises to the top, isn't it? And as a coach, Doc, you're checking the magnets and making sure you've got your absolute best out there, and particularly at this centre ball up. Ollie Wines has just come on the ground from Rays and gone straight in there.
Yeah, rotations are an interesting one, aren't they? At this point of the game, obviously fatigue's a factor, but yeah, you want to make sure you've got all of your stars aligned and get them all out on the ground and in the centre bounce ideally. So let's have a look. We've got Butters, Wines, and who's on the far side?
Drew with Jordan Sweet.
Back in the middle of the ground, Port trail by 2. Sweet tries to take it out, tackled by Berry. He's a tackling machine. It's number 16. Another ball up. Sweet knocks it forward. Who can run onto that? Cook leads Ware in the race. Ware lays the tackle. Fell out in the tackle, says the umpire. Wines, Durden, Berry, the Joe variety, tackled by the Sam variety.
Every contest crucial from here on out.
Ware's had some good moments too. The 15 disposals, almost 500 metres gained on a wing. He's worked his tail off.
A lot of contributors tonight for both teams. Butters, handballs to Farrell. Butters again, McAndrew, Pedler, Berry, all laying tackles. And we'll have another ball up near the centre circle. Crows leading by 2 points. 22 minutes gone in the final term.
McAndrew down to Berry, gets it to Saligo. He brushes off McKinlay. He's running backwards, losing ground. Has to kick off balance, up to left half forward. Pitches backwards on Ben Keys, but Rankin's there with the assist. Well tracked, gets the handball to Neil Bullen. Turns it left half forward. Into the pocket he goes, juggling 3 bites for Shelley. Knocked away late by Aaliyah with a desperate swat as he nearly reeled it in. Rochelli's pleading his case. He won't get the free. Tossed in 10 out.
The ability to hold balance around the stoppage, as it gets more and more intense, the desire to get inside can cost you if you lose the outside.
McAndrew gets front position, knocked it down, but straight to Wines. He flung it out to Ware. Tackled as he kicked it, dropped short, 35 out. Berry's there, couldn't take the mark, gets the second attempt, paddled it to Michael Annie, but it bounced off his bootlaces. Now coming, tries to sidestep 3 and loses the footy in the process.
Joe Berry.
Free kick, Port Adelaide, defensive 50 down 2.
So Drew takes it out wide to Lai. Too much on it. Pedler chopped his arms. So he misjudged it there, Lai. Pedler thinks he's going to get the ball for Lasso, but better throw it back quick. Lai plays on. Pumps it down the line. Ugly looking kick. McKinlay touches it in time. And the Crows fans want a Lasso, but didn't see the touch. We'll have a throw in. It's about 80 metres from Port's goal. They're trailing by 2 points. Really got the heart rate going up here in the commentary box. Imagine what it's like for the 53,000 Crows fans and the 400 or so Port fans down there. Boundary throw in. Sweet knocks it down. Sam Berry, what a star he's been tonight. His handball is knocked down though by Joe Richards, a good 1%, and we'll have another boundary throw in.
Port rolled the dice a little bit at that stoppage. Ewan McKinlay was a late sub with Joe Richards coming onto the ground, so it left Berry by himself, but Richards with the speed and fresh legs off the bench was able to squash that handball.
No Taylor Walker, no Jordan Butts. Jordan Dawson not there tonight. The Crows hanging on, up by 2. Tossed in, tapped down. Drew gets it to Wines, then Butters. He's breaking away from Peatling, kicks it across the body towards the 50. Borlay's in front. Georgiades panics, grabs the jumper, free kick, going the way of the Crows, and now they find their voice. The Adelaide faithful, 53,000 in attendance, the fourth highest crowd in Showdown history. Borlay's on return, heads to the eastern side. Thilthorpe flew early, lands in the lap of Burn-Jones out the back. True centre wing. Port led from the 9-minute mark of the first all the way to the 32-minute mark of the third. It's been Adelaide since. Down the line, couple of flyers. Francis early, and then over the back, Worrell takes the intercept mark. Adelaide move it back towards the Odie stand. Alex Neil Bullen, the premiership demon, knows all about big games. Searching kick to left half forward. Aaliyah nearly cuts it off, but gets it on the bounce. He handed it away, though, straight to Thilthorpe. Uses Berry, bangs it high and long into the night sky. 3 power players converge. Hitting the deck at the back was Taylor. Pulled off it, no free kick. They'll ask the question again, the home crowd, but it will be a ball up, 45 out, inside 50 for the Crows.
Sweet knocks it down towards Cook, clean to Rankin. It's going to be a throw.
Wow, okay.
Against Cook. Interesting.
Umpire was in perfect position for it.
Not too much complaint from the Crows players either.
Which team's going to be brave with the ball? Oh, that's not a great kick.
That was brave. Missed 2 Port players. Bergman got it. Goes the handball back towards Lockie Jones. Curtin in there with a 1%er. Farrell. Zach Taylor dived on it. Got it to Keys. Handball to Miller. Unloads from 50. That is an unbelievable goal from Wayne Miller. A team effort. The icing on the cake. The cherry on top. Whatever you want to say. Wayne Miller. That might have got you the 3 votes. Adelaide, 11-10-76. Controversial. It was a push in the back.
No, I think they've called it touched.
Push in the back. Free to Logan Evans. No goal. Adelaide by 2, and Port quickly move it to the eastern side. Pandemonium in Showdown 59. The State absolutely losing its marbles up the middle. The kick to Bergman, who turns. Adelaide's napping inside 50. Port Adelaide look to strike. Georgiades the target. Couple of flies of the Crows. Georgiades stays down. Hands it to Durden. Curling it from 20. He misses across the face. 1-point game.
Wow.
What is going on?
Can we just make sure there's a security detail for the blokes in yellow at the end of this game?
Just had a replay there. I just missed it. I did not see any.
Rochelli
it must
just
have been off the
clattered
ball.
into Logan Evans on the goal line.
Evans ended up in the fence.
Wow. So Port trailing by 1. Kick out of defence from Adelaide. Jordan Sweet takes the mark. Almost 28 minutes gone. Sweet goes back inside the forward 50. Francis flies, brings it to ground. Boundary throw in. Could it get any more tense?
So the Crows have got a number behind. Only 5 forwards ahead at the moment. So where's the extra?
Boundary throw in deep in Port Adelaide's forward line. Sweet knocks it down. Wines to Durden. Handballs forward. Georgiades there. Peatling happy to get this out over the boundary line.
So 1 point game, forward 50 stoppage. As Port Adelaide, you just want to keep the ball alive, and Crows want to congest the field space. They're happy with repeat stoppage. If you can get a clearing kick, you'll take that. But Port have a +2 outside 50, so they can get them on re-entry if they need.
Adelaide by a point in Showdown 59. Tossed in, McAndrew got the tap, then became the tackler on Sweet. Rankin piles in, ball up 30 out.
So Port Adelaide's 2 spares are in the corridor. Crows have to exit wide.
Tossed up, McAndrew. Hollywood tap overhead looking for Neil Bullen. Cut off by Ware. Over the footy, but won't really take control. He knows he's in trouble. Coming in, Durden makes an effort, forces the ball up. 45 out. Port's 50. Anything will do. Tap down, winds, shoots the handball. McKinlay curls it from 45. Ewan McKinlay got it to Berry, and he curls it from 40 home to be the hero in the showdown. Joe Berry puts Port Adelaide up by 5. Oh my goodness, what a finish. Crows fans will be incensed.
Got to own the outside of the contest. The Crows had the extra on the goal line, but the action's happening up 40 metres away.
Joe Berry curling it from 30. And Port Adelaide strike. They're up by 5 in the dying stages.
The play now for the Crows is you've got to score, obviously. Less than a minute on the clock. You're down by 5 points. They've got to either spike the ball or hit backwards so they can get some forward momentum out of CB.
All the boards are up. We can see the halfbacks about to charge off the line here.
And Todd Marshall will drop as a spare off a wing for Port Adelaide, try and create the outnumber defensively.
Port Adelaide with the last 4 goals of the game and maybe to pinch the showdown back in the middle of the ground. Millerer came off the back line. Free kick going the way of Isaac Rankin. Too high. 35 seconds left. Rankin pumps it inside the forward 50. Up towards Thilthorpe. Curtin flew. Roved by Lockie Jones. Handball to Bergman. Butters quick kick out. Millerer takes it on. Durden wraps him up in the tackle. Handball to Curtin. Cook runs inside the forward 50. Would this be the winner? Oh, goodness! What is he cooking? What are we seeing in Showdown 59? Brayden Cook puts the Crows back in front with 11 seconds to go.
So this is one of the 34%, I reckon. One of those close ones.
11-10-76 Adelaide Port, 11-9-75, 31 minutes gone.
And all the young blokes having their moment, yeah? Amazing.
11 seconds, it's long enough. It's enough time from centre ball up. It's enough time to score. Todd Marshall's gone forward. He's the swing man when Port Adelaide need a play. And Horn Francis on a wing, not at the centre ball up.
Brayden Cook, the unlikely hero.
Tap's going wide to Horn Francis.
Showdowns are all about moments. It's Adelaide by a point. Do Port have one last roll of the dice? Out of the middle, it's tapped towards Wines. Fresh area on the half volley. Picked up by the Crows. Berry gets the clearing kick. Ben Keys has it. Siren. After an emotional week, stacked full of injuries, Adelaide rises off the canvas to one. They land one last knockout blow and win Showdown 59 by a point. The hero on the big stage gets Adelaide up in what was a seesawing affair at the death. Ugly first half, Port by 6 at the major break, Adelaide by 8 at three-quarter time after a massive run of 4 or 5 goals. Couple of contentious calls. You can hear the cheers for the umpires. We went absolutely to the death. It looked like Adelaide had the match winner through Wayne Millerer. Cancelled out. Joe Berry gets one back. Port by 5, and then at the death, Brayden Cook gets the job done in Showdown 59. Adelaide 4-4, Port 3-5. footy. 53,000 erupting. The state on a knife's edge. We went right to the death. And once again, the Showdown has delivered. Big night of footy. Fremantle by 12 at Docklands. And Adelaide get the job done. 11-10-76 to 11-9-75. Goal scorers, 3 to Keys, 2 to Rochelle and Murray. Singles to Millerer, Rankin, Cook, Pedler and Thilthorpe. For Port Adelaide, 2 to Georgiades and Durden. Singles to Vicentini, Whitlock, Wines, Butters and Berry. It's a lot to unpack. Thankfully, we've got a good 40 minutes to do so. Lauren Arnell, Matthew Clarke, walk us through that finish.
Oh, that's a classic. That's a classic, and it'll go into the catalogue of unbelievable showdowns that we've been lucky enough to watch. But what I loved is, all of the young players that were influential in that final term, and then even earlier in the game. And I feel really bad for complaining about the standard of the match in the first half, because that was spectacular second half.
Us in the face,
a spectacular second half, just highlights all over the place. And in the end, the ability for both teams in critical moments to get the ball to the outside of the contest and finish plays. I think defensively both teams will be looking at it and saying, should we have shut that down? But, you just had to just enjoy the contest, really.
Oh, what an epic last quarter and second half, to your point. But I thought the Crows' ability to just keep showing up and ride the wave of emotion that we've spoken about is just unbelievable. And I thought Port Adelaide threw many, many punches, and Aaliyah kept him in the game for so much of it.
Yeah, he was spectacular. What did he end up with intercept mark? It was
12,
some crazy number, yeah. But
8 for Aaliyah.
Oh, yeah.
14 marks for the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was, a large part of the game, it was a scrap in the first half, and it did sort of just bounce between the two back lines, with Miller mopping up at one end and Aaliyah at the other. But in the second half, the game actually was a really good spectacle. The contest stayed fierce, but both teams were able to flick the ball to the outside at times, and then we got to see them put their skills on show. So, yeah, footy lived up to the billing.
The fact that the Crows can do that without Walker since, halfway through the first quarter, Butts went down second quarter.
Yeah.
What an unbelievable team effort. Neil Bullen was sort of in and out a little bit with that knee complaint. It's, for me, if you're a Crows supporter, you're walking out obviously enormously pumped. You've won the Showdown by 1 point, but just shows so much heart and so much promise for so many of the experienced players that stepped up, but also those young guys you mentioned, Doc. And I thought even Borlase had some good moments, had a tough night against Georgiades from the most part, but a couple of big moments in that last quarter from him too.
Yeah, and ultimately, anytime the game swings under a goal, there's going to be a little bit of luck involved. So from the Port Adelaide perspective, if you assess where they are in their season, they got off to a really rocky start, but their last 3 weeks have been exceptional football. And so, they come out on the wrong end of this one. But even though, we spoke about the importance of staying ahead of the ledger, 3 and 5 is not disastrous.
Adelaide winners by a point in an epic showdown. Let's head downstairs with Jess Adamson.
The Children's Charity of South Australia has joined with both the Adelaide Football Club and the Port Adelaide Football Club to help make a greater impact on the lives of local children in need. This partnership sees both clubs compete to hold up the prestigious Variety Showdown Shield. Tonight, the Showdown medal will be presented to the player judged best of field in tonight's game. We're joined by Variety SA Chair Selena Bushell and Variety Scholarship participant Kai Plummer to present tonight's Showdown medal and Showdown Shield. And the winner of the Showdown medal is Sam Berry.
29 touches, 7 inside 50, 7 first possessions. Sam Berry wins his first Showdown medal, and the man sitting next to me gave him 3 votes on the night.
Very relieved. You forgot the 19 tackles that he laid as well. Unbelievable in the second half.
Incredible performance. Here he is downstairs.
What a game. How good are Showdowns. Big thanks to Port. Again, cracking contest. Thanks to everyone for coming out, and cheers.
Absolute bulldozer is Sam Berry. Gets his first accolade in his young career.
Showdown 59, the Adelaide Football Club.
Roller coaster of emotions for the home
And we
crowd.
invite tonight's captain, Alex Neil-Bullen.
They were hanging by a thread that entire final quarter. And Alex Neil-Bullen will come out to achieve the Showdown Shield that Adelaide has won in 6 of the last 7 meetings. They retain the South Australian crown. Here he is downstairs.
Thank you to Rd8 for your partnership with the Showdown. Both South Australian clubs are very proud to partner with such a great organisation. To Josh Carr and your team, you're having a great season. It's a privilege to have this healthy rivalry, and we'll see you again later in the year. To our boys, so bloody proud, and to our fans, we bloody love you. Well done.
Right at home, Alex Neil-Bullen.
Well done to both teams tonight. Thank you all so much for joining us for Showdown 59. Good night.
So Sam Berry with the most tackles in Showdown history and joins illustrious company in the history of the game. Rory Laird with the most ever with 20. Liberatore, Zeeble and Bolton with 19. So he becomes the 4th and technically equals 2nd in the history of the AFL, Sam Berry, with his 19 tackles today. Amazing performance. So who'd you have as your 2 and your 1, Tom?
So I went Aliir with 2 votes. I thought, considering the inside 50, imbalance, 59 to 39, he stood up so strong back there, took 14 marks, was so important, not just on the one-on-ones, but the way he delivered the ball outside of the 50. And I just thought Wayne Miller's game, like from start to finish, he was probably the most consistent player on the ground. 29 touches, 4 tackles, inside 50. I just thought he mopped up so well, and he kicked it at 88%. But there were so many other players in contention. I mean, I love the game of Ben Keys with 3 goals. Josh Rochelle really sparked the Crows. And then you've got the midfielders at Port Adelaide of Zach Butters and Ollie Wines that had 30 touches. But Sarah Berry with the 3, Aliir with the 2, and Wayne Miller with the 1.
It's a pretty good effort up there with our ABC Sport experts, I reckon, in terms of their performances over the years.
Well, I hope so.
Well done.
That was a big day.
Yeah.
Big day. Very, very enjoyable. Very enjoyable just to be at the footy and have a good seat and get to try not to be cheering too parochially for one side. But
You grew into the game as it progressed, I reckon, Doc, but you got the result that you were after at the end. Adelaide by a point. And another Showdown epic, 59th edition ends right at the death with Braden Cook, the unlikely hero. Just you kind of flagged it in the pre-game, guys, that Showdown's all about moments, and we've seen them through the years, and I don't think anyone anticipated Braden to be the guy who'd get them over the line.
I mean, to be fair to Braden Cook, if he can do anything really well, it's kick a ball.
Yeah,
it's so impressive, everything he does when he touches the footy. I really enjoy watching him play, and I'm looking forward to seeing his career evolve because he's got an absolute weapon by foot.
Yeah, he's got the step as well, so he can get in and out of a little bit of traffic and then execute really well. But if you think about the outcome, I think the medalist was well voted on by yourself because ultimately, if you think about the threat that the Port Adelaide midfield posed, how are you going to contain that? We need someone to be sticking a lot of tackles, and 19 is a phenomenal number of tackles, and then obviously won a fair chunk of his own ball as well. So a worthy winner of the medal. And I mentioned during the call, I think the addition of Saligo into that midfield didn't have as big a numbers, but it's just that little bit of zip and leg drive that comes away from the contest, which is really important. And the second half of the match was a great spectacle to watch because the ball did start to open up, and players like Horn Francis and Butters are always going to be able to do that, but the Crows started to have a few of their own in that bracket.
I just think the response from them is what really matters coming out of last week, and all of the things off field we've talked about, but on field we mentioned in the pre-game round 8. If you're going to get tidied up by the best team in the comp, you may as well happen in round 7, and then you show a response from round 8 onwards, and you learn a bit about yourselves. And that's what I've appreciated the most about this Crows Showdown win is those young guys that have stepped up, but also the response from players like Ben Keys. He kicked 3 goals tonight and played a really important role. And Berry, obviously the Showdown medal winner with how many tackles? Like that's grunt though. Like you get cleaned out by the best midfield in the comp the week before, and you show up with an absolute threat in front of you. And Wines is going back in time and playing an absolute pearler tonight. Butters turns up. Horn Francis I thought was quiet by his standards, but you got guys like Berry showing up with the grunt and the want for the contest. And the Crows to finish 81 tackles for the game in an AFL men's game is significant. And plus 20 inside 50 is just reward for the grunt inside.
Big differential in inside 50, and yeah, for a lot of the game, we were questioning whether their inefficiency was going to cost them. In the end, it nearly did, but they were good enough. And if you look at the win in the context of their season, they've now won 2 games at home by a point, and they get to sit at 4-4. That very easily could be 2-6, and that is a bit of a mountain to climb. So they're well positioned. Clearly, some more injuries tonight, which is a concern. But if they can get some cavalry back, they'll certainly be amongst the teams that are going to influence the back end of the season.
It's one of those years they're just grinding it out, 4-4, and they haven't hit their full stride yet, and there's plenty of the season to play out, but it's a side that's getting the job done, or at least competitive against some of the better sides and losing by single-digit margins, and we haven't really seen them all together yet, and that's the exciting part. Is the world's the oyster for the Adelaide Crows if they can get everybody back in the next month or so, and then really start to open up their fixture. But to be able to do what they've done, we've got to give them a lot more flowers than I think they've been given. A lot of people had written them off, said that they weren't going to be competitive this year. The fixture was too hard. Maybe they were lucky with the draw they had last year to get to the minor premiership. But it's an incredible testament to their hardship to be able to get through everything they've been able to over the first couple of months, including tonight where you lose Tex early, you don't have your skipper, Jordan Butts goes down and you're down late. Braden Cook becomes the match winner. Adelaide get the job done in Showdown 59, 11-10-76 to 11-9-75. We'll continue to unpack it, read through some of your texts as well. Fremantle winners by 12 at the Docklands earlier over the Western Bulldogs. So they're up top at the moment. We'll see if they stay there with the Sydney Swans to play Melbourne on Sunday. It'll be the first time in 11 years that the Dockers hold that top spot. Let's head into the rooms. Josh Money waiting for the Crows to arrive.
Yeah, well, after the goal that he will never, ever forget, Braden Cook has walked first into the rooms holding the Showdown shield. An absolutely raucous reception in here. It's probably as close to as full as I have seen it in the Crows' rooms. And what an absolutely brave win it was with a couple men down on the bench as well. And this could be some time before we get to the song, I think, as well. But it'll be sung with plenty of gusto indeed. Tex and Miller are just making their way into the huddle now. It is loud in here. We'll be back with the Showdown medalist in Sam Berry shortly.
What a night for the Adelaide Crows. It's been an emotional couple of weeks for them. The trip down to Robe midweek, fresh off the 5-day break against the Brisbane Lions. Looked like they were done and dusted when Port Adelaide hit the front late, and Braden Cook finds one. Adelaide get the job done by a point, and the Showdown just continues to deliver. Is there any more debate about where it sits in terms of the rivalries? It's got to be the best.
34%, mate, I heard.
Yep.
Is that right?
It'll be higher now. Actually, you know what? I'm going to crunch the numbers for you right now. So what did I have? I had 20 of the 58 games was a thriller, so you can make that 20 of the 59. So it's 30. Yeah, it's still 34%.
34%. It's one of those rivalries where you sort of think about, had we seen it all? But there's always something new. I mean, Jordan Dawson, who we know is going through a difficult time, he had his first Showdown moment where he kicked a goal after the siren. That was unbelievably ridiculous. We had Stevie Motlop basically do what Braden Cook did, but a little bit, a bit more time left in the game. And for a young guy like Braden Cook, on the wrong side for a right footer, like when you think you've seen it all, Joe Berry, we thought, won the game before that.
That was a spectacular finish as well. So 2
goals in the last quarter for Joe Berry.
Yeah.
I had one in the last 5 heading in as well.
He's got some zip, though, doesn't he? He's got genuine wheels, which is a massive asset. For Port Adelaide, if you assess the performance, it's still a strong performance, but 39 inside 50s is not going to get it done. At times their looks were good. They probably had better looks going in there, but it's just a volume issue. You can't get it done on 39 entries, as opposed to last week where they restricted Geelong to 35. That's owning the game. So the Crows, you could argue, with a 20 inside 50 differential should win the game. But it didn't feel like that for big chunks of it. It felt like Port were probably going to get away with it.
Well, they've dropped from 3rd to 12th in points per game, and this tonight won't help, finishing on 76. So it's what is the solution there? Is it that they don't have the timber firing? No Darcy Fogarty, Riley Philthorpe's been a little bit haggled, Tex Walker out early. Is it more that their stars aren't options, or is it the entries that are kind of hurting them?
Yeah, well, in the first quarter in particular, they weren't really giving their forwards a genuine opportunity, I don't believe. But there's no doubt that, you know, they've had a system that's been built on 3 talls, and they haven't got that at the moment. So they're going to have to get creative over the next little period until they get, some of those players back. But what we saw today was Toby Murray stood up and kicked 2 really crucial goals in the 3rd quarter, and certainly early in the game he was giving a good presence further up the field. Finishes with goals and has an impact.
They're really starting to see the young stars flourish. Some of those including Toby Murray, Jake Saligo, another one of those, Braden Cook, the match winner, and Sam Berry, the Showdown medalist, who's downstairs with Josh Money.
Sam, wow, what a finish. Have you ever played in a game quite like that, and how much does that win mean?
Yeah, I mean, that was a serious roller coaster. I don't think you'll get much more of an exciting 2 minutes. And especially to do that in the Showdown, yeah, it was pretty incredible. Yeah.
What was going through your head when your namesake Joe Berry kicked that snap with less than a minute to go?
Yeah, I honestly thought we had it done. I was actually on the bench at the time and come back on, and it was 50 seconds, so there was enough time, and Ranks got a crucial free kick there and went down, and yeah, Braden Cook with that incredible finish. It was incredible.
Tell us a bit about Braden Cook, because he's a quiet, unassuming character, but so many, an unbelievable skill bag. I mean, how big a moment is that in a young man's career?
Yeah, absolutely massive. I think for Cookie, it's probably been his confidence, and he's starting to flourish. I think every week he just keeps building, and no moment's bigger than tonight. But along with him, I think there's been so many of the young boys that stood up. I think, you boys mentioned before about Toby Murray standing up. Every line over the ground, it was just really good to see. Big stretch in the ruck, had some pivotal moments and stuff. From the very start.
You led the league in tackling a few years ago, 19 tonight. I'm not sure if you've had your numbers, but that's a phenomenal effort and a Showdown medal. 3 votes from Tom Wilson upstairs as well, so remember to thank him. But what does it mean to you?
Yeah, no, it's obviously pretty special, but I think, the biggest one is just winning the game of footy, and I guess it's a bit of a cherry on top, but yeah, it doesn't compare to that win, because that was just something else.
Here's Lauren Arnell and Doc Clarke. Thanks.
Sam, congratulations. What a fantastic game. I'm really interested to hear about the conversations during the week post that Lions loss and how much that's influenced the midfield dominance and the inside 50 dominance going into tonight.
Yeah, I think coming off last week and probably weeks leading in was not getting it done contest, and a lot of that was from the mid. So, I think tonight we needed to stand up, and again, probably didn't quite get it done in the first half, but the second half, I think we stood up.
I thought you absolutely led the way with that. And you mentioned before you knew that there was 50 seconds left on the clock after the Joe Berry goal. Can you take us inside your midfield group, and what was the conversation? What was the plan of the execution going inside that last set of outs?
Yeah, it was, just all-out attack. I think we kind of say you'd rather lose by 2 goals than 5 points or 4 points or whatever it was. So, we had a play going in there. Didn't quite go to plan, but as I said, Rain's got that free kick, and, the rest is history.
And just during the game, obviously that first half, we saw Taylor Walker injured early in the first quarter, and then Jordan Butts down. Did any of the messaging from the coaches change, particularly at halftime, around your game style and what the initial plan was coming in that when you lost the both tools?
No, there was no change in game style. I think it was just that we're just going to have to stand up as a group, and special mention to the backs group, because I don't think a single member of them got a rest in the third quarter, and barely in the fourth as well. So, we just had to kind of grind it out, and super proud of the group that we were able to do that.
Sam, how are you, mate? It's Doc here. Just interested in the discussion around Butters and Horne-Francis from the outside. Obviously, we see their potential to hurt you. Was it designated that anyone was going to run with, or was it more just a collective shutdown role?
JP tried to get to Butters, and then I think with Horne-Francis it was a collective role. You just got to respect them, Doc. You know how it is. They're extremely talented players, and we kind of talk about getting them done, and they'll lead you to the ball. So, it's just about embracing that and respecting them.
Sam, I understand we've got to let you go, but very quickly, 19 tackles. What on earth happened tonight. That was an incredible performance.
I was probably just on the back of Horn, Francis and Butters. I think that maybe...
Well played. Thanks for taking the time and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Adelaide winners by a point in Showdown 59. Sam Berry, the Showdown medalist, downstairs with us on ABC Sport. A little shorter than we anticipated, but sounds like they want to really celebrate with Matty Nix in the room. So we'll try and get some more fallout as we can.
Sam Berry's such a great performance from him because he's had to stand up in that midfield group and no doubt he sort of broke out over the last couple of years. A few years ago when he was emerging and he led the league in tackles, he did this comedy skit with a group talking about the art of the tackle. And for a young player, I think that just says a little bit about that he can take, the P155 out of himself, and that he's leading the lead in tackles, and his first move in any competition is to tackle. And we saw 19 tackles tonight, and then you top that off with 29 touch. And I think you mentioned, Lauren, about the metres gained that he contributed tonight.
704.
That's a huge amount from a midfielder.
And no one's really near him, are they?
No.
He's a good 100 clear, 200 clear of Isaac Rankin, probably with the next best.
Jacob Ware had 528, working really hard on a wing for Port, but such a dominant performance.
Yeah, and I just love that, it says Victorian kid comes over to South Australia, but to be able to be playing in these big occasion games, and as we've discussed all night, the Showdown is now, and it should have forevermore, be settled as a standalone because it deserves the billing. So it's South Australia's night of nights, and we put on the weather for a change, so that was pretty good.
How many times do you think someone may have suggested to Andrew Dillon at the pre-game and game function that this should be a standalone game?
Dear. Well, it was by the end.
He got booed, properly booed.
Yeah.
Let's say that's the feedback.
I reckon. Direct.
At least he's seen it physically in person now. He understands how incredible this night can be. And again, going down to a single-digit margin, it just continues to deliver the Showdown. 1 point in the end. And we've harped on it a bit, but I think both clubs walk away with their heads held high. Port Adelaide are going through this reboot/rebuild. They're 3-5, but they've been very competitive over the last month and, arguably could have won this game. And for the Crows, for who they were missing, everything they've gone through, they just keep finding a way.
Absolutely. And again, for Port, they'll be absolutely filthy that they've lost this game. And it's a Showdown. We know how important they are. And at the same time, they've come into this little fixture block where they've just lost to Hawthorn, could have won that game, tied it up Geelong at Adelaide Oval, just missed here, and now they go into the next fortnight where they've got the Dogs here again next Friday night and the Suns in Darwin the following Friday night. And I think if Josh Carr can continue the narrative of where he's got this group to so far in this season of just stay level-headed, respond to the process and not the result, I think there's two relatively healthy results that could be coming their way.
Plenty of green shoots tonight. We'll wrap all of them up in a moment's time. But let's get some reaction from the Port rooms. Josh Money's made his way over.
Thanks very much, Aaron. Joined by Will and Drew. Commiserations on a difficult night. How tough is that to lose in those circumstances as well, Will?
Yeah, extremely tough. Very flattening. One of those games where, the highs and lows are massive, and this game especially means a lot. Gave ourselves a chance, but ultimately weren't able to get it done.
What was Kari's message?
Yeah, look, he touched on sort of the way we played in that first quarter, which was composed and was good. We probably sort of lost our way a little bit there in the second and the third, and we were under the pump in that last quarter, and to come back and to hit the front was pleasing, but as I said, it's come down to a kick pretty much on the siren, and plenty to take out of that game. Positives, negatives, which we'll look at throughout the week.
Talk us through, you mentioned the roller coaster, you used that word, the last 60 to 90 seconds, how did it sort of play out from where you were on the field?
Yeah, I think just what a game. One of those classic showdowns, we've fought back and we hit the front and up and about, and then, goes down the other end and they score and they're up and about. So, look, what a game. Extremely disappointed we didn't get the result, obviously. But I think, our supporters and the people watching and can see that, if we keep sticking to our process, we're going to be thereabouts and playing good footy.
Here's Lauren Arnell and Doc Clarke.
Drewy, unfortunate result tonight, but again, as you said, there were a lot of moments in that game where it felt like the boys were absolutely on track. How important has the messaging from Josh been around just staying composed and focusing on what you said in that process?
Yeah, he's been massive on that, and I think I sort of heard you touch on it before, but we've sort of been building the last few weeks and, really finding our way with our ball movement. And, it's not going to be perfect every time, but, we can see what we're doing is working, and it's going to put ourselves in positions to win games. Obviously not tonight, but, if we keep doing that, keep doing the basics well, we're going to win more games than not.
And minus 20 inside 50s. What was the chat throughout the game, particularly at half-time, and what was done to sort of address and stem that tide?
Yeah, Olivia was just sort of, around the contest, coughing the ball up, which they were able to sort of pounce on that and get the ball going their way. So just need to be stronger in the contest, and, we did that in patches. There's going to be a lot to take out of this game, and we'll go through that throughout the week.
One more positive, Drewy, Ollie Wines seemed to have turned back the clock tonight, the 30 touches, and very dominant around stoppage tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Ollie's been massive for this midfield group for a very long time, and, his pre-season obviously missed a few games early, but, he's built in the season lovely, and such a level head around the footy, and just so strong at the contest. So, I love playing with him.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight your ability to move the ball with that forward handball. You actually probably had the better looks coming inside forward 50. It was just really a volume issue for you boys, but I would imagine that's been a massive focus over your pre-season, because there's a distinct brand of footy that appears to be instilled in you over this early part of the season.
Yeah, definitely. I think, our first few rounds we didn't execute that at all, but the last few weeks, I'm sure everyone's sort of seen the way that we've been able to move the footy and, get it into our forward 50s has been pretty nice. And, that's what we want to keep building on. And, that will come definitely. And, I think you saw sort of Jack Whitlock stand up in that last quarter and take some really nice marks. So he was a massive positive as well.
Great job, mate. It was a classic. It's never much fun when you're on the wrong end of them, but you should be really proud of the game that you played.
Hey, Willem, Aaron Bryans here. You're a tackling machine, we know that, but Sam Berry had 19 tonight. How many of those were on you? I mean, did you notice it out there? It's an insane stat.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that. That's crazy. He's such a reliable player, Sam Berry, and deserving winner of the medal tonight.
How did you find the build-up to the Showdown this year, Willem? At times they can be feisty. They've seemed to have petered down a little bit, but Josh Carr spoke a lot last week about not riding the wave of emotion off the back of the Geelong win. Did you feel like it was business as usual in the build-up?
Yeah, I thought Carr and the coaching group handled it really well. Obviously you don't try and build it up, but it is an important game and one that you want to win. But I thought the way we handled the week was super, and just one of those classic showdowns that unfortunately we went on the right side of it.
Dogs on Friday night. What do you need to do to get the job done next week?
Yeah, another Friday night game, which is nice. So I sort of touched on it before, but plenty to sort of go through from this game. I think especially around the contest and just being strong with the footy and. Continue to work on our defensive stuff and look at our ball movement as well. So, looking forward to it.
Wishing you the best, Willem. Thanks for the time.
Too easy. Thank you.
Willem Drew downstairs from Port Adelaide after their 1-point loss to the Crows. Speaks well, Willem Drew.
He's pretty composed in the wake of a 1-point shattering defeat.
His career best is 16 tackles. So Sam Berry with the 19 tonight. Jumps him, unfortunately, but... Yeah, it's an incredible performance and ends up with the Showdown medal after the 29 touches alongside it and the 7 inside 50 Sam Berry. Port Adelaide move on to the Western Bulldogs Friday night. Richmond for the Adelaide Crows next Sunday, and we just wonder if Taylor Walker's going to be there. I would say unlikely given he has a hamstring issue.
I'd say not.
Yeah, extremely unlikely. The interesting one for Port, and Willem sort of talked to it to there, and we've referenced the way that Josh Carr's talked about it. Obviously shattered and a game they could have won for sure. They don't want to waste anything. I mean, there's a lot of talk about where Port Adelaide is at, and their transitioning is a word that's been used, retooling. They don't want to talk rebuild, but if the Crows are a team that's were minor premiers last year and will be thinking that they're a top 6 side, Port Adelaide would certainly be thinking they can be top 10.
I think off the back of the last month of football, I think that's an absolute fair statement. And then you go into, off the back of that, you have to take your opportunities in the next fortnight as well, because I think most people early in the season would have thought this whole patch of Hawthorn, Geelong, Crows, Dogs, Suns could end up with nothing. And they've tidied up Geelong a week ago, almost got the showdown. You just want to see that pay off, and you can hear that in Willem Drew's voice. And I think that's healthy because there's an absolute measured approach, but also you're filthy when you lose showdowns.
Yeah, well, it's great for them that they're in the conversation around, they should possibly win some of those games, Whereas maybe at the start of the season you're saying, well, no, there's going to be, they'll get their wins, but they may not be against the upper echelon. They're showing that they've got more than capable of competing at the top end of the competition, which is great.
The only downside is that first month was a glorious start from a fixture, and they didn't really maximise that, so now they've got to do it the hard way. But yeah, they've been competitive against some of the heavyweights. There's no reason why they can't find their way through to at least scrape into a wild card and see what happens from there.
Welcome to the wild card. We love the
they'll
wild
be
card.
stoked. AFL has got so much wrong for Port Adelaide the last few weeks, but they'll be thankful if they finish 10th.
What, 7v10? We might get a standalone showdown.
Hey, we're all here for it. We're all here for it.
I think Coleman was reporting that next year they were going to sell the wild cards and do it interstate, so I don't know. We're not getting there this year, at least. Very facetious there from you, Tommy. Adelaide winners by 1, Sam Berry, the showdown medalist, and earlier Fremantle knocking off the Western Bulldogs by 12 as well at the Docklands. So Dockers up top at the moment, Doc and Loz, and
they got weapons. Their forward line is stacked, and their midfield is equally impressive. And then as we saw here with Alex Pearce's heroics, they've got some really strong defenders. So it's no surprise that they're right at the pointy end.
Talk to me about a player like Luke Jackson. Did they ever exist as ruckman in your time?
Well, probably Jeff White had somewhere near that athleticism. But potentially, no, he's a bit of as they say, the unicorn.
Yeah. So Freo trying to hold on to the top spot for the first time in 11 years if they can get the job done. They know they need Sydney basically to lose on Sunday against Melbourne. But otherwise, first team to 7 victories this year. They were down 26, found a way to come back late. We obviously didn't see a lot of it because it was overlapping with our game, but yeah, you feel like Freo, even we saw them here against the Crows a month ago, and their first half was some of the best footy I've seen in years. It probably wasn't the best in the back, but they've got so much space up forward. Midfield's full of heavy hitters, and they're very young, Ross. Like, this is a team that are largely 23, 24. Like, if they can really get in their groove, they're going to be competitive for a while. Docker Dynasty.
There's a team
from
Brisbane that's pretty tough to beat as well, I reckon.
So they'll be up there for sure. But you're starting to see a little bit in terms of, it's round 8 now, so you get a feel for where everybody's starting to sit in terms of their, hopes and goals through the year.
And I think someone like a Hayden Young coming back into that side, and Doc, you mentioned their top end. I love that forward line, and even Paddy Voss down there to complement Amos and Tracy is incredible. And Shai Bolton, wow. But Hayden Young back makes him a very formidable opponent for anybody.
Yeah, it's slowly coming together for the Dockers, but yeah, we're in a third of the way through the season. So
you see, Lauren and I used to AFLW. By 8 rounds in, we're getting ready to play finals. But
2 rounds in, you're forecasting whether you make finals or not.
Yeah, winning 7 games in a row was what you needed to do to make finals, Lauren.
That was a good time.
Great time.
Poor Western Bulldogs as well, just battling in this losing streak now. They've had a really rough run over the last month. They've got some key stocks back in Tim English tonight. Sounds like Latham Vandermeer had a serious hamstring injury, so another blow for them. But yeah, they're after being 4-0, the season's just...
And looked unstoppable too in that early part of the season.
Just turns so quickly, doesn't it?
Well, it is. As we've highlighted, it's a long season. It's a little bit of a war of attrition. You've got to be able to find a way when your stocks are low, and then hopefully get them all together at the right end of the season, having accumulated enough wins. So, yeah, it's a long way to go, but it was certainly an exciting night to be here to see 2 teams that are going to be competitive through the back end of the year. It was great.
Full out in all your respective states as well. So for Out West Sports Talk 10:30, I'm sure they'll be diving right into the Dockers. Here in South Australia, SA Grandstand 10:30 as well. You can hear us. We're going to check in with the Crows, and then AFL Saturday from midday Eastern to unravel all the big issues in the game and build up to what is going to be a pretty fun block of fixtures. We've got a Docklands double header tomorrow. can actually buy a ticket for both games if you want to spend the day there.
Wow.
Gather round too.
It wasn't really up there in terms of one of my favourite venues of the options, but, I mean, it's a good precinct.
Yeah, okay. I would be interested to see how that rolls out, particularly given there must be an AFLW fixture not too far away. So I wonder if that's a little trial.
Essendon and Brisbane to kick things off, so that's 12:30 Eastern, and the second game is down at 7:30 Carlton and St Kilda. So long day if you really want to kind of stick between both. But, I mean, if you love your footy, why not?
Get around it. I was just scrolling through the statistics. It's interesting. It was actually relatively even across the board, other than that inside 50 differential. So, and when you think about the way that the Crows used the ball, it felt like Port used the ball a bit better. So I'm just a bit intrigued as to how that imbalance kicked into gear. But anyway, Crowies will take the win.
Yeah, a lot of first possession for Port Adelaide too. They won that category, but you're right, Doc. Pretty much everything else was pretty steady, and maybe a few more marks for Port. You know, trying to use that ball perhaps a bit better.
Probably why it was a 1 point game, eh?
It was an awesome night. We had two absolute epics, and we've harped on it a bit, but I think it's the perfect showcase as to why you don't have overlapping games.
Yeah, just so many unbelievable moments that you can pick out, you know, through that game. You know, Saligo bursting through the pack, hitting up Murray twice. The young gun kicks his first 2 goals in footy back-to-back. Miller, we all thought, kicked the match winner. It was a free kick on the goal line, goes up the other end. Joe Berry kicks what we think is the match winner, and then Braden Cook does it at the end. I really just still can't believe what we witnessed, certainly in that last quarter.
Home crowd goes home happy, but Port Adelaide get their chance round 16, and we spoke to Connor Rosie in the pre-game. He sounds very eager to play that fixture. So,
what do you think about, is there a mechanism for us to get both showdowns with 50-50 crowds? Like this event here tonight, as spectacular as it was, imagine if you got 25,000 Port and 28,000 Crows. How good would that be?
It is. It's very noticeable.
You've got to show your membership at the door when you walk in.
Yeah, well, I think there's an easy model. At the start, when you buy your membership, you just tick 1 or 2, and then you get to come to that game. How hard could it be?
It's something I noticed, certainly as a previous Port Adelaide coach, and turning up tonight and being in the crowd, and like you barely see a Port scarf. And for me, that's unheard of, and it's just such a distinct feeling. But I do think like it's the nature of the showdown. And in town during the week, the conversation is, oh no, it's a Crows home game, so I'm not going. So there's a bit of magic in that too, I reckon.
It certainly is. You might need to do it like English Premier League football, and you know, coming out of the train station. Yeah, Port fans on this side.
We're better than that.
Crows on this side.
The bridge is a little too narrow. I think someone will end up in the bloody river.
Might have to time the entrances of both supporter groups.
Yes.
Wrapping things up here at the Adelaide Oval. Huge thanks for those who've stayed with us on ABC Sport as we head towards the end of your Friday night fixture, and there's plenty of footy coming away tomorrow. So Essendon and the Bulldogs, Essendon and the Lions rather, after AFL Saturday from midday. West Coast and Richmond 3:30 Eastern. Geelong and North Melbourne, the overlapping game in the middle as well at Cardinia Park. And 7:30 tomorrow night, Carlton and St Kilda as the standalone Saturday night fixture, which I think compared to the two we had tonight, I mean, it might hit the heights. It might be a close one, but in terms of probably what's at stake, I'm sure it's maybe not as enticing as what we saw across the two games at Docklands and Adelaide Oval here tonight. Shout out to Fran, who says, I don't think I can take any more of these close games so far. Thank you for the call. Thanks for getting in touch, Fran, as well. It's been a fun start to round 8. Hopefully it continues this way. 3 epic games to kickstart the weekend. The Crows with the Tigers up next. That's on Sunday over in Melbourne, and then Port Adelaide, hosting the Western Bulldogs here Friday nights, which, feels like maybe another gettable game for them the way that they're going. Hopefully a competitive one.
I think a good game,
regardless.
It'll be an absolute cracker.
Showdown medalist Sam Berry, 29 touches, 19 tackles. Tom Wilson gave him 3 votes, as did the majority of the others, and he gets the job done. So you passed the test, Tom. We're 2 from 2 now. Noffy did the same last week. So
it was stressful because it was really, who was going to win the game. But there were so many, contributors across the board. Zach Butters and Ollie Wines could have pinched a vote if Port, get over the line.
Would you have changed your 1 if Miller's goal counted?
Miller would have gone up to 2, I think, if that goal goes through. And you could even make a case he could get 3 just with a match win. The way that goal was on the run outside 50, but, Alia's effort throughout the game. But
I think the top 3 that you nailed it. As good as Zach Butters was, I think those 3 were the standout players on the field, and any of them could have been worthy winners. But yeah, Berry with 19 tackles, breaking all sorts of records, is probably good job, mate. Well done.
We had it a few years ago with the Jordan Dawson after the siren goal. That was back in the day where you used to write your votes and they had to come around and collect them before the game was done. And Liz Walsh was voting at the time and had Jordan Dawson at 2, and then he kicked the after the siren goal and everybody panicked. I think everybody was like, please let me change the votes. And they never went back to that system again. It's all digital now because, you just got to wait till the end. You never know what happens.
Yeah, it's a 2-hour game, but every second counts, eh?
3 to Berry, 2 to Alira, and 1 to Wayne Miller. Hey, Doc, welcome to the team. Good day.
Hey, that was fun, hey? I will, have a great year. That's probably one and done, but
we've seen enough.
Perfect record.
Oh dear. No, it was great fun. It's a great view actually. You got a better view from here than you do from the coach's box. They might want to have a look at that.
Higher angle, that's for sure. But you probably can't scream out at them.
But yes, no. As a commentary debut, a 1-point Crows win in a showdown. I reckon I'll take that.
Lucky charm. Good to see you, Loz. Thanks for your work as always.
Awesome game.
Excellent call to finish, Tom. Getting the death winner from Braden Cook. Huge thanks to Josh Money downstairs as well. Fletcher Doherty, our socials man. Mitch Turner and Jimmy Williams back in the studio. And Dominic Lombardo, our superstar tech, getting us through what was a rocking night at the Adelaide Oval. The Crows winners of Showdown 59 by a point. They move to 4-4 on the season. Port Adelaide 3-5. Plenty of footy coming your way tomorrow. All starts with AFL Saturday, 12 Eastern with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball. We'll see you then on ABC Sport.